Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Betrayed, Died, and Got Reincarnated as Shido Itsuka Part 1. Before we start, please go support Chester Tomlinson for writing that awesome fanfic. Just as Issei thought that his life was going well, he was suddenly met with a heartbreaking discovery which subsequently causes a chain reaction of events which unfortunately lead up to his death. However, Issei receives a second chance at life after being saved by a mysterious woman who reincarnates him into an entirely different person, restarting his life as a newborn baby. 17 years later, a high school boy by the name of Shido Itsuka navigates through his seemingly normal and mundane life, completely oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his own existence. He just wants to lead a normal life, but fate has other plans as enemies from the past resurface. Volume 1, Rebirth Saga. Betrayal Arc. Chapter 1, Calm Before the Storm. It was a pleasant sunny day. Issei had just been discharged from the hospital, and was on his merry way to school. He had not seen his friends for a long time. Once Issei gets to school, it will be the first time he saw his companions ever since the end of the Evil Dragon War. Issei. Oh boy, I am pretty pumped up for no reason today. Maybe because I can finally see Rias and the other girls for first time since forever. Anyway, let's get back to school, it's been a long time. As Issei made his way through the rustic yet contemporary streets of Ko, he was particularly joyful for the future, since he felt like things were at peace and he could finally and properly propose to the girls in his harem. The wind was blowing, the sun was shining, and the sky was clear. A perfect day to start off his first day out of hospital. Issei approached the front gate of school. He saw many students of Ko Academy making their way into the school compounds and finding their way to class. He was feeling very upbeat and jovial, but before he could meet with his pals from the ORC, he decided to meet with his human friends first. Issei made his way into Ko Academy and reached his class. As he walked in, he noticed that all of his classmates had turned their eyes towards him with shocked expressions. Motohama. Oh my god! Issei! It's been like what? Forever since we last saw you, what happened, my man? Issei was greeted by one of his fellow perverts at school, Motohama. Motohama was pretty excited to see Issei again after he had suddenly stopped showing to class. He walked up to Issei and wrapped his arm around his shoulder as a sign of welcome and brotherhood. Matsuda. Yeah man! We've really missed you. It was getting really lonely not having you with us to peek on girls. Hee hee. Issei's other perverted friend, Matsuda, also came up to him with excitement and joy as he finally saw his fellow perverted bro for the first time in ages. Keita's. Hey! Shut your mouth, you degenerate! Don't you even think of trying to get close to the changing room. Murayama. What she said? Although it was just the two of you failed abortions coming to take a sneaky little peek at us, it was still getting pretty annoying, you know. And that goes for you too, Hayadu. Don't you dare try and peek on us. The two girls who were angry and furious with the perverted trio's ridiculous antics were the leaders of the Kendo Club, Keita's and Murayama. Although Issei's sudden return to Ko Academy was an unexpected surprise but a welcome one to the both of them, the duo was not really keen on having the third pervert coming back to reunite with his pals and start performing lecherous antics again. Issei. Okay, alright you guys. I have really missed you too. As for what I was doing when I was gone, well, I kinda went on a little trip overseas for some personal business. Matsuda. Oh, is that so? Alright. And look at you, man. Your body has changed a lot. What did you do? What kind of workouts did you do to get this buff? Kiryu. Well, if it isn't the infamous Issei Hayadu and his fellow perverted brothers. It seems you three are really enjoying your reunion. How tear-jerking. Tell me, Hayadu, what did you do to get this hot? The girl that teased the perverted trio was the perverted girl of the class, Aika Kiryu. She had walked up to Issei to take a few glances at his new body, which had become more muscular and defined after the intense physical movements that Issei had done during his battles with rivals, friends, and foes alike. Issei had grown slightly taller. His uniform was getting smaller to the point where his muscles were showing themselves, but not too much. Motohama. Hey! That's none of your business. This is serious man business, so keep your dirty hands off our fellow brother of perverseness. And besides, look who's talking, pervert! Matsuda. Yeah. I can tell by that cheeky little expression that you're down bad for our champ here. Get lost. Kiryu. Oh come on, I was just teasing you, like I always do. I bet you're just jealous because Issei now has a higher chance of becoming a better chick magnet like the two of you walking disinfectants. Matsuda. What? Hey! What did I just say? This ain't none of your business, so get you and your $5 look out of this place right now. Motohama. That's right. You don't have a guy now, do you? Maybe if you got rid of that yee-ass haircut, you could have a chance to get a boyfriend. Murayama. Oh yeah, come to think of it, your appearance has certainly changed, Hayato. Although your face and hairstyle are the same, it feels like someone photoshopped your head and pasted it onto a headless muscular man. Murayama blushed as she took a look at Issei's new body, which was completely jacked. Keitase. I have to agree, you really look handsome right now. Keitase also blushed as she took a few glances at Issei. Kiryu. Hee, see what I mean, boys? I think you'd have to hurry if you want to stop Issei from getting all the ladies. Matsuda and Motohama. HHY. Issei's 5 closest human friends started childishly teasing and trash-talking one another as he was looking by the side. He thought to himself, hell, I guess some people never change, right, Drake? Drake. Yeah, your human friends seem to still be the same old people the last time we saw them. Oh, that's right. You wanted to meet with your girlfriends, right? Issei. Oh. I completely forgot. Guess I must have been absorbed into my classmates' conversation a little too much. Issei awkwardly giggled as he was reminded that he wanted to meet his girlfriends. Issei. Guys. Do you know where Asia, Zenobia, or Irina could be? I miss them quite a lot. This question got the entire classroom to go quiet and turn their eyes towards Issei. Some of Issei's classmates had confused or worried expressions. They looked at each other back and forth, hoping that someone would give an answer. Motohama, who had a concerned expression himself, decided to break the news to Issei. Motohama. Well, about that we don't have a clue where they are. In fact, just like you, the members of the ORC had suddenly vanished with no explanation. You are actually the first one we have seen. Issei. What do you mean? You guys don't know what happened to them. Issei was getting worried, because he assumed that his friends from the supernatural had survived and were waiting for him at school. But then Issei arrives, only to get no answer as to why they are not here. Matsuda. Yeah man, sorry we couldn't be of much help, we really don't know anything. Issei. I see, I guess I'll try and look for them myself during break or after school. Thanks guys. Issei. Shit. This is weird, the girls weren't at home, I didn't feel their presence at home, and neither did Drake. What the buck is going on? Drake. Partner, they are telling the truth, those humans genuinely don't know what happened to your girls. But what's even weirder is that I cannot seem to detect their presences in school either. Issei. You mean they're not in school as well? Drake. I'm afraid so, partner. Throughout our entire journey from home to school, I did not sense a single supernatural presence similar to the girls. Ugh, where could they be? I swear if they are pulling a prank on you, it is a sick and twisted one. When you woke up, nobody was there to see you awake. Wait, that seems oddly suspicious. They told you that they love you so many times, yet they weren't even present when you were bedridden. Issei. I'm pretty sure it was important business for them. Maybe Ijuka had called for them? Drake. Maybe. But I have a very bad feeling about this. Issei. Oh please, it can't be that bad, right? I'm sure they aren't doing something behind my back, right? Issei tried to keep things hopeful and positive. He really did not think of Rias and the others as a bunch of backstabbing traitors who would hurt his feelings. Then the school bell rang. It was time for class. Everybody went to their seats to start lessons. Issei followed suit, but he could not get the thought of the girls out of his mind the whole duration of the lessons before recess. Nonetheless, he still tried his best to focus and catch up on things he missed when he was gone and fought during the Evil Dragon War. Scene break. It was 11 o'clock a.m., time for recess. That means that Issei has an hour to try and find his friends before lessons resume. Issei immediately got out of his chair as soon as his teacher dismissed him. He walked through the halls, down the escalators, and eventually reached the cafeteria. He looked around the entire place, and he was relieved when someone he knew was caught in the corner of his eye. It was Saji. Maybe he knows what happened. Issei quickly walked to Saji's table to get some answers. As he approached, Issei saw Saji sitting with two other girls. He recognized them as Ruruko and Momo from the student council. Issei. I guess Saji is a lucky man today. I sure hope that I get to see my own harem of girls again. As Issei came closer, Saji noticed, and he happily greeted his friend while sitting down. Ruruko and Momo were also happy that the Red Dragon Emperor is back. Saji. Well, hey! Look who it is! The one and only Red Dragon Emperor! You've finally been discharged from the hospital, huh? I hope you've been feeling well since you woke up. How are you today? Also, where's your harem of girls? They have been so worried ever since you collapsed. They said that they would stay by your side until you woke up. Rias has been telling Sona that she'd be skipping school every day to be with you every day. This just created more confusion. The girls? Stay by Issei's side until he wakes up? Huh! Issei was completely taken aback by Saji's last few remarks. There was nobody who sat by his bed when he first awoke. Issei, finally having enough, decided to ask. Issei. Oh, I am doing amazing, alright. I've missed you too, Saji. But by the way, what do you mean when you say that the girls were by my side the whole time when I was unconscious? When I regained consciousness, I was all alone in the room. There were some flowers and chocolates by the nightstand, but there was nobody at all. Saji looked at Issei with a perplexed look. He asked, What? You mean they weren't there at all? That's strange. Every day, I, as a member of the student council, had received excuse letters from Rias, Akino, Asia, Zenobia, Kaneko, Irina, and Ravel that they will not come to school because they wanted to see you. And just today, I received another letter from previously mentioned 6 girls with the same reason. Issei was shocked. The student council was continuously being informed that the ORC girls were seeing Issei, but he does not remember a single instance where the girls were around. Issei became frantic and asked, What do you mean they came to see me? Nobody ever came. What time of today did you receive that letter? Because I woke up 6 days ago. I wanted to surprise them, but it seems like they never showed up at school at all. Saji and his girls were feeling shocked and uneasy. Every single day, Rias and the others would hand excuse letters to the student council with tear-soaked faces and grief-stricken voices, explaining that they longed to see Issei wake up from his coma and love him once more. Sona and the rest of the student council would feel bad, and they also understood their feelings for Issei as well, so most of the time, Sona would just excuse them as she just thought of them as girls who really missed their boyfriend. Saji. Okay, this is getting really weird. The girls specifically said that they would visit him every day until he wakes up, that includes today. But Issei woke up 3 days ago. Yet, they still gave us letters saying that they would visit Issei in hospital. Oh no. Don't tell me. Saji was getting really worried and scared, so he decided to tell Issei a few things. Alright, Issei, after school, you, Ruruko, Momo, and I will search Ko Town for Rias and the others. I bet something is going on. Remember, 3:00 p.m. outside the student council room. Issei. Okay, got it. I'll meet the 3 of you later. Issei walked off to continue his break while the 3 student council members watched him leave. Ruruko. Saji, do you feel that something really bad will happen? I mean, Rias wouldn't do that thing, right? Saji. Don't worry, Ruruko. We all know Rias and the girls. They always try to make moves on Issei and give him their love. I don't think that they are the type of individual to do that sort of stuff. Saji reassured his girlfriend with soft and calming tone, but he still couldn't shake of his own personal doubts. Scene break. It was 3:00 p.m. Issei walked towards the student council room as agreed. He saw Saji and the others already waiting for him at the entrance. Issei quickly ran to them to immediately start the search. Issei. Hey Saji! I'm here! Saji. Huh! Oh good, you've arrived. Alright, Sona and the rest of the peerage are busy with something in the underworld, so it's just the four of us. You ready? Issei. I don't see any reason for delay, let's go. Saji. Excellent, here's the plan. I'll take the northern suburbs of Ko, Ruruka will take the eastern industrial areas, Momo will take the western suburbs, and you'll take the southern residential areas. After 2 hours, if we find nothing, we'll make our way towards the central commercial district of the town. This plan is to ensure that all of Ko is searched, and we haven't missed anything. Let's make a move on. The four devils moved out. They went to their respective allocated locations to start searching. Issei arrived in the residential areas of Ko. He noticed that the streets were empty and quiet. It was a weekday after all. Adults were at work and students were at club activities in school. Issei tried detecting the girls' presences throughout the entire area, but to no avail. Drake. Partner, I can't detect anything in this place. Not a single sign of the supernatural. Only a few human presences in the houses, nothing else. Issei. No, I can't just give up. I promised to be with the girls until death do us part. I'll search for them even until midnight. Drake. If you say so, partner. Besides, let's think optimistically for once. Maybe those three have found something? Even after 2 hours, Issei still turned up empty-handed. He was very worried at this point. Where the heck could they be? Then, Saji contacted Issei by his cell phone. Hey Issei, any luck? Issei was tired, so he responded. No, nothing. Saji. I see. Ruruko and Momo also gave the same answer. I guess we should move on to the next phase. Let's go! Issei hung up and quickly sped towards Ko Town's central commercial district. He looked left and right, up and down, trying to find a hint of the girls, but still turned up empty-handed. His only hope now was to check the bustling streets where it was packed with workers and students leaving their workplaces and schools. Throughout his entire trip towards the center, there was no sign of them. It was 5:20 p.m., and Issei had just arrived in the city center where it was rush hour. Workers and students alike were heading home for dinner. Amongst the indifferent folk who were minding their own business, Issei was frantically looking everywhere for his beloved girlfriends. Why? Why is this happening? He thought to himself as he worriedly dashed about the streets. Despite Issei's best efforts, his search turned up empty-handed. He stood in the town square, panting from all the running and looking he did for the past few hours. Saji and the girls soon met up with Issei after a fruitless search the whole afternoon. Saji. Let me guess, nothing? Because it's the same for the three of us here. Issei. I don't get it, I don't get any of this. How could they just vanish into thin air like that? Saji. Issei, take a deep breath. Have you tried calling them? Issei. No, not yet. Saji. Well, why didn't you try calling them in the first place, you idiot? Ugh, it doesn't matter now, call them. Issei whipped out his cell phone and dialed his girlfriend's numbers as well as his other friends' numbers. But each time, there would be an automated message saying, I'm sorry, but this number is no longer in use. Beep. As each call was unsuccessful, the four devils became increasingly worried that something bad had transpired. After several failed calls, Saji said, Okay, that's enough. We'll try again tomorrow in the morning. But Issei said, I appreciate your help, Saji, but I'd prefer to search for them on my own. They are the girls whom I have dedicated my heart and future to. If something bad happens, I should be the one who comes in and saves them. Please, I insist. You should be doing student council work and not wasting your time helping a guy who lusts over his girlfriend's boobs. Saji. You sure? Issei. Yes, I insist. Saji. Okay, have it your way. But if you're in trouble, contact us please. Issei. Okay, I will. The four of them dispersed and tiredly made their way back to their respective homes. Issei was feeling very exhausted. He hoped that some dinner and sleep would help him stay calm for the time being until he has enough energy to search like a madman again. Scene break. It was 7:00 p.m. Issei walked into an empty house with its lights turned off. He took a while trying to get home all the way from the crowded city center, so he arrived home when the sun was already setting below the horizon. His parents were on a holiday trip in Europe which was completely paid for by Sir's ex Lucifer. Issei's parents were excited to hear that they were given an opportunity to travel the world, so naturally they would accept. They wouldn't be back until much later. He threw his bag by the wall and changed into his civilian attire. Issei entered the kitchen to make his dinner. He was feeling hungry for some spaghetti, so he took out some pasta and started cooking. Issei: hopefully this hot dish and some cold drinks will help me calm down. Cyrus, I am really worried about you right now. Please tell me what happened to you. Issei sat down and began munching down on his pasta. He became really hungry after turning the entire city upside down to find his dear Rias. After finishing, he washed up and did his homework. The whole time he did his own thing, he couldn't get his mind off of the girls. He finally wakes up after so long and the girls just ghost him. Thinking about them made Issei tired, so he decided to go to bed early and prepare for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll look for them again. I'm not giving up so easily. Chapter 2: Denial. Issei was fast asleep in his bed. He covered himself with his blanket from neck to toe, and cuddled a pillow as he slept in a fetal position. Before he slept, he wanted to steel his resolve in finding out what happened to the girls whom he loved. As Issei lay on his bed, he quietly reminisced the past, thinking about the time when he passed out during the battle with the Trihexa, and how he ended up in a coma for weeks, before waking to find that nobody was around to watch him. Those memories made him sad, but he was still determined to move on and get life back on track. Flashback. 7 days ago, hospital. Ugh, where am I? What the heck happened to me? The boy who had just awoken from his coma was Issei Hayadu, the possessor of the boosted gear, and the current Red Dragon Emperor. Issei looked around his surroundings. He noticed that there were monitors and machines around him. He also noticed he was lying in bed. Issei now knew that he was in a hospital. Issei: huh? Why am I in the hospital? Did something happen? Wait. That's right. I had collapsed during the battle with the Trihexa. How long has it been? I feel so stiff I really want to get up right now and do some stretching. Issei was eager to jump out of bed, but as he tried to pull himself up, he felt an immense amount of pain. He immediately pulled himself back into a resting position, breathing heavily as he tried to endure the pain. Okay, so this is happening. I can't get up and do anything, what a bummer. Drake: hey partner, you're finally awake. Issei: ugh, Drake, don't scare me like that. Drake: sorry partner, I was getting worried that you'd forgotten all about me. So, I decided to give you a little refresher by showing myself and reminding you that there's a literal dragon living inside of you, literally. Issei: I see, don't worry Drake, I'll never forget you. Anyway, how long has it been? What the heck happened? Where's Rias and the others? Drake: allow me to refresh your memory. Basically, you had collapsed from exhaustion during the battle with the Trihexa. You had used a very powerful move on the beast which your body could not handle. As a result, you passed out and have been in a coma for 2 months. The leaders of the underworld and several other mythologies have all sealed themselves along with the Trihexa in order to completely weaken it over time. Right now, you're in a special hospital in the human world which was set up by the Gremory clan to facilitate your recovery. Issei: I see, then in that case, this means that for now, we are at peace, right? Drake: indeed. We should be safe at the current moment. Right now, you should focus on getting better. I will also do my best to try and heal you to speed up your recovery. Issei: thanks partner. Also, I want to call in a nurse or a doctor, but I can't reach my hand out and push the button over there. Drake: say no more, leave it to me. Ahem. Mediathitic. Issei: oh. That actually hurts to hear. But we don't really have a choice, do we now? As soon as Drake shouted for help, an entire team of doctors and nurses came rushing into Issei's room. They were shocked. For 2 long months, the Red Dragon Emperor has been bedridden for so long, and he has finally wakened up. The medical personnel in charge of monitoring Issei's condition were all devils. There's no possible way that the supernatural would allow powerless humans watching over a defenseless Longinus user who was vulnerable to any form of attack. The medical staff loudly cheered in joy as they celebrated the return of the Red Dragon Emperor, and the loud cheering and shouting made Issei's head hurt so much, he'd try and get them to stop, but shouting only made his head feel more pain, so he eventually dealt with all the pain until the medical staff calmed down. Issei breathed deeply in order to soothe the pain he felt from hearing all the rowdy noises made by his doctors and nurses. He watched as they were walking around his bed and taking note of his body's condition. Nurse 1. How are you feeling, Sekuruyuti-sama? Issei. Well, aside from the massive migraine you all gave me just now, I'm completely fine. Just having trouble moving about. Nurse 1. I see. Well, I apologize for our behavior just now. We were looking forward to telling you the most recent updates of the supernatural world. I'm sure it will interest you. Issei. Well, do tell. I want to know how everybody has been doing in my absence. Nurse 2. Well, first of all, the hacker Yuka had also been hospitalized here too. We had discharged him a few days ago. As for the new leaders of the three factions, Ajuka Beelzebub has taken over as the new leader of the devils, Shemhazai is now the new Governor General of the fallen angels, and the Seraph Gabriel is now the leader of the angels in heaven. That's all we have for you so far. Perhaps you could get more information from them when you have the chance. The state of the underworld and heaven are still intact, but it will take quite a while to recover. Issei. So Vala was here too, huh? I hope he didn't try to pull any dirty tricks like assassinating me when I was unconscious. Drake. Not to worry, partner. Albion has honor and pride. I'd bet he and Vala would never try and do something so dishonorable. Issei. You sure? I mean, I trust that Albion would never try and do something so preposterous. But you can never read Vala. That little gremlin could be scheming of doing something ridiculous. But since I am alive and well, and I still have communication with you, then perhaps Vala really did not try any cheap tricks. Issei reassured himself that definitely nothing happened to him while he was in a coma. There is absolutely no possible way that Vala, a battle maniac, would even attempt any underhand methods in defeating his enemies or rivals when he would prefer fighting them head-on with all his might until the last man standing. Issei. Anyway, thank you to all of you for helping me heal from the battle. When can I get discharged? I want to surprise my lovers when I get back. Dr. 1. Well, according to your body's condition and its rate of healing, I'd say 5 days minimum for basic mobile movements, but your powers will be limited. If you want a complete recovery, it will take an estimated 2 weeks. Issei. I'll take the 5-day stay. We're at peace now. There's no need to fully recuperate for what? Evil Dragon War 2? The medical personnel and Issei laughed at his humorous remark. They agreed to let Issei stay in hospital for another 3 days, where they will help him through rehabilitation. Throughout Issei's stay in hospital, the doctors were puzzled by how Issei was quickly able to move regularly again. They'd question him how he did it, but Issei simply replied that he just found rehabilitation easy. In reality, it was Drake that was speeding up his recovery process tenfold. As a result, the hospital stay was shortened to 3 days, since the doctors felt like it was no longer necessary to let him stay any longer. As Issei headed out of the hospital, he was feeling very delightful as he could finally not only get some real fresh air, but also get the opportunity to see the girls he loves. Issei recalled the time when he openly admitted his love for Rias during the raiding game with Serorg. He personally felt as if it was one of the best moments in his life, and he felt like he has come a long way ever since he first joined Rias's peerage. It was night when he left, so he decided that the first thing he should do is to head directly to bed. Issei looked around and found himself in a commercial district of a city. He looked around and asked, "Hey Drake, where are we?" Drake. Ko Town, of course. Issei. Back home, huh? That's pretty convenient. I guess I'll just walk home from here. I'd better prepare for the next day. The girls must definitely miss me. I want to let them know that I am alive and embrace them lovingly and affectionately. It must have been complete hell waiting for your lover to be in a coma, not knowing when he will wake up. Issei walked through the streets of Ko, noticing that not many people were out during the night, but one thing he did notice was that Drake had gone completely silent. This caught his attention, so he asked, Drake? Something wrong? Drake. Well, it's just that you sound like someone else. Issei. What do you mean by that? Nothing's wrong with me. Drake. No, it's your behavior, it's completely different. When you talked about the Gremory girl and the others missing you and going through so much mental and emotional pain, it felt so mature, but it didn't seem to fit you at all. Throughout our whole time together, I have seen you as a pervert who was simply obsessed with breasts. However, instead of saying something along the lines of, "I cannot wait to see the girls and their breasts," you prioritize their feelings first, which is good and exemplary, but that is a major change for you. Issei. Oh, so that's the case. Well, Drake, I've always cared about them. Maybe you are surprised by what I said because this is the first time I'm saying it. I admit that I am a little passionate about boobs most of the time, but that doesn't mean that the girls are just a walking pair of water balloons. They are my future wives and the ones I sacrificed myself for. Though I still do have some perversion over their bodies, but it seems like I am not so lustful about it anymore. Drake. WH. I did not expect this to come out of your mouth ever. But if this is the way you behave now, I will tell you now that I respect you and please keep it up. The girls may even become fonder of you, especially the Nikomata. Issei. Yeah, Kaneko would certainly appreciate a non-perverted version of myself. Anyways, let's get back home and rest for the night. I am pretty eager for school tomorrow. The young brown-haired boy made his way back home, enjoying the cool night breeze which blown against his cheeks, giving him a comforting feeling, which set the perfect mood for a night walk on the way home. He was wearing casual clothes, a simple t-shirt with pants, and a pair of casual sneakers. Issei constantly thought about how glorious he would be when he suddenly shows up in school all of a sudden and greets his girlfriends as a pleasant surprise. Issei imagined their faces lighted up with happiness and relief, and they would cry streams of tears as they said, "I've missed you so much," or, "I'm glad that you're back," while he struggled to console all of them at once. Issei assumed that Rias and Asia would miss him the most. He visualized them crying uncontrollably like babies as they would hug him tightly, not letting go. Issei. Tomorrow will be the start of my peaceful, supernatural life with the ones I cherish. Peaceful and supernatural, quite an oxymoron. I have crossed paths with many. To be honest, I have never experienced a tranquil life with Rias, as countless enemies and rivals would always disturb the peace. There was Kokobile and his posse of stinky crows, which included my ex-girlfriend. There was Vala and his lackeys who interrupted a freaking peace summit. There was that crazy church guy, Fried, who definitely needs to literally be put on a leash. There was Diodora who bucked around and found out. There was Chow Chow and his band of human misfits that believed they were the strongest. There was Shalba, who I am glad is dead, and there was Rizavim, who is the living definition of the word jackass. Issei contemplated and looked back on everything he accomplished so far. He was optimistic, he thought to himself. Damn, I am awesome, life's gonna be great, and nothing will ever go wrong. Unfortunately, Issei was never going to expect the events that would follow. Scene break. Issei had finally reached home. He unlocked the door to his home and entered it to find that it was completely empty. Nobody was at home. But Issei never thought much about it, as he was feeling tired. He climbed up to his room and threw himself onto the bed. He did not move a bit after that. Issei fell asleep and woke up to an early Monday morning. Flashback end. Ko Town, Japan, Tuesday, 1:00 a.m. Issei was still not able to fall asleep. He always felt tired and sleepy, but he could never fall asleep. The thought of something bad happening to the girls was still lingering in his mind very vividly. But he decided not to act on it, since he trusted that Rias and the girls were powerful enough to protect themselves, or that maybe the higher-ups from the underworld had called for them. Issei. Shit, I am actually finding this really frustrating right now. I really want to fall asleep right now, but I want to know that my family is safe. Please, Rias, I really beg you that you're alright. Suddenly, Issei heard the front door open loudly, and along with the creaky swing of the door, he heard a bunch of females conversing lively. He was shocked but also delighted. Issei tried using his enhanced hearing to try and figure out what these females were talking about. Rias. That was great. I can't believe Florian was so good at it. I just saw him as a gentleman who understood my feelings, but turns out that he was also a man who knows how to please a woman. Don't you think so too, Asia? Asia. Well, yeah, Florian is definitely a nice guy, but personally I think Alex is better. He is good looking, and he feels safe to be around. Issei feels like the type of guy to care for only himself and leave us to fend for ourselves. He's so selfish. Remember how he didn't even have the courage to say your name, Rias? Aquino. Era, you're right, Asia. Issei is truly the scum of all devils. He doesn't know how to truly make me feel happy. He's just a pervert who only sees us as objects and not real girls who have feelings and troubled pasts. But Werner certainly is. He tells me that I may be not perfect, but I am still someone who is worth spending the rest of their life with. I know for a fact that Issei would never be as considerate and manly like that. He has a rotten heart. Crack. Issei. What? Did I hear that correctly just now? No. There's no way. I need to get closer in order to be sure. Drake. Wait. Partner. Something doesn't seem right. Both of us heard that clear as day just now. If what we heard is true, then. Issei. No DDRAIG. I don't believe what I just heard. I need to find out if it's true, or maybe I'm just dreaming. We don't even know if those are Rias and the others. They would never do this. Drake. Wait. Partner. Stop. Before Drake could say anything, Issei sprung out of bed and tiptoed his way towards the door. He silently opened it before sticking his head out in the hallway and looked left and right. Nobody. Good. That meant that Issei could sneak through the hallways and reach the source of the voices without getting caught. Issei was getting increasingly frantic. He repeatedly told himself that he was just hearing things because of an incomplete recovery, and that his ears weren't working well. He reached a staircase, and looked down to see nobody was there. He dashed down towards the first floor. As he ran through the hallways, Issei could hear the voices becoming louder and louder. Eventually, he reached a place where he could hear the voices clearly without enhanced hearing. It was a corner of a wall, which was part of a corridor leading towards the living room. Issei hid behind it and began listening on the conversation. Issei also concealed his aura to avoid detection. He slowly popped his head around to see who it was. What Issei saw next would scar him for life. He saw Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Kaneko, and Ravel sitting around the sofas and chairs in the living room, but he still refused to believe it. But what they said next would tear him apart. Zenobia. So pretty hot, right? Gustav wouldn't stop sending me his pictures. He knows what I like, handsome, tall, and muscular. Unlike Issei, who is a virgin compared to this Chad. I may be dense, but I know all about the important things needed for a relationship. Looks rule. Although Gustav may be a bit controlling and demanding at times, it's still much better than dating a living pile of trash, who only cares for himself and his perverted desires. I will have Gustav's babies. Issei's offspring are no different than a bunch of maggots hatching from eggs of a disgusting, decomposing and rotting carcass. Irina. Right? As Issei's childhood friend, I've known him to be quite the cold-hearted fool. The fact that all of you have to go through Issei's indifferent and loser attitude doesn't sit right with me. He does not deserve the right to be called my childhood friend. My fellow underworld gals deserve better than this, and I'll side with them no matter what. But on another note, hey girls. Check this out. Nick just sent me this. Ravel. Oh my, only a true high-class devil is able to get their hands on such a precious and luxurious necklace. Issei is not worthy of having the great Ravel Phoenix of the Phoenix family, as his girlfriend. Let alone his wife. Issei is synonymous with the words blockhead and disgrace. Moritz is not. He can provide for all the needs of this cute little damsel. And since he's not here, let me say it out loud. No one loves you, Issei. We've left you for someone better. Cry all you want because it's all you ever do. Wahahaha. Kaneko. Issei? You mean Midsei? Get it? 'Cause he's mid as hell. Super pathetic, weak, and fugly. I bet you girls $100 that he wouldn't try and talk back to us since he loves us. He is the enemy of women. He's the absolute worst. He's a solid 1 compared to my beloved Severino, who's a solid 10. If the two ever fought, I bet you $1,000 that Issei will piss and shit his pants before running away from simply hearing Severino's name. The girls in the conversation all laughed hysterically at the comments they made towards Issei. However, they were completely absorbed into their own little world when meanwhile, Issei, who had been hiding from the girls, had just had his heart shattered into pieces. No. It's not real. It's not real. Issei repeated this in his mind over and over again, hoping that what he saw was either an illusion or a dream. Issei crouched behind the wall, covering his ears and closing his eyes tightly. In his mind, those words replayed many times. He felt his heart being torn to shreds, he felt his brain being impaled by spears, he felt his stomach melt into sludge. It was excruciatingly painful for him. Eventually, he had enough and sped back to his room. He moved through the house like a bolt of lightning. When he entered his room, Issei shut the door and hid under his blanket. He breathed heavily and was sweating profusely. As each second passed, he kept hearing voices and laughter, which only worsened his mental state. Issei's breathing also accelerated to the point of hyperventilation. His pulse became faster to the point where his heartbeat sounded like a washing machine spinning. Stop! Make it stop! Make it stop! Aerg! Issei passed out from the hyperventilation and high blood pressure. Drake had kept him alive with the power of the boosted gear. Issei remained completely still and only woke up around 7 o'clock a.m. the next day. Ugh, what the buck happened? Why am I sweating like shit? I don't seem to remember last night. What caused me to end up soaked in sweat? Issei then remembered a few memories from last night. Issei. Wait, no. That was not real, it was just a nightmare pant. He wanted to disregard what he saw last night as a bad dream, but it wasn't easy. It almost felt real. Issei shook his head and looked around. It was his room, no change at all. From the looks of it, it seemed like nobody entered. Issei looked at the clock, it read 7:10 a.m. Issei. I still have almost an hour and a half to school. Might as well get up now to refresh myself. Issei immediately got out of bed and walked to the bathroom with his towel and clothes. As he stood in the shower and let the cool water rinse of all the sweat, he could not help but ponder whether or not what he saw was reality. His memories of last night were very vague, and every time he'd use his head to try and remember. Issei could not think of anything of note that happened last night, just a few sentences or words. However, he had this ominous feeling within him. Issei felt a great deal of suspense, as if he were holding onto a piece of rope and dangling over a bottomless pit. But nonetheless, if you cannot remember anything from last night, then it must have been a dream. Or so Issei thought. Issei had changed into his school uniform and headed downstairs. As he entered the living room, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Although the appearance of the living room appeared the same when he first entered it after his discharge from the hospital, there was a pungent smell of perfume lingering in the air. Issei. Holy shit. Who wears perfume this strong? My nose is literally experiencing a seizure right now. Drake, did you detect anything this whole time? No response. Issei. Drake? Partner? You there? Still no response. Issei. Guess you must still be asleep. After all, I woke up much earlier today, and you'd usually wake up later. I guess I'll ask you later. That was not true. Drake had been wide awake this whole time. The reason why he was not speaking was because the dragon had been having a moral dilemma and pushing his limits ever since Issei passed out last night. Drake. Shit. What should I do? Do I tell him that the conversation he saw and heard last night was real? I need to be honest with my partner, otherwise he'd hate me if I told him much later. But if I remind him, then he might go berserk and probably hurt someone. I spent the whole night trying to stabilize his body's aura so that he doesn't literally explode. As Issei's resident dragon was still racking his brains on whether he should tell him the truth, Issei mainly dismissed the ominous feeling and ate breakfast. He ate French toast with a side of hard-boiled eggs. After Issei finished his breakfast, he set off for school. It was a cloudy morning. He could see adults and students alike on their daily commute to work and school. Issei tried calming his nerves by simply enjoying the breezy atmosphere of the morning, but the ominous and suspenseful sentiments could never go away. He eventually gave up trying to forget about it, and decided to tell himself that he needs more rest. Scene break. It was 8:10 a.m. Issei had just entered school and was on his way to class. On his way to his classroom, he saw a familiar figure. It was Kiba. Finally, someone who might know what the heck is going on. Issei ran towards Kiba with happiness and relief. He had missed his best friend and brother for a long time, and it was quite pleasant to see him for the first time. Issei. Oh my God! Kiba, it's been forever since I last saw you. Kiba. Huh? Wait, Issei? Oh my God, I never thought you would ever wake up. Both boys ran to each other to give a bro hug. Kiba was excited to see his best friend alive and back on his feet. The students watched as both boys hugged each other. They all had different thoughts. Boy 1. Maybe those rumors about Kiba and Hayato being a gay couple were true after all. Girl 1. What? What is Yudo-kun doing with the pervert? Is Hayato trying to brainwash him into doing that kind of stuff? Both boys noticed that the other students were making weird remarks about their reunion, so they decided to break the hug and start acting normally. Issei decided to speak first. Issei. Great to see you, man. I tried contacting you but you never picked up. No one picked up. What happened? And where's Rias and the others? Kiba. Well, great to see you again. As for why I was silent this whole time, it was because Rias sent me on a very long mission to retrieve a piece of property that belonged to her family. I never found it though. Guess I'll have to report back on the bad news, hee-hee-oh. Speaking of Rias, sorry to disappoint, but I don't have a clue where she could be. In fact, I was actually looking for her when I ran into you. The same goes for the rest of the girls, but I heard Gasper had gone to the hospital to be by Valerie's side, and I heard that Rosweiss had gone back to Asgard to visit her grandmother. Issei. Huh, is that so? Well, that's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing her again. Issei felt something was wrong. The ominous feeling was growing stronger. He was breathing much faster, and his heart rate increased. Fortunately, he snapped out of it when Kiba asked him. Issei! Issei! You alright? Issei. Huh? Oh, what? Why, yeah, everything's all good. It's just that last night, I think I saw something I shouldn't have, but I don't know if it was real or not. Kiba. Perhaps it was a dream? Tell me about what you saw, you've piqued my interest. Issei. Well, it wasn't a dream, it was like a lucid dream, or a nightmare. No, it wasn't Rainier, I'm over that crow, but it was about Rias and the others. Kiba became serious. He was concerned for his friend because Kiba thought that Issei saw something bad that night and might have affected him. Kiba. Well, what exactly happened? Issei relayed to Kiba all the events of last night. Of course, since Issei couldn't remember all of the details, he only told Kiba what he remembered most clearly, about the parts where Rias and the others berated him and left him for other guys. Kiba in response tried to reassure his friend that Rias would never do something so deplorable and harmful. Kiba. Hey buddy, it's fine. Both of us have known and witnessed the girl's advances on you. I'm pretty sure you recall those too. Right? Issei. I guess thanks, Kiba. I guess I'm really too tired. I think I need some rest. As both boys were recollecting their thoughts, their attention was caught by a familiar voice. They turned their eyes to find Irina standing in front of Saji, crying and begging for something. Oh, pretty please. My beloved childhood friend is stuck in a limbo between life and death. We promised to be together forever. Surely you understand me, right, Saji? I bet you said something similar to those two, right? So please, I would like to see his face while I still have the chance. Every day, my heart aches for him. We had promised to have kids. Please, Saji? Pretty please? Issei was shocked, but Kiba was even more shocked. Kiba tried to walk towards her, but Issei held him back. He placed his finger on his mouth to show that they should keep quiet, then Issei gestured towards the wall, indicating that they should eavesdrop. The duo quietly made their way behind a wall, where they saw Irina continuously cry and beg like a little girl. They also saw Saji with a deadpan expression, staring directly at Irina. He finally relented to her nagging and said, Okay. Yes, you may be excused, but let me remind you that you've missed over 2 months' worth of classes. Tell that to Rias and the others too. Irina. Oh my God, thank the Lord! You are a savior, Saji! You know I am a pure angel with a heart of gold, so you have my word. Thank you so much! Irina then sped off towards the exit. Issei waited long enough until she was out of sight and said, Saji! On your left! Saji turned to find Issei and Kiba hiding behind a wall. He looked back, making sure if Irina was really gone. Then he went to Issei and Kiba and asked, Hey, you guys heard that, right? Issei and Kiba both nodded in unison, and then that's when Issei recalled something yesterday. Issei. Oh crap. How could I forget? Saji, you said that they kept handing in excuse letters every day since yesterday, when I was already discharged, right? Saji then came to a realization, and a bad one. He said, Wait, yes. You're right. Something is seriously wrong here. Kiba then decided to ask, Hold on. This is getting very confusing. How could Irina say that she would be visiting you when you were already out of the hospital? Unless she never saw you at all, that's the only plausible explanation why they still hand in excuse letters even a week after your discharge. Come on. We need to follow her. Issei's brain clicked as he connected the dots. He found out that the girls were doing something else while lying to the student council that they were visiting him. Shit! You're bucking right. Do we go now? We have classes. Saji. As a member of the student council, I hereby excuse the both of you and myself from classes today. Let's make haste. Vritra. Do you know where she went? Vritra. I have been tracking her this whole time. She hasn't gone far. Let's make a move on. The 3 boys rushed out of the school compound as they followed Irina's aura. They crossed through many roads and cut through many corners. Issei upgraded tonight to keep up with Kiba's speed. Hey! Slow down! Saji tried calling out to them to slow down, but neither Issei nor Kiba heard him and just advanced forward. Kiba and Issei eventually found Irina from a distance. It was outside of a cafe next to the canal. They hid behind the bridge and peeked to see what she was doing. Irina was with the other ORC girls. But what was more terrifying was the Irina's behavior of despair had completely changed. Irina was cheerfully conversing with the other girls, shocking both boys. Issei and Kiba wanted to come out and confront them, but they heard a loud "shh" sound coming from the side. It was Saji who told them to stay put. He then took out a piece of paper and started scribbling on it. When he finished, he threw the paper ball to Issei. Issei caught it, and the message read, We follow them first. I'll confront them when they reach their destination. You two hide and eavesdrop. Okay? Both boys looked at him and nodded. They used their enhanced hearing to hear what the girls were saying. Asia. So, did it work? Irina. Yep. He fell for it. That Saji is quite an airhead. What did you expect? He's also a good friend and a fellow pervert of Issei, am I right? Zenobia. Haha. He probably just got tired of our rambling and decided to simply let us go. Kiba is also none the wiser. We told him to go on a mission that was practically impossible, because the property does not even exist. And Issei is still in the hospital, so he doesn't even know what has changed. You're a genius, Rias! As expected of the future rating game champion. Saji. HUH? Excuse you? Me? None the wiser? Take a look in the bucking mirror. If you even know what a mirror is, that is. Kiba. I was tricked. Rias, why did you do that? Kiba and Saji were furious that they were deceived by the girls. Meanwhile, Issei was still wondering if what he heard and what he saw could be related. He was in a severe state of denial right now, and he was getting paranoid. Then, girls walked off into another direction. Saji held out an open palm towards the other 2 boys. Then when the girls were out of range, he told them to climb onto the roofs of short terrace buildings. They would secretly follow them to their destination. As they followed, they made note of all their actions. It was just a bunch of girls acting all cheery and playful with each other. No sign of regret for deceiving Kiba and Saji, and no sign of grief for Issei. The three boys reached the final roof before it dropped down to the ground. In the distance, they saw the train station which connected to other parts of Japan. Issei saw the girls enter the station. Issei. So that's why we couldn't find them yesterday. They were not in Ko this whole time. Saji. Wait, you think we can follow that high-speed railway express without anybody noticing us? Kiba and Issei. Watch me. Kiba. Hold on tight, Saji, this may be a bit scary. Saji. Huh? What do you mean, Kiba and Issei each held one of Saji's arms, then using Knight's speed, they jumped off the roof like a flash of light. They spread their wings to fly over the security undetected, all this while Saji was screaming like a little girl. They landed softly in between two empty tracks with trains, blocking people from seeing them. Saji. Huff huff, you jerks. I may be a devil, but I ain't prepared for this kind of shit. Why didn't you say anything? Kiba. I did, but anyway, let's search for the girls, I sense them nearby. Saji. Hey wait dash. Before Saji could say anything, Kiba and Issei sprinted off like the wind. What? Hey! Wait up! I'm not the Flash, you know. Saji was still trying to catch his breath and followed after them in frustration. The trio managed to avoid being caught and climbed on one end of the platform to search for Rias and the others. They saw them. The girls had big bags, probably stuffed with clothes and things needed for a holiday. The three boys sat on a bench, watching the girls. Passerby 1. Hey, check it out, Anoka. That blonde boy is pretty cute, right? Passerby 2. Huh? What were you saying, Shiko? Oh. You're right. That boy is pretty cute. But what's he looking at? He seems really furious. His eyes are all widened, and his pupils look small. You can even see his veins so clearly. He's clenching his fists so tightly like a man. Passerby 1. What about that brown-haired boy? He has a nice body, but he isn't as handsome as the blonde one. Hey, doesn't he look pretty paranoid? He's breathing heavily and fiddling with his hands nonstop. Passerby 2. Well, I'll be more worried about the third boy. He looks like he's seen some serious shit. You can even hear his breathing from here. That's so gross. Issei, Kiba, and Saji were focusing on every movement Rias and the girls were making. Then the announcer spoke. Attention all passengers, the train for Tokyo Narita International Airport is departing soon. Please board the train if you are bound for Tokyo Narita International Airport. As the announcer finished, the train at the platform opened its doors, and Rias and the girls boarded it. The boys were shocked. Airport? That means that the girls were most likely outside of Japan this whole time. They followed suit. They boarded a train carriage that was on the other end of the train, and from there, they will make it to the carriage the girls are in. As they boarded the train, they saw that it had a very pristine and luxurious interior. There were red-colored cushioned seats, there were staff sharply dressed in suits preparing food at the back, there were mini T-verses for passengers to watch. But the boys didn't have time to admire the sights. They were on a mission to uncover the truth behind those who had betrayed them. They walked through each carriage, until Vritra instructed them to stop. Vritra. They are right past that door to the next carriage. We'll stay here at the very front of this one to keep track of their presence. The three boys sat down and waited for the train to depart. As they were sitting down, the train conductor came to them. Gentlemen, your tickets please. Crack. The train conductor saw the three boys turn their heads in unison towards him, while their body maintained the same position. He saw that the boys had angry, paranoid, and terrified expressions on their faces, and all of their eyes were wide open. Train conductor. I think I'll come back later. The train conductor left for the next carriage, and the boys turned their heads back to the front. However, as he opened the door, a familiar smell came through the door. Issei recognized it. It was the same perfume smell as the one in the living room. He immediately informed Saji and Kiba. Issei. Guys! You smell that perfume? I recognize it. It's the same one as the smell in my living room. Kiba snapped out of his furious expression and turned to Issei. You sure? Issei. Yes, it's unforgettable. I'm positive it's the same scent. Saji. Well, in that case, it's now more likely that what you saw in your nightmare could have been true. Huff huff. Kiba. You're still not over that? Saji. Shut up, man! My life flashed before my eyes. You owe me a nice meal at a luxury restaurant. You hear me, guys? Kiba. Ugh, sure, deal. The boys eavesdropped on the way to the airport. The key words they remembered was vacation, Los Angeles, Orange County, and San Juan Capistrano. The boys thought, damn, they are going to America? The flight time from here to there will take almost half a day. They sat down on their seats and never got up once. Issei listened very carefully to the girls who were chatting among themselves behind the door. He wanted to know that he wasn't being played like a fiddle. Scene break. Tokyo, Japan, Tuesday, 1:30 p.m. The train finally arrived at Tokyo Narita International Airport after 3 hours. They got off the train and looked for the girls. As they hid themselves amongst the crowd and spotted them heading up the escalator, Saji quickly gestured them to follow. They tracked the girls all the way to the customs area. Kiba. Shit! We don't have passports, what do we do? Issei. Don't worry, let's check the departure board. The three boys darted their eyes around the massive board showing all the flight departures and found only one flight that was bound for America. Destination: Los Angeles International Airport. Issei. Okay guys, take note of the flight number, departure time, and the flight service. Then, let's head to that snack shop. Get as much food as you can and eat it. We have only 45 minutes. Saji. What do you plan on doing, Issei? Issei. No time to explain. Fill your stomachs and we'll meet back here in 20 minutes. Go! Kiba and Issei dispersed, leaving Saji confused. What on earth are you planning, Issei? He didn't think much of it, and proceeded to get food. After 20 minutes, the trio came back to the meeting place. Issei then said, Okay, I'm pretty sure everyone's full, right? Anyway, to the observation deck, where we can see the planes taking off. They rushed up to the next floor where there was massive windows showing all the planes taking off. Issei. Okay, look for the plane at this gate. The airline service only has one of them here right now in the airport, so it shouldn't be hard to spot. It wasn't difficult at all. The plane was designed with flashy colors, so it was obvious and easy to identify. Even better, they saw Rias and the others getting off a mini shuttle bus which had stopped next to the plane and headed towards the stairs. Issei. Alright, got them. Kiba, remember the thing we did at the train station? We're going to do that again, but we are going to run like hell this time and we'll stop until we board the plane, got it? Saji. Are you kidding me? The last time we Saji didn't even get to finish his sentence. Issei and Kiba just dragged him along while they ran at supersonic speed. They ran through the customs area, and out of the airport building into the runway. They sped through the vast, open space of the runway and spotted the plane. Issei. It's right there. Come on. Gotta go fast. Saji. You jackass. You owe me double, Issei. Issei and Kiba increased their running speed until they broke the sound barrier. With this extremely high speed, they climbed the stairs and entered the plane, heading into the economy class section and only stopped when they reached their seats. Saji. Pant you. You two are the worst friends I've ever had. I thought I was gonna smack before Saji continued. Kiba slapped him, and showed Saji that other passengers and flight stewards and stewardesses were looking at them with worry and concern. Issei. Sorry folks, my friend here is a little scared of heights. He has never been in the air before, so he decided that he's gonna conquer it. Isn't that great? The other passengers looked at each other, before they rolled their eyes and shook their heads and turned away from them. Saji just looked at Issei with the most offended and triggered expression ever. Kiba. Phew, now that that's out of the way, Vritra, do you know where they are now? Vritra. All the way at the front of the plane. I believe that's where the first-class suites are. We will not eavesdrop on them this time. We'll arrive in America tomorrow very early in the morning. Get some rest, boys, and Saji, please forgive them. This was clearly the only way. Saji. Humph. That will be up to me to decide. Vritra. Sai, oh, right. Red Dragon Emperor, I noticed that Drake has been quiet this whole time. Is he alright? Issei. Huh? Oh, I am pretty sure he's asleep. He's been silent since this morning. Vritra. No, I can tell that he's awake. Clear as day. He's just been quiet this whole time, since you and the Gremory girls' night spoke with Saji at school. Issei. Wait, what? Drake. Well, the three of you were so involved in your great plan that I thought that it would have been rude to interrupt. Vritra. Is that so? Well, I don't blame you, Drake. It's been a long day. That was also not the case. Since morning, Drake has still been asking himself if telling his host that what he saw was indeed reality. Even after an entire morning, Drake still hadn't made up his mind. For the time being, he could keep quiet. But eventually, he knew that Issei would find out the horrible truth behind Rias and the ORC girls. And when that time comes, Drake knows that Issei would go completely berserk. He would have to intervene before the worst-case scenario happens. The three boys received refreshments and food from the stewards and the stewardesses. For a few hours, the boys had completely forgotten that they were supposed to be covertly tracking Rias. They chatted and laughed about their past experiences, and what they planned to do next. When it was dark, the boys fell asleep. Scene break. In Kiba's mind. The sky was covered with a thick blanket of thick smoke, with fires raging everywhere, burning and scorching anything in its fiery path. But amongst the chaos, there was a massive beast which struck fear into the hearts of those who laid their eyes on it. The beast roared, and the deafening reverberations and deathly echoes sounded through the area, tearing up the land. The beast was made of pure crimson scales, its wingspan was as wide as a bridge, its eyes shined with a brilliant shade of green like emeralds. The beast was a dragon. It used its sharp claws to ravage the land, killing all life that dared cross its path. There were two mysterious figures that stood defiant in its way. 1. Hey Issei! Snap out of it, you're gonna destroy this whole place! The beast unleashed a massive energy beam at the mysterious figure. In response, the figure jumped into the air and swung his sword. 1. Shit! Sword birth, balance breaker, sword of betrayer! The first figure slashed the beam, diverting it into two different places, creating several explosions across the area. The gargantuan dragon then breathed out a massive flamethrower with all its might. The first figure backed away from the intense flames, landing on the charred soil and shielding his body with his sword. The heat was tremendous. The figure felt his fingers burning into crisp, he felt his skin getting roasted. It was unbearable. 1. Pan, oh God, why? Why did this have to happen? How could you do this, Rias? You're dead to me! As the figure struggled to stand up, the second figure leaped forward to attack the beast. 2. Get back, Kiba! I have already contacted Sona and the others. They should be here any second now. Let me handle this. Kiba. That's what you said 3 hours ago. Let's just face it, they're not coming. We're finished. I can't even hold my sword anymore. 2. Don't say that. As long as we can move. Then we can hold Issei off until reinforcements arrive. Vritra, let's go. Vritra. Right. We'll save you, Red Dragon Emperor. Saji, let's do this. Saji. Balance breaker, Malbolge Vritra promotion. Saji activated his balance breaker and was endowed with black armor. He jumped high into the air and activated another sacred gear. Absorption line! A set of tentacles came out and latched themselves onto the dragon. It was rapidly absorbing its power in an attempt to weaken the dragon. As each second passed, Saji increased the rate of absorption exponentially. Despite the large amount of energy that was drained from the dragon, the massive behemoth did not seem to falter. Instead, the dragon used its claws and managed to sever the absorption line. Saji was shaken. The somehow indestructible absorption line, which was reinforced with power, was easily cut. Before he could even think of his next move, the dragon flew into the air and flapped its gigantic wings to create a powerful whirlwind. Saji was blown back by the wind and crashed into a pile of rubble. Crash. Kiba. Saji! Shit! Stay there, I'm coming to you. Kiba ran at outrageous speeds to rescue his friend who had suffered a terrible collision with the ground. As he rushed towards Saji, Kiba noticed that the dragon was airborne and launched a massive fireball upwards. The fireball exploded and blew up into smaller meteorites crashing down on the ground like rain. Kiba did his best to maneuver around the harsh terrain while avoid getting hit by a meteorite shower. Fortunately, Kiba was able to reach the site where Saji had fallen. The armor was cracked, several pieces had completely shattered, and Saji's helmet had broken, leaving his bloody and bruised face exposed. Kiba. Don't worry, Saji, I'm here. Just breathe in and breathe out. I'll pull you out of there and we can escape California. Issei is too powerful right now. We must leave now. Saji shallowly breathes, but he's our friend, we have to save him. If we run now, who's gonna stop him? Kiba. There's no time. If we get killed here, the chances of the underworld being notified of this will be much lower. It's better to live another day to fight. Saji thought about it for a while, before nodding his head. Kiba carried Saji on his back and flew away with his devil wings. While flying in the air, he looked down to see an apocalyptic sight which left death and destruction upon a devastated wasteland. It was a catastrophic sight. Kiba solemnly looked down in regret, before feeling determined to carry on. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive tail whacked Kiba and Saji with tremendous force. They were caught off guard and were sent flying through the air until they crashed somewhere. Kiba pushed himself upwards, trying to stand up. He looked around and saw he landed in another city. Upon closer inspection, he saw soldiers terrified and confused. Kiba realized he was standing in a massive crater caused by their fall. Saji was lying flat on the ground, not moving a muscle. Several soldiers holding rifles approached the boys with trembling hands and feet. When they got close enough, Kiba placed his hands in the air and spoke first. Kiba. Wait! Don't shoot! I'm a victim and so is my friend here. We came from Anaheim. Soldier 1. Hold on. Anaheim? From Anaheim all the way through the air till here? In Santa Rosa? All of our armies in Southern California have been decimated. I've even heard that our garrison in Visalia has been destroyed by that thing. Kiba couldn't believe it. He had been smacked through the sky, whacked across California and crashed somewhere up north. Before anybody could speak, they heard a monstrous roar. From the horizon came a crimson dragon flying in the sky. With each passing second, the figure of the dragon became bigger and bigger. The soldiers hastily set up their artillery units and turned them towards the direction of the sky behemoth. A man dressed in a uniform took out a radio and shouted, "Ross! The dragon has reached the Bay Area. We plan to take it down with our artillery projectiles. Send a squadron of fighters right now. It is approaching Santa Rosa. If you don't hear back from me, contact Dawson in Seattle to start launching the nukes." Kiba looked around in dismay and horror as he saw soldiers preparing to fire at the dragon. In a matter of seconds, multitudinous blasts occurred and could be heard all around. The U.S. military has launched their long-range artillery missiles at the dragon. Most of the projectiles hit their target, but the dragon became more enraged. It flapped its wings and performed its whirlwind attack again, sending many artillery cannons and vehicles, soldiers, and buildings flying away. Kiba was blown away and crashed into a wall. He was recoiling from a concussion he got as a result of the crash. When his vision became clearer, he saw the dragon in the sky once more. The dragon was preparing another flamethrower attack. Kiba shivered in fear as he used all his strength to move himself out of the way. But it was futile. The huge blasts of inferno were approaching him fast. As the flames became the only thing left in his field of vision, Kiba screamed in terror as the flamethrower attack hit him. Crash. Scene break. Air Earth! Kiba woke up from his sleep, breathing heavily and sweating like a turkey. He looked around to find himself on board a plane, but to his surprise, Kiba saw Issei and Saji behaving erratically just like him a few seconds ago. Kiba tapped on Issei's shoulder to get his attention. Issei. Huh! Oh, thank God you're alive. I just had the worst dream since the one about Rias cheating on me. Issei quickly hugged Kiba without hesitation. Kiba also hugged him back but was still confused on what happened just now. Saji. Hey, I thought I died just now. Can someone tell me what the buck just happened? Issei. Great. So, it wasn't real. I'm so glad you're alright, man. I thought I lost you guys. Issei was shedding tears as he was relieved his fellow companions were alright. Kiba and Saji found it kind of awkward and confusing, but they were relieved for some reason. Kiba. It's alright, Issei. We're still here. There's no need to be so dramatic. As the three boys calmed down, they inhaled and exhaled deeply, soothing their nerves and calming their anxiety. But then they turned to the aisle and saw that the entire group of passengers within economy class were staring at them with amused and shocked expressions. Some of them were murmuring among themselves, whispering and gossiping about the trio. Issei heard one passenger say, I thought the scrawny one was weird, turns out all three of them are weirdos. Saji. I'm dying from embarrassment right now. Please land already. As embarrassing and humiliating as that ordeal was, the plane finally landed in LA early in the morning. The three boys stood up from their seats and stretched their stiff joints. Issei. That's the most satisfying feeling after sitting down for so long. Saji. You could say that again. I can't wait to start walking again. They stood up and go down from the plane. Issei. Alright, Vritra, keep tracking them. Kiba, you know the drill. Saji. Let me guess, it's the HHHHHHH. Issei and Kiba dragged Saji along at super fast speeds. He was screaming the whole duration of the sprint. They ran through the entire airport and left through the automatic sliding doors which connected to the taxi stand. Saji was still trying to catch his breath, coughing from being dragged at ridiculous speeds. He angrily turned to the both of them and said, Okay. Enough. That's the last time I'll ever do that kind of shenanigans with you two. Sayo, well, I guess it can't be helped then. What now? Vritra. Look over there, the girls have a private bus ready for them. There's no driver though. Wait. Look. The boys saw a tall and toned man wearing a business suit walking towards the bus. He had brown-colored hair like Issei's, but the hairstyle was similar to Tobio Iku's, and he had a pair of yellow eyes like Issei as well. Rius approached the man and hugged him, saying, It's great to see you, Florian. I was really looking forward to this trip. I've missed you so much. The man replied, Yes, sweetie, I've missed you too. Gasp. Kiba and Saji. And no bucking way. The blonde duo of the group was startled by Rius's attitude towards the man. She never behaved so lovingly like that to anybody else other than Issei. Who was this mysterious man who seemed very intimate with Rius? Meanwhile, Issei fell to his knees and a few teardrops appeared around his eyes. Kiba and Saji noticed this. They hurriedly tried to calm their friend down, but it was no use. Issei was stuck in a trance, no change in emotion at all. His friends would shake his body and shout at him, but nothing changed. It was only when Saji slapped Issei out of frustration did Issei come back to reality. He was sobbing and said, No, it can't be true. Saji. Issei. Please. I don't want to believe it too. Kiba also refuses to believe it too. Maybe that man is someone she knew for a long time, like from her childhood. Come on. Pull yourself together, man. Issei eventually wiped his tears and he breathed in and out. He said to his friends, Thanks, Saji. I thought forget it. I'll sit on that bench to rest. I need to sort out my thoughts. Issei slowly walked towards the bench and slumped down against the wall. Kiba and Saji breathed a huge sigh of relief as Issei did not freak out and overreact. They let him rest first and continued to monitor the girls. But what they saw next would shake them to their cores. When they turned back, they saw more Issei lookalikes with different hairstyles and outfits. 6 in total. Kiba and Saji saw that Rius and the ORC girls were acting all happy and joyful around the guys that just arrived. Kiba. Dude? Saji. Why yeah? Kiba. Don't let Issei see this, okay? Saji turned towards Kiba and nodded, then the both of them turned around to see Issei wasn't paying attention at all. He was looking at the ground, breathing deeply. They were relieved that Issei did not see that, otherwise things would escalate into a pretty ugly situation. They turned back to see that the mysterious guys and the ORC girls had boarded the bus, and the door had closed. Kiba. Shit. Issei, they are leaving, let's catch up with them. Saji. Yeah, let's get a taxi and follow them. Issei looked up and saw the bus leaving. He stood up and ran in the direction of the bus, but he could not keep up with it as it entered the freeway. Issei. Guys! Get a taxi! We are following that bus! Kiba immediately flagged a driver, who stopped and got out. Driver. Okay boys, let me help you with your where's your luggage, gentlemen? Kiba. We have no time to explain. Sir. Can we get a free taxi ride on the condition that we give you this cute girl's number? Kiba whipped out his phone and showed a picture of Rias. The driver just looked at the three of them with a deadpan expression, before shrugging his shoulders and gesturing the three boys to get on board. Saji. 2 things. 1. I can't believe you did that. 2. I can't believe it worked. Haha. The trio got into the taxi. Issei was riding in the shotgun, with Kiba and Saji riding in the back. Issei said, Mister! Follow that bus! The driver looked at Issei with a confused look. Issei didn't have time to play games, so he said, If you do, then we'll give you this cute girl's phone number. Issei whipped out his phone and showed a picture of Akino. The driver looked back and forth at Issei and his steering wheel. He shrugged his shoulders before he started the engine and drove in the direction of the bus. Saji thought to himself, If I had a nickel for every time we convinced someone to do something for us in exchange for a girl's number, I'd have 2 nickels, but it's strange that it happened twice. The taxi sped off in pursuit of the bus. During the ride, Kiba couldn't take his mind off of that nightmare he had on the flight. So, he decided to confide in Saji about it. He spoke in Japanese so that the driver wouldn't understand. Kiba. Hey Saji? Saji. Huh? Oh, what's up, Kiba? Kiba. So it's about last night. I had this dream where I was fighting Issei as a massive dragon. Saji. You're the dragon or he's the dragon? Kiba. Issei, obviously. Saji. You had a dream about you fighting Issei in a dragon form? What a coincidence, me too. Well, you were in it, and you sounded really real as well. Kiba. Is that so? Well, the thing is, you were also in it. The 2 boys in the back were pretty weirded out by the fact that they had the same dream during the flight. Kiba decided to ask one more thing. Did you happen by any chance use your balance breaker in that dream? Saji. Oh yes, I did, but I got my ass handed to me. Also, speaking of balance breakers, I remembered that you also used yours to block a beam. Did you do that in your dream? Kiba recoiled in shock. He did not guess that Saji would say the details of his dream so easily and so casually without even telling him the full story. Huh? You're serious? How did you know I did that? Saji did not expect this response from Kiba. He was just simply recalling what he could to the best of his ability. But he did not expect to accurately say out loud the chain of events that happened in Kiba's dream. Saji. I know we are all supernatural at all, but don't you think the possibility of us sharing the same dream is a little over the top? Kiba. I know, but this cannot be a coincidence. Let's say our versions of the dream. I'll start first. Both boys took turns saying what they recalled in the dream from their perspective, as each detail was revealed to each other. Kiba and Saji couldn't simply dismiss it as a coincidence anymore. Saji. Okay, this is kind of freaking me out. We had the same exact dream? Vritra. It was no dream, Saji. It was a future vision. Saji. Vritra. Don't just appear like that. What if the driver saw you? Vritra. Don't worry, Saji. The driver and Issei have fixated their eyes onto the road. In fact, they haven't been listening to us this whole time. The driver was leaning forward onto the steering wheel with his eyes wide open, fixed on the side of the bus. Issei was doing the same thing. The 2 of them seemed completely oblivious to the conversation happening in the back. Saji. Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. What do you mean future vision? Vritra. Well, it's not a fact, but an assumption of mine. You see, I noticed the aura of the Red Dragon Emperor acting abnormally since we first saw him after he was discharged from the hospital. Saji. What does that have to do with anything? Vritra. You see, the stability of a dragon's aura is proportionate to and dependent on their emotional and mental state. When I looked at his aura when we saw him at the break in the cafeteria, I could tell he was happy and positive. However, the next day when we saw him outside the student council room, his aura had changed dramatically. He seemed very scared and confused. At first, I did not really care what caused it, as it can be literally anything. However, when the Red Dragon Emperor saw the Gremory girl getting close to that mysterious devil, I got the same scared and confused aura signals. I predict that if he were to see something as bad as catching them in acts of adultery, I'm afraid that he might experience a great deal of negative emotions and enter the Juggernaut drive. Kiba and Saji were horrified. There is an extremely high possibility that what they saw in their dream could happen in the near future. Saji still had questions, so he asked Vritra for some answers. Saji. You mean that dragon was Issei in Juggernaut Drive? And what do you mean? Mysterious devil. The man we saw at the taxi stand was a devil? Vritra. Yes. That terrifying beast you fought was indeed Issei who had entered Juggernaut Drive. And yes, that man and the other men that showed up at the taxi stand are all devils. Speaking of Issei, Drake, you lied to us, didn't you? The reason why you never spoke is because you knew that the so-called dream Issei Hayato was having in his house was actually real, but you never spoke a word because you were worried what would have happened, right? Drake. Yes, I lied. I was really scared for him, and I really didn't know what to do. The situation was really delicate and fragile. One wrong move and we're all dead. Saji. Wait. That means that Rias and the ORC truly are cheating on Issei. Drake. You piece of shit. Why didn't you bucking say anything? Kiba. How bucking deplorable, at least we now know of the truth behind the girl's weird behavior. But we need to think about how we should let Issei know the truth. Drake. Didn't I just say that the situation is very... Vritra. Oh, shut it, Drake. The damage has been done. It seems that the girls have been cheating on Issei Hayato for a very long time. It will only be a matter of time before that future vision becomes a reality. In all cases, if we tell him the truth, there will always be negative consequences regardless of how we tell him. He's not going to take it well. However, we can prevent that future vision from happening if we intervene right now. Or even make the situation less serious. Anything would do. Drake. Well, you tell me, Vritra. Since you know so much, why don't you give us some suggestions? Because at this point, I'll take anything. While they were arguing, the driver turned around and spoke to them. All right, boys, we're here. The bus has stopped, and the passengers are getting out. Now about those phone numbers. Kiba looked at Issei and Saji before rolling his eyes, taking out a piece of paper, and he scribbled down a bunch of numbers before handing over the paper to the driver. Driver. All right then, you may get off now. As the three boys got off the bus, they saw themselves right in front of a luxurious hotel. Issei thought to himself. So flashy, so flamboyant, of course I'd expect Rias to stay at this kind of place. The trio walked towards the entrance. As they moved towards the hotel, Saji asked Kiba. Did you really gave him their numbers? Kiba only smirked and said, No, I gave him the tech support number and a random telemarketer's number, with fake names of course. Saji said, Holy shit, dude. He's gonna be so mad when he finds out we scammed him. Issei stood in front of the giant glass doors, looking at the grand designs of the hotel. He clenched his fist and filled his heart with determination. I will get to the bottom of this. Chapter 3, Divergence from Destiny. Issei, Kiba, and Saji all walked into the hotel. The hotel's exterior was covered in pure ivory. From the looks of the hotel from the ground floor, it must have at least 40 floors with a penthouse on top. The first floor, which included the main entrance, was the foundation of the building. It had a wide base. There was a designated path colored in red to represent the road to the entrance. There was a drive-in road for drop-offs and pickups. There were many hotel staff dressed in uniforms carrying luggage and helping people into the hotel. kind of what you'd expect of a luxury hotel. As the trio walked into the lobby, they saw a massive room, including the long and wide reception desk at the front. The floor and walls were made of marble and was sparkling clean. There were several lounges by the side with vinyl chairs and coffee tables. The ceiling had chandeliers with bright lights, illuminating the whole interior. Saji. Wow! What a sight! This is so much better than the hotel in Kyoto. Issei. No shit, Sherlock. But the important question is, where are Rias and the girls? And who was that man? Kiba. Phew, luckily Issei didn't see those other 6 lookalikes of him with the girls. I thought that he would freak out and simply cause a scene, but now that Vritra and Drake have told us that he is a walking time bomb, we need to prevent the explosion from happening. Vritra. Saji, don't forget to watch out for any warning signs that may trigger Issei's volatile reaction, which will result in all these people around us getting killed. Saji. Got it. Vritra. Boys! They're over there at the reception desk. Get to that lounge and we'll watch them. Issei. Huh? You mean over there, gasp no bucking way. Issei looked over to the reception desk to see 5 other men in addition to the man he saw at LA International cuddling with the girls. He felt pretty offended when he saw that these unknown men looked like him, but taller and more handsome. Then, Kaneko was about to turn towards the boys, prompting Kiba and Saji to pull Issei behind a pillar to hide. Ravel. Huh? What's wrong, Kaneko? Kaneko. I could have sworn someone was watching us. I should use my ability to detect them, but I don't want to show my cat ears in front of these oblivious humans. Ravel. Wait. Someone watching us? You don't think? Rias. Don't worry, girls. Saji is too stupid and nice to suspect us. Kiba is far away from us. Gasper is staying with Valerie. Ross Weiss is visiting her grandmother. Sona returned to the underworld and is completely unaware of anything that we're doing. But most importantly, Issei is still in a coma, so he is none the wiser. And hey, even if Issei finds out, I'm pretty sure he'll understand that we're girls with needs and standards for men. He'll probably cry for a few days before finding another stacked woman to charm. Behind the pillar. Issei. Rias, you little hitch. After everything I've done? Where the buck did I go wrong? What did I do to deserve this shit? I sacrificed my bloody bucking arm to get you out of that engagement with Riser. I confessed my love for you during the match with Serorg. You cried with tears of happiness when I returned from the dead after Shalba killed me. So why? Why did you do this to me? Issei was very livid, and his blood was boiling. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists to the point where his hands started to bleed. Kiba and Saji tried their best to console their friend who had just found out the terrible truth. Meanwhile, the aura inside the young brunette was becoming more unstable and volatile. Issei managed to calm down only when Kiba used a knife hand strike to his neck, which caused him to pass out. But because of that, people were staring at the trio who were behaving like weirdos. Saji and Kiba panicked but thought of a lame excuse to defuse the situation. Kiba. My apologies, everyone. My friend here is from Japan. He's really tired from the flight and he fell asleep standing. We're sorry for the inconvenience caused. Kiba and Saji awkwardly smiled, hoping to keep things cool and positive. Onlooker 1. Oh, okay. Onlooker 2. I guess that makes sense. Saji. You gotta be kidding me, they believe that shit? Kiba. Well, I guess we're pretty lucky then. Hee hee. They turned away from the trio and continued minding their own business. Kiba and Saji turned back to the girls, who were entering the elevator. The duo carried Issei to a side lounge to watch. After the elevator doors closed, they saw that it had stopped at multiple floors. 6, 18, 38. They decided to wake Issei up by placing a cup of coffee they got for free at the buffet in the hotel's restaurant at his nose. Issei. WH. Coffee? For me? Kiba. Sure. But we needed this to wake you up. Issei. Oh, I see. Wait a bucking minute. Where's that tomato? Saji. She went up to her room, along with those men. It could be level 6, level 18, or level 38. Here's the plan. All of us will take one floor to search. I'll take the highest, Kiba, you'll take the middle, and Issei, take the lowest. Issei. Fine by me. I want to find those hitches and get some bucking answers out of them. He immediately got up and walked towards the stairs. Kiba and Saji followed suit. Kiba. Saji, you deliberately sent him to level 6, because that's the floor with the least likely possibility where Rias could be, right? Saji. Yeah, we're preventing the apocalypse. Knowing the tomato boar and her posse of loyalist hitches, they'd probably be at the highest floor with the penthouse. But there's something else I want to tell you, Kiba. I know you will find nothing at your floor, so follow me instead. Our chances of survival are higher if the two of us stick together and prevent Issei from seeing even worse things. Kiba nodded to Saji's course of action and entered the stairwell. They saw Issei enter the door connecting to the 6th floor, so when that door closed and Issei was no longer in sight, the duo dashed up the stairs to level 38. When they arrived, they swung open the door and found themselves in a posh and elegant corridor. Vritra. To the right, boys! The girls are right in that room! Kiba and Saji quietly sneaked through the hallway and reached the entrance of the room. From there, they placed their ears against the door to eavesdrop. Their jaws dropped when they heard very unholy and sacrilegious sounds coming from inside the room. The two boys looked at each other in shock. Now this is something that will cause Issei to activate the Juggernaut drive. For a whole 20 minutes, the boys were listening to all sorts of sounds which they couldn't bear to hear. Imagining what was happening inside would have been much worse. When the sound stopped, somebody inside the room spoke. Man 1. Alrighty, I'm gonna go wash up now. We better prepare for the event in the conference hall in the basement. I'll shower first, followed by Alexander, Nikolaus, Gustav, Moritz, Severino, and finally Werner. Girls, while we're gone, have some cash and treat yourselves to some food at the restaurant. Rias. Thank you, darling, we'll leave after you do. We want to enjoy this room for a while longer. Man 2. Hey! Why do I go last, Florian? Florian. Because you take too bucking long to shower, Werner. We're all tired of it, you know. Man 3. Yeah, big brother, I'd have to agree with Florian on this one. Sometimes I wonder what you do in there, you know. Werner. Hey. Shut up, Nick. I prioritize personal hygiene, you know. Aquino. That's right, Nicky, I prefer a man who's pretty clean, you know. Maybe you should consider doing the same as my beloved Werner here, hee. Kiba and Saji. Ah, great. Croho has started talking. Zenobia. Hey! At least Nick is much better looking than Werner. Kiba and Saji. Judging by that voice, it's probably Zenobia. Or as we will call her from now on, Ignoramus Maximus. The duo couldn't take it anymore and decided to make a move, so Saji suggested a plan. Saji. Okay, Kiba, go down to Issei and tell him that we found nothing, then tell him to meet us at the restaurant where the girls are supposed to be. We'll tell him that we will do a last-minute confirmation to see if the girls are heading down. Kiba. Wait. Supposed. Saji. I'll explain, the thing is, the girls will never make it to the restaurant. We'll get them before they leave. We'll cause some chaos and some confusion in the room. I'm only doing that because I'm out for bucking blood right now and I'm feeling very pissed. We're gonna bust in there, like a bunch of crazy motherbuckers and go medieval on those hitches. Kiba. I see, well, I fully endorse this plan. But what's Issei gonna do when he never sees the girls? Saji. I'll get to that in a moment. After we're done with the boars in the room, we go down and tell Issei that instead of the girls coming down, we'll tell him it's the guys who are coming down. Then, the three of us will follow them to whatever event they are attending, and beat the living shit out of them. Kiba. Saji, is this what happens when you use your brain? Because I bucking love it. But what will we do when Issei asks about the girls? Saji. That's when the magic happens. Asia is in that room, right? She'll heal everybody, and they will most likely be very pissed at us. After we trash the girls' room, we'll leave a message saying that their boyfriends are next and that we will tell the leaders of the three factions of their adultery and affairs. They will panic and chase us down to the place where their boyfriends will be. But by then, the guys will be already beaten by us. But the best part is that Itsuka Beelzebub will be waiting, along with Shemhazai and Gabriel. Then we leave the rest to the faction leaders. What do you think? It's foolproof. Kiba. You, sir, are worthy of receiving the title of Certified Badass. What are we waiting for? Let's do this shit. Saji and Kiba ran to another part of the corridor and hid in the storage closet. Inside, Saji opened up a magic communication circle to Itsuka. The magic circle took a while to respond, but someone finally answered. Hello, this is Itsuka Beelzebub's secretary, how may I help you? It was a woman's voice. Saji. Hello, this is Gentru Saji of Sona Citri's peerage. I'm calling you to inform Lord Beelzebub that the heiress of the Gremry household along with her female peerage members have committed adultery against Issei Hayato, their lover, the current Red Dragon Emperor, and the pillar of the three factions. Currently, I'm with Yudo Kiba, Rias Gremry's knight. It was the both of us who discovered the affair. I see. Could you tell me the names of those men the girls are playing with right now? Kiba. We don't have any last names, but we know Florian, Alexander, Nikolaus, Gustav, Moritz, Werner, and Severino. Their appearances are all the same, brown hair and yellow eyes, budget versions of Issei. Also, contact Gabriel and Shemhazai, they must be informed too. And meet us at the basement of this hotel in Los Angeles. We'll explain everything else later. I understand. I will relay your message to Lord Beelzebub immediately. The magic circle disappeared. Saji. Okay, we know for a fact that the girls will leave after the guys. So, here's my suggestion, look behind you. Kiba turned around to see a bunch of hotel staff uniforms hanging on a rack. Kiba asked. You want to get a disguise? Saji. Heck yeah! We'll strike once the guys leave, got it? Kiba smiled with malice and laughed menacingly. He nodded to Saji's suggestion, and they dressed into the hotel staff uniforms. The duo saw through a small opening through the storage closet door that the guys were leaving and entered the elevator. Kiba activated a communication magic circle, saying, Issei? How's your luck finding them? Issei replied, Nothing. There's no trace of them on level 6. How about the two of you? Kiba. Saji found them of level 38. They were leaving their room and we heard them saying that they will eat at the restaurant at the lobby. Meet us at the ground floor lounge now. We'll check if it's really them. Issei. It's about bloody time. I'll see you guys there. The communication circle closed. Kiba and Saji headed out to the room. They knocked on the door, yelling, Front desk! They heard footsteps approaching and reached the door. Saji was using his finger to cover the viewing hole to prevent themselves from being identified. Rias. Is something wrong? Saji. Well, ma'am, we got some complaints from the floor below that you're being way too loud. We are here to investigate. Could you open doors so we can talk? The boys heard the door being unlocked. They nodded at each other, preparing to attack. Then the door opened. Rias. Greetings, sir, how may I? Saji. Say hello to my little friend. Kiba. What's up, Bucky RS? Psst. Saji took out a spray of bleach from his pocket and sprayed it directly into Rias's eyes. Ah! I can't see! I can't see! Rias screamed in pain as bleach was hurting her eyes. Vritra. Give those hitches hell! Saji immediately swung open the door completely and went in. Kiba followed closely behind. As Rias was still recoiling from the surprise attack, Saji lunged at her and landed an uppercut on her. Then he ripped off the wall lamp and smashed it against her head. Smash! There were glass shards everywhere. The rest of the girls had been caught off guard and froze in fear. But Zenobia stood up and screamed, Who the buck are you two? Why are you wait? I know you. Kiba. Less talking, more smashing. Kiba jumped over Saji and whipped out his sword, then he slashed horizontally, releasing a powerfully slash towards Zenobia. She tried to take out Durandal to block it, but she was too slow, and the slash knocked her out of the window and fell all the way down to the ground floor. Saji. Haha! Now that's a lot of damage! The girls had fallen onto the floor as a result from Kiba's sword. Kaneko got up and tried to land a flying side kick on Kiba, but Saji came in front and grabbed her leg. He then swung her around and slammed her onto the ground, wall, and the furniture. Saji picked up Kaniko's bruised and battered body with his left hand and punched her face with his right fist. Finally, after punching out several teeth and rupturing some eardrums, Saji flung her out of the window with full force. Asia. HHH. It's a bunch of brutes. Hide! Asia screamed and cried. She hid behind the curtain while the two boys were advancing further into the room. Kiba leaped at Irina and created a clean cut on her body with his sword. Then Kiba dragged her to the bathroom. He ripped out the wall mirror and smashed it against her face. Irina was struggling in pain and tried to get up, but Kiba grabbed her head and stuffed it into the toilet bowl. He pressed flush to suffocate her with it and kicked her stomach repeatedly. He stopped when Irina had stopped moving and was coughing uncontrollably. But Kiba decided to finish her off with one last body slam to the spine. Kiba got out of the bathroom to find Akino and Ravel facing Saji. Ravel. You little shit! How dare you interrupt our vacation! I'll tell my. Smash. Kiba had ripped out the sink and threw it at Ravel, knocking her back at the wall unconscious. Akino. Era if it isn't Kiba-kun and Saji-kun? What kind of intrusion is this? It's rude to. Kiba and Saji. Shut up, you Choti. Saji charged at Akino and tackled her against the wall. She tried to use magic against them, but Kiba came at her at lightning speed and gave her a right hook to the face. He knocked out some teeth and some blood came out too. Akino lumped against the wall with a bruised cheek, then the two boys punched and kicked her, landing many blows to her face and body. Akino couldn't get up. Her body was in constant pain as the two boys furiously beat her to avenge their friend. Saji. This is for Issei, you crow! Kiba. Take this, you backstabber! Akino was lying motionless on the floor. Her body was covered in blood, cuts, and bruises. Her eyes, mouth, and cheeks were swelling while several of her teeth were missing. The boys breathed heavily as they stood by her body with their shoes stained with blood. They turned to hear an EP sound coming from the corner of the room. They slowly walked there menacingly. Kiba looked down and saw a shadow on the floor. He yanked the curtain to find Asia crouching in fear, crying a river of tears, and sobbing uncontrollably. She looked up and recoiled in fear. Asia. Please spare me! I didn't do anything, WRO. Kiba. I'd shut the buck up if I was you. Asia. Wait. Kiba? Saji? Saji. Who the buck else? Saji picked her up by her shirt and carried her to the edge of the floor with the open window. He placed her down and asked, Okay, you want to know why this is happening, you little shit? Asia couldn't respond. She was trembling in horror and looking down at the floor. Kiba. Hey. You could at least look at us. That made Asia turn her head towards them. Saji and Kiba were gritting their teeth and clenching their fists tightly. They breathed in and out heavily and were growling in anger. Their angry expressions were similar to those of monsters. They emitted an energy of strictness and brutality. She looked at them and stammered. Kiba-kun, why you doing this? Kiba. Well, you bucking tell me, Goldilocks. I assume you have been playing behind Issei's back this whole time with those pathetic suckers who just left you, am I right? No response. Kiba. Answer the bucking question, goddammit. Asia. Oh, of course not. Issei is the only one for me. I love him with all my heart. Saji. Bullshit. Who the buck are Florian and his army of schmucks? Asia. Well, you see. Saji. I ain't playing games here, Hitch. It doesn't matter if you lie or tell us the truth. I know that you have been lying to me that you've been visiting Issei in hospital when you have been really seeing those bootleg Isseis. Kiba. And we plan to tell not only Issei, but the three factions too. Say your prayers because I'm pretty sure the punishment is going to be harsh. Also, I personally don't think we've beat you enough, but we'll definitely beat the shit out of those boyfriends of yours. Maybe Lord Beelzebub will grant you one final look at him before you and your community of boors have to face the music. Consider this a bucking warning. Kiba. And just before we leave, I want you to think about how Issei would feel if he discovered your bullshit. For Bucksake, he was so grateful that you came back after Reiner killed you. He saved you from Diodora. He helped you be able to pray again. Issei has gone so far for you and you pay him back like this? Saji. Shame on you, Hitch. Asia was speechless. She couldn't say a single word and she trembled in fear. If the leaders of the underworld are notified of their shenanigans, it will be game over for them. The boys turned around and left. After leaving the room, the boys shut the room doors, changed back into their school uniforms, and sped down to the first floor. Scene break. Los Angeles, USA. Tuesday, 7:45 a.m. On the first floor, Issei was waiting for the girls to arrive at the lobby restaurant. He stared at it for a while, cracking his knuckles and stretching his arms. While Issei was waiting, Drake decided to come clean and tell Issei the truth. Drake. Partner, I have something to tell you. Issei. I know, it's about that time in the living room, right? I guessed as much that it was real. When I saw those guys with Rias and the rest, I acknowledged reality. But I want to ask, why didn't you say anything? Drake. On that night, your aura was acting very dangerously. The negative emotions you were feeling almost made you enter Juggernaut Drive. But I managed to stabilize your condition and save you from literally blowing up. But when you woke up, you dismissed it as a dream. I had a dilemma on what to do then. If I hadn't said anything, you would sooner or later find out the truth and go berserk. But if I had said something, would you have taken it badly? I was racking my head the whole time. In the end, though, you were going to realize it anyway. It was about getting the least bad ending. I'm sorry, partner. I should have been more honest with you. Issei. I see, thanks, Drake. There's no need to apologize. I see that you were just trying to keep me safe. Now that I know the truth and have not gone loco, we can deal with the girls in a more civil manner which doesn't involve the destruction of the world. Also, what do you mean least bad ending? You mean things could have gone south pretty quickly if things were different. Drake. Remember that dream on the plane to America? It wasn't a dream. It was a future vision of what could have happened if you had gone berserk. In this particular scenario, you entered the Juggernaut Drive and killed countless of lives. And by the way, all three of you had that same dream, just in your own perspectives. Issei. My god, you mean I actually would have killed Kiba and Saji? Oh crap, what do I do? Drake. Right now, partner, those two boys and Vritra are all aware of the fact that you could destroy everything if you reacted negatively. So far, they are doing a great job at avoiding the apocalypse. Issei. So, I just need to cool down whenever I get worked up and we'll all be fine? Drake. Yes. But the question is whether you're able to take things well. Issei. How could this get any worse? Not only have I learned that all the girls have left me, but it's the fact that they have been doing it since I was in a coma. I wouldn't even be surprised if they were very intimate with those guys. Issei was deep in thought, so deep to not realize that a certain blue-haired girl and a white-haired girl had crashed to the ground floor from a height, along with the sounds of broken glass and mass panic among the people. He spent a great amount of time drifting in his thoughts until someone called his name. Kiba. Issei. We're here. Sorry, we're late. Things have changed. Issei got up from his chair and turned to see Kiba and Saji running towards him. He also went towards them to meet up. Issei asked. Finally, I thought you guys were caught or something. What's up this time? Saji. We were wrong, those weren't the girls we saw. It's those guys we saw at the reception desk. Issei. So it was the boyfriends? That's still alright, I'm going to beat the shit out of them for messing with my girls. Where are they? Kiba. In the basement, in a conference hall. Let's go! The trio headed to the stairwell once more, this time going down. There was only one basement level, but there were lots of flights of stairs leading until the bottom. From the looks of things, the many flights of staircases they climbed down to reach the bottom suggested that the conference hall was big. The trio found a double door with a handle at the end of the stairs. They opened it to find a hallway with several other double doors separated from each other, implying that there were more than one massive conference halls in the basement. Saji. I'm okay, So which one is it? Drake. The one at the very end. They rushed through the hallway and found a red double door that was left slightly opened. From outside, they could hear loud conversations taking place inside. Issei looked at Kiba and Saji and placed his finger on his lips, telling them to be quiet. Issei slowly and quietly pushed open the door. They crept inside and closed the door behind them. The interior of the hall was similar to a cinema, but instead of a big screen, there was a stage. The floor was covered with red carpet. There were rows of cushioned seats on the first floor, with more rows located on the second floor as the observation deck. The seats were packed with people talking amongst themselves. The pillars supporting the structure of the hall had unique Roman designs and had banners hanging from the top. The banners had a unique emblem on it, a golden serpent. At the very front of the hall, there were round tables with food and drinks. People were sitting around them. The trio could tell from the atmosphere of the hall that the event had not started yet, and the participants were all chatting with each other as a way to pass time until the main event commenced. The trio admired the design of the hall in all, but there was one piece of decor that stood out to them. They were shocked to find that on the stage, there were several banners with the Gremry clan symbol with a red X over them. Issei. What? Aren't those guys in love with the girls or something? I'm going to take a look. Drake. Partner, stop. The participants of this event are all devils. They are pretty powerful too. I'd approach with caution. Saji. You know, Issei, as far as I want to kick those guys' asses right now, I'd prefer and wait to see what this event is about. The Gremry symbol with an X just made me confused. Kiba. Same here. I think there's something up with those guys. There might be some sort of dark secret behind them. Issei. Alright, let's blend in with the crowd and listen to what the speaker is going to say. The trio found 3 empty seats by the edge of a row located at the very back of the hall and casually sat down on them, not trying to rouse any suspicion. Luckily, the devils sitting in the other seats didn't pay any attention to the trio as they were busy talking with one another. Issei decided to listen into their conversations, starting with the 2 devils sitting in front of him. Devil 1. So Rasmus, do you think Lord Andromalius has something important planned? The fact that he called us here for the first time in 30 years without any progress in our plans says a lot. Perhaps he made a breakthrough? Devil 2. Well, Osberg, this plan in my opinion has been far-fetched from the start. But now that disgraced Sirzex Lucifer and most of his peerage and allies are out of the picture, I bet we are finally going to get some good news. I think victory is in sight. The underworld is ours. Issei. The buck? Are we in the middle of a meeting of underworld dissidents who despise the 3 factions? Issei turned to Kiba and Saji to see if they heard that, but when he looked at them, he saw that his friends were already looking at him with shocked and terrified expressions, subtly sending a message which translated to, I think we're in deep shit. And, let's get the buck out of here. But before any of them made a move, the hall went dark, and the participants went silent. Only the stage lighting remained bright. It was time for this event to start. From the stage left came the Master of Ceremonies. Dressed in a dark blue diplomatic uniform with golden embroidery, he walked to the stage center where the podium was and started speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay, we had some issues at the back, but we're all good to go. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Now, for our first speaker, please give welcome the head of the Andromalius clan, and future Devil King, Florian Andromalius. The audience stood up and began clapping and cheering loudly and passionately. From the stage left, the man whom the trio saw at the airport and the reception desk came out. As he walked towards the podium, he waved proudly at the audience. When he reached the podium, he shook hands with the Master of Ceremonies and looked at the crowd. He took a moment looking left and right at the crowd, before he started to speak. Florian. Welcome, my beloved followers. Today is a great and important day for the underworld. I know many of you know this, but let me remind you that Sirzex Lucifer, Seraphal Leviathan, Falbium Asmodeus, Azazel, and Michael are gone. They foolishly sealed themselves with the Trihexa and left weak and pathetic figures in their place. The crowd cheered in celebration. There was even a row of devils sitting at the front who were chanting, Death to Sirzex Lucifer. The undercover trio now knew that this particular group of devils hated Surzex to the core. They were most likely trying to overthrow Itsuka and take over of the underworld. The crowd quieted down, and Florian continued speaking. Florian. That damned Surzex Lucifer. He is the reason why we are in a horrible predicament. If only he had lost to my father back then during the raiding game, then we wouldn't have been degraded and backstabbed by those who trusted us and were close to us. Surzex Lucifer, you will pay for this. Florian slammed his fist on the podium and breathed heavily with anger. The audience continued to boo every time Surzex was mentioned. Kiba couldn't help but think to himself. Did Surzex do something to him? Why are they hating on him so much? The boys continued listening to Florian and tried to gather as much information as possible on this weird cult-like meeting. Florian continued. Enough of that bastard now, because I have good news. Now that Surzex is gone, we can proceed with our plan to take over the underworld. But I know what you are all thinking. You'd say that I have told you that I have good news for many times over many decades. However, this time is different, for we have made significant progress. You see, we have devised a smart and meticulous plan to bring down the current underworld government to its knees. To showcase what we have done, bring out the visualizer. The master of ceremonies came out and brought in a massive white screen and a visualizer. He switched it on and showed several pictures. In these pictures, they showed Florian and the other boyfriends with members of Rias's peerage. Florian went back to the podium to explain the contents of the pictures. Florian. You see, when the Red Dragon Emperor entered a coma after the battle with the Trihexa, my brothers and I took advantage of his harem's mental state and manipulated them. We made them cheat on him and made them think that we are much better boyfriends than that trash Dragon Emperor. The plan is very simple from here. We will mentally and emotionally incapacitate the Red Dragon Emperor by tormenting him and insulting him by flaunting his former lovers who are now with us. When he breaks down, we will steal the power of the boosted gear and use it to accomplish our goal. The audience were greatly in awe with Florian's plan. They stood up and stared at him with admiration and respect. Meanwhile, the trio had just been paralyzed with fear as they discovered the hidden truth behind the facade of Florian and his brothers. They couldn't process any information, they couldn't speak. It was like watching a gory scene of a horror movie. Then, one devil from the upper decks asked a question. Devil. Lord Andromalius. Do you and your magnificent brothers intend on keeping the Red Dragon Emperor's girls to yourselves after killing him? Florian responded to him. Oh hell no, we never loved any of them anyway. I was just going to kill them. We dragged them into this mess so that we can use them to get close to the underworld's leaders and get information through them. We had an informant within the government, but we have not gained much information. This is major development, isn't it? Issei had many mixed emotions. He was still horrified at the prospect that his girlfriends cheated on him with other devils. But he was still somewhat delighted to see his former girlfriends get played like a fiddle like they did to him. Kiba and Saji were just focused on the fact that there was literally a huge army of rebels sitting around them and scheming with malice. But the trio's attention was caught by something else. Psst! Hey! Over here, boys! Someone whispered to the trio. It was a woman with dark purple hair which reached her lower back. Her bangs covered her left eye, and she wore heavy makeup. She was wearing a white-colored diplomatic uniform with black and golden embroidery. The boys turned to her and were confused. Who was this woman? Saji quietly got out of his chair and walked to her, asking, Excuse me, who are you? Woman. Lord Beelzebub is currently very busy right now. I'm his secretary who you spoke with earlier. I listened to the whole speech and brought some backup with me. Come outside to another hall so we can discuss things. Finally, the boys' long-awaited assistants had finally arrived. They sneakily left their seats and followed the woman to an empty hall in the basement. When they were out of sight of Florian and the crowd, the woman began to ask questions. Woman. Okay, nice to meet you three. My name is Priscilla, secretary of Itsuka Beelzebub. Tell me, what kind of information did you hear just now? It has caught my attention and I must confirm it so I can report this back to my superiors as soon as possible. After that, tell me about the affair you reported about Rias Gremry. Kiba. Well, to start things off, we learned that Florian Andromalius and his brothers, Alexander, Werner, Gustav, Nikolaus, Moritz, Severino, and their followers are plotting to overthrow the underworld by using Reincarnated and her peerage to mentally and emotionally incapacitate Issei and steal the boosted gear. That will give them enough power to make them unstoppable. I've even heard that they have an informant inside the government. We must act now. Priscilla. Okay, I see. Give me some time to analyze my thoughts. Issei. Miss Priscilla? You alright? There's a literal coup plot being discussed in that hall right now. Priscilla. Boys, I'm afraid you've seen too much. Bang. Priscilla had shot a powerful blast at Issei and blasted him through the wall. Kiba and Saji just stood there in shock, looking back at the massive hole that Priscilla just created with a ball of lightning shot from her finger. Saji. What the buck was that for? What are you smash? From behind, a man with dark brown hair and yellow eyes with a center-parting hairstyle with curls at the ends of his bangs punched through Saji's body with his fist. He wore a brown sweater vest with a white dress shirt for his top and black trousers with black Oxfords. Werner. Well, great, now I have to clean my clothes again through 30 loads of laundry to get rid of the blood now. Thanks a lot, you jackass. Kiba looked at his friend getting impaled through his guts in horror. He stumbled backwards, trying to regain his bearing. But Kiba snapped out of it and took out his sword, yelling, You Bucky RS! But Kiba was slashed from behind and coughed up a huge amount of blood. When he fell to the ground, he looked over his shoulder and saw another man with brown hair with yellow eyes but with a bowl cut and wearing a green four-piece suit. He was holding a long sword with blood dripping from it. Severino. Can't believe you didn't see that coming. Is this the type of trash that serves the heiress of the Gremry clan? Just then, Issei had climbed out of the rubble he was blasted into and stood up. He said, Yo motherbucker, what's the meaning of this? Priscilla. I haven't been honest with you. You know that informant in the government who works for the Andromalius clan? That was me. Greetings, my name is Priscilla Andromalius and I am the eldest child and eldest daughter of the Andromalius clan. Issei and Dragon. What? Priscilla. That's right. I'm in with all of this. I got close to the four great Satans as a Juka Beelzebub's secretary, but I wasn't able to get much information. I guess I underestimated how seriously the Maos take confidential and classified information. Issei. Enough of this bullshit. I'm ending this. But before Issei could do anything, someone shouted, Erdemach, give spear! From the ground, several green-colored spikes emerged from the ground and impaled Issei's body. Issei coughed out a huge puddle of blood as he struggled to stay conscious. He looked up and saw a figure approaching him. The figure was also a brown-haired man with yellow eyes, but this one had a side-parting hairstyle towards the left side, with his hair reaching below his jaw. He wore a dark blue lounge suit, with dark blue pants and black shoes. He stopped right in front of Issei and looked at him straight in the eye. Then, the man's brown hair turned into dark green, and his yellow eyes turned navy blue. Alexander. Finally, it's about time I got out of that bloody disguise. Anyway, Red Dragon Emperor, what do you think of my poisoned stalagmites? In a few minutes, you'll be completely immobilized, and you won't be able to move. Alexander turned around and said, Let's move on to the next phase of the plan. I'll decide on what to do later with those two boys. Then, the poisoned stalagmites retracted from Issei's body and withdrew into the ground. Issei collapsed and was losing tons of blood. Another man walked up to Issei and gave him the finishing blow. This man's facial features included blonde hair and a quiff hairstyle which exposed his forehead and eyebrows, along with light blue eyes. He wore smart casual clothing, just a simple blue button-down shirt with a white shirt inside, and denim blue jeans. In his right hand, he held a spear. The spear had intricate designs on the pole, and the head of the spear was made of diamonds with a razor-sharp edge. Nikolaus, I'm afraid this is the end for you, Red Dragon Emperor. Nikolaus raised his spear up in the air and swung it downwards, but before Nikolaus stabbed him, something happened. Dragon Booster. Boom. Nikolaus was sent flying back along with his siblings. They hit a wall and fell onto the floor. Priscilla struggled to get up as she saw what had happened. There was a strong, powerful, and intimidating aura emitting from Issei's body. On Issei's arm was a red gauntlet which was the source of the formidable energy that pushed back the Andromalius siblings. Alexander. That son of a hitch! Look! It's the boosted gear! This is our chance to get it! Alexander leaped forward with all his strength, but not before he was struck down halfway. Kiba. Take this! Kiba managed to get up and impaled Alexander in the chest with his sword of betrayer. Alexander coughed. He had coughed out blood and fell onto the ground in excruciating pain, screaming as Kiba's sword had cut through several of his organs. Not to mention that the sword had holy energy in it, making the painful ordeal much more torturous. Alexander tried his best to pull the sword out of his body, but he eventually lost all his strength and collapsed to the floor and became motionless. Only blood was flowing out of his body and created a massive blood puddle around him. Severino. You bastard! You'll pay for killing my brother! Severino dashed at Kiba with lightning speeds and swung his long sword at Kiba. But Kiba used sword burst to materialize a sword and block Severino's attack. Severino. The hell? How are you so fast? I came at you at blinding speeds! Kiba. Skill issue. You and your siblings hid underground plotting your coup, while I was out there fighting a freaking beast of the apocalypse. Don't you dare say that you're better than me! Clank. Kiba knocked back Severino to the wall where his siblings had been blasted to as a result of the boosted gears or a shockwave. However, the wound on Kiba's back got bigger as he used strength to block and knock back Severino, causing him to fall to his knees and cough up more blood. Priscilla saw an opening and decided to summon a lightning bolt to immobilize Kiba. Priscilla. Enough of this shit! Blitzmot, Blitzjag! Boom. Kiba couldn't dodge in time and was struck by Priscilla's attack. But then, Issei stood up. However, his behavior was strange. As Issei was standing up, his head was looking down, and his hands were dangling like they were puppet hands. Then, the boosted gear spoke. Drake, you lay one finger on my partner, and I will bucking disintegrate your atoms out of existence. Boost. Issei's head looked up towards the Andromalius siblings, but his eyes and face were devoid of any life or emotion as he stood up like a puppet. Then, he leaped at Priscilla and fired a green laser beam at her. Boom. Priscilla. Ugh! Blitzma, Donnerschild! Priscilla had barely blocked the laser beam with a shield made of electricity. Some parts of her body were burnt, and she was recoiling from the impact. Werner. Nay-san! Let us help! Priscilla. No! Stay back! This beast is too powerful for you boys to handle. I'll take this bucker on, stand back and let me finish him off. Priscilla and Issei jumped to meet each other head-on. They vanished from their previous positions in an instant and reappeared right in front of each other. Drake. Take this! Issei, whose body was being controlled by Drake, threw a punch directly aimed at Priscilla's face. Priscilla. Verboten Blitzmicht, Plasma Faust! Priscilla had also sent a punch infused with large quantities of lightning towards his face. Bang! The two of their punches hit their intended target and were sent flying back. Priscilla crashed onto the ground and created a crater, where she lay with a massive burn mark on her face. She struggled to pull herself up, only to see Issei already standing up with no injury. Priscilla. What? No, that's not possible. That was one of my more powerful moves. Saji. Did you forget about me already? Delete field. It turns out that while the Andromalius siblings were busy with Issei and Kiba, Saji had secretly been conscious this whole time, and he used delete field to nullify Priscilla's attack. Thus, Issei received absolutely no damage. Priscilla's face turned pale as she noticed a bunch of strings had latched onto her leg and sapped her power. Saji. While you were busy with Kiba and Issei, I secretly latched on delete field onto your body and weakened your power tremendously. Didn't see that coming, huh? She turned to Saji in fury and leaped at him to attack him, but Issei intervened and punched her lower back, sending her flying to the wall. Crash. Andromalius brothers. NESAN! No! The brothers watched in disbelief as their elder sister had been easily defeated by two high school boys. One of them had a literal hole through his guts while the other had lost consciousness and was being controlled by a dragon. But that wasn't all. While the brothers were standing still and looking away from their opponents, a bunch of blades emerged from the ground and impaled the bodies of Severino, Werner, and Nikolaus. They struggled to breathe as they coughed up enormous amounts of blood. Werner! And my clothes! Who did this? Come out, you little rat! Werner struggled for air as he called out for the one who impaled him. Kiba. Sword birth. It turns out Kiba had recovered from Priscilla's lightning attack much faster than expected as a result of Saji's delete field weakening her attack. He then staggered forward and pulled Sword of Betrayer out of Alexander's dead body. The three boys approached each other and stood side by side, looking at the battered and desecrated bodies of the Andromalius brothers. Saji. He 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 ha 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 ha. Take that, you moth your bucky rs. You thought you guys won, but we came out on top. What are y'all gonna do about it? Kill us? I'd like to see you try. Kiba. Phew, what a day, well done guys, we saved the day. Let's get out of here and hide for a while before making a move. Drake. I agree. Issei still hasn't regained consciousness. We must rest first before deciding our next course of action. We'll do so once he gets up. I'll take control of his body for now. I know a cave in the Rockies where I once used to live in. We'll use it as a hideout. Kiba and Saji nodded at Drake's suggestion and left the empty conference hall. They walked out, with Saji holding on to Kiba for support. But the fight wasn't over just yet. Scene break. Los Angeles, USA. Tuesday, 8:15 a.m. In the conference hall packed with devils cheering for the Andromalius clan, Florian was standing on the stage raising the spirits and enthusiasm of his followers. To everyone in the hall, he seemed pretty happy, but Florian deep down was actually very worried. Florian thought to himself, "Damn it! What's taking so long? Didn't Priscilla and my brothers take out the spies in the hall? It's been almost 20 minutes. I can't sit back much longer." Florian turned to the side and whispered to the master of ceremonies. "Florian, Uncle Geldheim, could you, Moritz, and Gustav go and find out what happened to Priscilla and the others? I think something's wrong and they need help." Geldheim. "As you wish, Lord Andromalius." Geldheim gestured Moritz and Gustav, who had been standing next to Florian, to come and follow him. They left the hall and left Florian to continue giving his speech. They entered into the corridor and panicked when they noticed a trail of blood coming out of a door located on the opposite end of the hallway. Geldheim. "Oh my, what could have happened here?" Moritz. "There's no time to speculate. Let's hurry. Our family could be in trouble." They rushed over to the ominous-looking door, where they found the empty conference hall inside to be completely trashed. Gustav looked around and screamed in fear when he saw the horrific conditions of his siblings' bodies. Gustav. "H. Oh. What is that? Nick. Alex. Severino." He ran to his siblings as he shed tears of grief. Moritz and Geldheim also were appalled by the gory sight by the corner of the hall. They followed Gustav to check on their family member's current state. Gustav kneeled down by Alexander's lifeless body and cried rivers of tears. Moritz and Geldheim ran past him to reach their other siblings who were impaled by swords coming out of the ground. Moritz. "Uncle Geldheim! What do we do?" Geldheim. "Stand back. I'll handle this. Stahlmacht, Eisenzerstörer." Geldheim punched through the swords with pure metallic fists, and pulled out each sword that stabbed through each brother. Geldheim. "Moritz! Now! Use your healing ability on your brothers before it's too late." Moritz rushed over to Geldheim and started performing his healing technique on them. Wassermacht, Highland region. A huge rain cloud formed over their bodies and started raining down water onto them. The wounds and cuts started sealing up and their bodies soon healed after a while. But they still remained unconscious. The two men breathed panically as they were worried about the result of the healing process. Eventually, Severino and Werner woke up, but Nikolaus stayed unconscious. Moritz and Geldheim hugged their recovered relatives with relief, as they thought they were too late, and had already died from blood loss. Moritz. Heck yeah! I thought you guys were dead! Severino looked around and noticed that he was all healed. He turned to his left and saw that Werner had also recovered, but he had also noticed Nikolaus was still motionless and unconscious. Severino. I'm alive? Geldheim. Yes, my nephew. You are alive! I thought you were gone for a moment ago. Werner. Well, that's a relief. But what about my clothes? They are all torn and ruined. Werner turned to Nikolaus and shook his body, shouting, Hey Nick! You alright there? He continued to shake Nikolaus's body for any sign of life, but suddenly, something felt wrong to Werner. Werner. Wait. Wait a second! He placed both his palms over Nikolaus's chest, hoping to detect his pulse. The other brothers and their uncle watched with suspense as Werner tried to resuscitate his brother. But when Werner eventually stopped, he let go and slumped back, beginning to sob. Werner. Nick is dead. The rest of the family just broke down in tears. Not only had they lost Alexander, but Nikolaus too. Moritz clenched his fists in anger and furiously demanded answers. Moritz. Severino! Who did this? I want to get revenge on the killer who murdered my brothers! Severino. According to the tip-off from Naysan, it was a pawn of Sona Citri's peerage named Genturu Saji, as well as a knight of Rias Gremri's peerage, named Yudo Kiba. However, we never expected the Red Dragon Emperor to show up. Even though we caught them by surprise, those three still defeated us. Not even Naysan was able to stand up to them. As for the one who killed Alex and Nick, it was Yudo Kiba, the knight of Rias Gremri. He used his holy and demonic sword to kill Alex and summoned several sharp blades to kill Nick. Moritz. Yudo Kiba, I'll bucking find you and decapitate you and stick your head through a pike. Severino. Who defeated Naysan? I outright refuse to believe that kind of bullshit. Severino. It was the work of Genturu Saji. He drained her power, and she stood no chance against the Red Dragon Emperor. Speaking of whom, where is she? The Andromalius family started looking around, trying to find Priscilla. They eventually saw her emerging with mangled joints and severe bruises and cuts from a hole in the wall. Geldheim. Priscilla! There you are! I'm glad you're safe. Moritz. Just stay there. I'll heal you in a second. Priscilla. Ugh, where the buck are those little shits? Cough. She collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion and pain. Moritz reached her and healed her injuries. When she got up, Priscilla asked Geldheim impatiently, Uncle, where are those schoolboys who beat us up? What happened here? Geldheim. My niece, please calm down. Let me fill you in on the details. Firstly, the schoolboys whom you fought defeated you and escaped. Secondly, we came here to check on you because Florian said that you were taking too long. Priscilla. Huff huff, I see. Where's Alex and Nick? The men went silent and looked down solemnly. Moritz pointed back at Gustav, who was still mourning his two deceased brothers. Priscilla couldn't believe it. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, growled in anger, and released sparks of electricity around her. Then she snapped. Priscilla yelled, Buck! After all I've done to protect them, they died just like that. Not only have we lost father, mother, and our youngest brother Albright, but now Alex and Nick too. Damn it all! When our family came under attack and was backstabbed by everyone we trusted, I swore to protect all of you. But now look at this mess. I don't know how long I can hold it in anymore. Surzex Lucifer will pay for this. If he hadn't killed father, then we wouldn't be in this predicament. Let's go see Florian. Things have drastically changed. We need to find the Red Dragon Emperor and get the boosted gear soon, otherwise our power will truly be limited, and we can't get our vengeance. Priscilla stood up and walked towards the exit. The men looked at her leave and just awkwardly stared into empty space, before they too also left and carried Nick and Alex's bodies with them. Scene break. Cheyenne, Wyoming, USA. Tuesday, 11 o'clock a.m. Kiba and Saji were eating brunch at a diner. After escaping from Florian's family and the girls, they decided to lay low for a while. Drake healed Saji and Kiba's injuries, letting them move freely again. Saji. It feels great to have brunch like this. This feels rewarding as I feel we've prevented Issei from entering Juggernaut Drive and destroying everything. Feels like we've changed our fates for the better. Kiba. After all that fighting, it certainly feels great to be enjoying a warm meal without any worries. Drake, is Issei still unconscious? Drake. Unfortunately, yes. But let's give him a little time. But in the meantime, let me brief you on what we're going to do once we replenish ourselves. You know Yellowstone? Kiba and Saji. Yes? Drake. I once had a massive abode in a cave in some mountains which are part of what is now known as Yellowstone National Park. It is a huge connection of grottos and caves which lead to one massive chamber at the deepest section of my abode. It is where we will rest for now and plan our strategy. Kiba. Okay, let's finish up our food and get moving quickly. Drake. Thanks, when you're done, go out first and check if nobody's there, then I'll follow. The duo finished up their food and went out to make sure Florian hadn't trailed them. As they walked on the streets, they noticed a civilian point to the sky. Passerby 1. Hey Keith! Look up there! A flock of falcons! Passerby 2. Falcons don't fly together, Tom. Besides, it could be something. Wait a minute, why do those falcons look like women? Kiba. What? Falcons that look like women? How does that even holy shit? Rias? Saji. W what? Rias? Where? Kiba. Up there. And she's with the other girls. Rias. There he is. Get them girls. Kiba and Saji started running in the opposite direction and ran back to the diner. Kiba. DDRAIG. It's Rias. She found us. Drake. What? Shit, it must have been the evil pieces she used to track you down. Hurry, let's leave immediately. Saji. But wouldn't that still mean that she will find us no matter where we go? Kiba. Saji, we'll hold them off and let Drake get to the cave on his own before we meet up with him. Rias still doesn't know that Issei is here. Drake can wait in the cave for as long as he wants until Issei gets up. Until then, we must make sure Rias and the girls don't make it to him. Saji. At this point, I think that's our best option. We still need to worry about Florian and his family. If Issei is slain, then the underworld will stand no chance at preventing Florian's takeover. We need Issei to stay alive, so that we can make sure that things are stable and don't fall out of control. Let's move! Drake. Wait. Are you sure you boys can handle such a big group? I know you boys beat the shit out of them at the hotel, but it was only by surprise and without any serious fighting. Now that the Gremory girl is enraged and looking forward to killing you, are you sure that this is the option you want to take? Kiba. Priscilla was an informant in the government. We don't know if there are others. We can't trust anybody else but ourselves. We need you to keep Issei alive, or Florian wins. Saji. Leave it to us. We'll go hold them off for as long as we can. Drake. Sai, if Issei were awake, he would choose to fight alongside you guys. But since we need him to survive at all costs, I am entrusting you to cover me until he wakes up. Alright? Kiba and Saji. Heh! Thanks, Drake. We'll be leaving now on a hunting trip. Off to slay some hitches. The duo rushed out of the diner to meet Rias and her peerage head-on. Meanwhile, Drake had left through the back door of the diner and fled towards Yellowstone. Kiba. What a pleasant afternoon for fighting, right, Saji? Saji. You bet. Don't you agree too, Rias? Rias. Shut the buck up, you dirty rascal. You sprayed bleach into my eyes. Saji. Well, I got bucking impaled by one of those boyfriends of yours, so what's the deal with you? Rias. GRR girls. Get them. Chapter 4, End of the Rope. Somewhere in Teton County, Wyoming, USA. Tuesday, 12:15 p.m. Disclaimer. When Issei does something, for example like walk or run, that is Drake controlling him. Drake. Come on, we're almost there, AHA. There it is. From the azure skies above the Rockies, Issei, whose body was being controlled by Drake, had landed somewhere in the wilderness of Yellowstone National Park. He looked around and found himself somewhere along a park trail that connected the far reaches of Yellowstone. Drake. It seems like the smell is coming from that direction. I know it all too well. Issei started strolling along the path and followed it until the path intersected with a creek. From there, he got off the trail and followed the creek into the untouched wilderness. Issei followed the creek until it converged into a river. The river led him all the way to a massive lake. Drake. Yellowstone Lake, it's been a while. Just a bit more and we're at the entrance. I can control his movements to make him walk, let's see if I can make him swim. He jumped into the lake, swimming deeper and deeper. When he reached the bottom, Issei started swimming away from the shoreline of the lake and headed towards the center. He swam over rocky crags and tiny crevasses, navigating through uneven and rough terrain underwater. He finally stopped in front of a small opening which was big enough for a human to swim through. Drake. Here we are, my cave. They swam into the cave and entered a tunnel which was leading downwards. Issei made several turns around the tunnel in a maze-like structure. Eventually the tunnel led to a massive chamber filled with water. There were green crystals glowing brightly on the rocky surfaces of the chamber walls, and there was even some seaweed growing in the chamber. On the ceiling, there was another tunnel heading upwards, with lots of bubbles heading up the shaft as well, indicating that they were almost at the end of the underwater passage. Drake. Come on, partner, just one last stretch. With all his strength, Issei swam up the vertical tunnel. He looked upwards, increasing his speed and pulled himself through the tunnel. At last, he reached the surface and ended up in a massive cavern. Issei climbed out of the water and stood up, facing the majestic walls of the cavern. Drake. This really takes me back. It's been so long since I last set foot here. I see the massive lake of boiling water is still as full since I last saw it. The stalactites and stalagmites haven't changed one single bit. But most importantly, Issei ran forward and climbed up a slope to a wide stretch of flat and smooth rock. My bed is still all right. Issei walked to the center of the flat rock formation, which was as vast as a stadium arena. He lay down on the floor and placed his hands behind his head for comfort. Drake. All right, I'll maintain stability in Issei's body. His injuries are all healed, it won't take too long for him to wake up now. I just hope that those two can take care of the Gremry girl and her goons. Issei closed his eyes and rested on the warm and solid surface of the underground plateau. Unfortunately, neither Issei nor Drake were aware that his body was not actually in a stable and safe condition. The poison spikes from Nikolaus had fatal and devastating properties, and although Drake healed the holes created from the spikes when they pierced Issei's body, there was also another dangerous change in Issei's body which was severely life-threatening. 1 hour and 15 minutes earlier. Cheyenne, Wyoming, USA. There was a fierce standoff on the street. On one side was Kiba and Saji preparing to defend themselves and buy Drake some time. On the other was Rias Gremry and her peerage, including Ravel and Irina. The girls were feeling very mad and unhinged right now, as they were going to get payback at the boys for trashing their hotel room in LA and attacking them by surprise. There were several civilians witnessing the scuffle occurring on the street, wondering what was happening. Rias. Kiba, you traitor! You dare attack your master? I'll tell my brother and my parents on you. And you too, Saji. What will Sona think about this blasphemy? Saji. Sona would say buck you and go to hell. And your brother isn't here to save you this time. Rias. What did you just say to me? I'll show you what happens when you make me mad. Rias creates 2 spheres of demonic energy and hurls them at Saji. But Saji was quick and jumped out of the way, leaving the spheres of energy to hit several buildings behind him. Saji. Throwing a temper tantrum? That was nothing. I bet Gasper would have a better chance of scaring me. Rias just growls in anger and frustration, before she released a powerful demonic aura around her. Kiba. Looks like she's pissed off, time to fight, I guess. Blade Blacksmith, Glory Drag Trooper. Kiba knew that he was outnumbered, so he decided to use his sacred gear to summon more sword wielders to make up for the power deficit. Standing next to him were 4 knights holding demon swords. Saji. Great! Now we're even! It's my turn now! Black-colored pieces of armor formed around Saji's forearms and shins. Out of the armored gauntlets on his arms came out several streaks of purple flames. He assumed a fighting stance and charged at the girls. Kiba and his squad of dragon knights also charged forward to face their opponents head-on. Zenobia saw them coming and decided to make a move. Grr! Durandal! She took out Durandal and charged at Kiba and his dragon knights. She slashed at Kiba, but two of his dragon knights had blocked her attack using Nathung and Bamung. The impact had created a massive blast of wind which knocked back several civilians who were watching the fight, wrecked a few buildings, and caused big cracks to form on the road. Kiba stood behind the two dragon knights and said, "Too slow. Now it's time for me to strike Gram!" He summoned the demonic sword Gram, jumped high into the air and struck downwards to release a destructive slash. The girls jumped out of the way and scattered, leaving the road they were standing on to be turned into a massive sinkhole. At this point, civilians were already fleeing in fear as a supernatural fight was taking place. It was either run or die. Anybody caught in the crossfire had zero chance of making it out unscathed. Akino took to the skies and switched into her shrine maiden outfit. She flew in the air and faced Saji, who was using his wings to fly as well. Akino, you've been a very bad boy, Saji. Trust me, I'm going to be much worse than Sona now, Fufu. Saji, Kitch please, you ain't got the kneecaps to get on Sona's level. He didn't seem intimidated by Akino's remark and proceeded to fly straight at her. Akino summoned several bolts of lightning directed towards Saji, but he skillfully maneuvered past them and advanced to Akino's position. Absorption line! A long blue line came out of Saji's gauntlet and zoomed in on Akino. It managed to latch on to her ankle and Saji started draining her power. But Akino seemed unfazed by this, as she just simply smiled at Saji when the line attached to her. Akino. Oh my, it seems that I've been hit. But how are you going to hit me when you can't move? Take this. She summoned ice and froze the latched area of the line, then the ice swiftly traveled up the absorption line and was in sight of Saji. Saji. SHIT. Black blaze flare. Saji in retaliation sent a path of scorching purple flames up the absorption line. The ice and flames collided with each other and resulted in a blast of energy, creating a massive cloud of smoke. Saji was forced to remove the absorption line and was pushed back by the shockwave of the explosion onto a rooftop. He did not suffer much damage from the impact, and only sustained light wounds and cuts. Saji stood up and saw the smoke clearing, only to see Akino had protected herself using a defensive magic circle. Saji. Buck! I thought I got her there. Vritra. Saji, you are up against the queen of the Gremry Girls' peerage. You currently cannot use promotion as your king isn't here to declare this place an enemy territory. I suggest that we fight more seriously to take her down. I personally think that the queen is the biggest obstacle here. Saji was flustered. He was at a complete disadvantage when it came to aerial fights. He just looked at Akino flying midair, looking down on him with a sadistic smile. Saji. Crap, I'm actually in a disadvantage here, but what can I do? Wait, she is right behind a much taller building. I got it. I have an idea. Saji ran to the edge of the roof and jumped up into the air once more, and without wings this time, leaving Akino confused. Akino. Huh? Why would you do that? You just lowered your chances of making out of this one alive, you know? She was stunned by Saji's decision to re-enter the air, as he was just blown back to a rooftop by an explosion, but Akino was so confident that she simply decided to create another defensive magic circle which blocked any attacks coming from the front. Saji ignored her and performed his attack. Absorption line! He sent another absorption line straight at her direction. Akino was very calm in all of this, as she expected the counterattack to fail. However, the line did not hit her. Instead, it went past her and the line attached itself onto a vertical pipe traveling down the building. Saji immediately shortened the length of the line, propelling himself upwards at high speeds and flashed past Akino, who was shocked by that move. Before Saji hit the wall, he retracted the line, turned towards Akino, and did another move midair. Delete field! Another set of lines flew straight towards Akino, and she did not have enough time to react, resulting in the lines wrapping around her torso. Saji was falling, but he didn't touch the ground as the lines from his gauntlet were still attached to Akino, who was still flying. Saji. Now! Blaze black flare! Large streaks of purple flame charged upwards along the lines. Akino did not have the power to break free from the constriction of Saji's delete field. Eventually, the purple flames reached her and burned her entire body, causing a lot of pain, and she lost control of her flight power and plummeted towards the ground. Crash! Akino crashed onto the ground and created several cracks on the ground which spread out from the position she crashed. Even when she was still on the ground, Akino was still being burned by the excruciating flames created by Saji. Akino. Stop! It burns! Make it stop! Make it stop! She panically called out for help in a moment of despair, but Saji instead went over to her and gave a roundhouse to her belly, sending her flying into another building. He looked at the place where she crashed and started to gloat. Saji. You! Good in the air? Well, that may be true. But I shot you down and sent you flying to your demise. Enjoy the flames, it will bake you into roasted crow in no time. He laughed at her before turning around to see Kaneko facing him. Saji. Now what do we have here? A little kitty wants to fight, huh? Kaneko. Keep your mouth shut, you pervert. If you intend on challenging me, then I'll make sure you meet your parents early in the afterlife. Saji. Whoa, that's pretty feisty of you, little fella. Let's see if you have the cojones to defeat me. The two of them charged towards each other, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, Kiba was fighting Zenobia and Irina at once. Their battle had created a massive fissure in the ground which split through the city. They fought inside a library where the ground was also split in half by a deep fissure. Kiba stood on the left side of the library on the second floor, wielding Graham in his hands with his 4 dragon knights who were wielding swords. Zenobia and Irina stood on the other side, wielding Durandal and Hauteclair respectively. The three of them had cuts all over their bodies after clashing swords and being blasted into walls from blasts created from the energy impact of the holy and demonic swords. Zenobia. Hey, this is getting really annoying. Kiba is really becoming a headache. He is too fortified and shielded from those dragon knights. On top of that, he has high speeds. It won't be easy to land a hit on him even when he is alone. Irina. I know. You could just do that thing with Durandal, right? Zenobia. It will be catastrophic, but we have no choice. Zenobia started charging up Durandal and raised it into the air. Kiba noticed what she was doing and sent his dragon knights to intercept her. But she was faster, and the moment she swung Durandal downwards, a tremendous amount of energy had engulfed the library in destruction and chaos. The dragon knights were all wiped out, and Kiba barely managed to escape Durandal's path of calamity. He crawled through a pile of rubble and managed to pull himself up. He saw that Zenobia had used Durandal to create a massive fissure in the ground which stretched for miles outside the city in an attempt to eliminate him. Kiba. Damn! Is that girl nuts? People live here. But then again, Ignoramus Maximus had always had a brain the size of an atom. Time to fight seriously now. Sword Birth. Balance Breaker. Sword of Betrayer. Kiba activated his Balance Breaker and summoned Sword of Betrayer. He looked around to find Zenobia and Irina and saw them standing on the roof of the side of the library that was not destroyed by Durandal. The two girls were shocked that Kiba had survived that ridiculous attack and jumped towards him to fight. Irina. What a miracle for you, Kiba! I don't know how you managed to survive that attack, but we're taking you down this time. Zenobia. Quit it, Irina. This is no time to be positive about anything. Can't you see Kiba has activated his Balance Breaker? That sword has the power to absorb holy and demonic energy. We must take him seriously and cautiously now. The two girls increased their speed and appeared before Kiba. But he reacted in time to create a powerful slash which the girls had to block. While they were busy with that, Kiba ran from them and jumped into the chasm. Zenobia. Running now, huh? Good. I'll hunt you down and mutilate your body. Zenobia took off and pursued Kiba into the chasm. Irina shouted at her. Hey! Wait for me. I'm not as fast as you are. Irina hurriedly tried to keep up with Zenobia as she dived into the chasm where they will fight. When Zenobia landed at the bottom, she looked up and saw that she has descended at least a few stories from the surface. Then she looked around with Durandal in her hands, searching for any sign of Kiba. Crack. Zenobia heard a crack from behind her and saw some movement behind a pile of big rocks. She dashed over there in a split second and slashed the rock formation into half. But she only saw a small blade protruding from the ground, no sign of Kiba. Zenobia was confused and called for Kiba to come out from hiding. "This is getting really tiring, Kiba. Are you really trying to escape me? Perhaps you don't have." Suddenly, Kiba appeared from above and was ready to cut Zenobia down. "Kiba, you really don't think things through, do you? Take this." Zenobia was barely able to hold back Kiba's attack from above. As she was still recoiling from the impact of blocking him, Kiba took the opportunity to land a deep cut to her abdomen, bringing Zenobia down to her knees. She coughed up a puddle of blood and her vision was blurry. Kiba lunged forward to finish Zenobia off, but Irina came just in time and prevented Kiba from reaching her. The two blades crashed, with Sword of Betrayer sapping the holy aura of Hauteclair rapidly. But Irina was still able to barely hold off Kiba. "Irina, that's not fair, you know. You caught Zenobia by surprise with a dirty trick. Arg. It's a miracle, though, that I'm still able to hold off your attack. I hope that this necklace given to me by Nick will help me push through." Her eyes lit up with determination as she struggled to push back Kiba, but Kiba darkly smirked, confusing Irina. "Kiba. Nick? You mean Nikolaus? About that, guess what? I killed that bucker." Irina's heart skipped a beat and lost her strength, leaving Kiba to knock her back to the rocky surface of the chasm wall. The last expression Kiba saw on Irina's face was one of horror, disbelief, and dismay all mixed into one emotion. He slowly walked up to Irina, walking past Zenobia who was still struggling to stand up. As he approached Irina, he started chuckling like a madman. "Kiba. Ha 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 ha. Oh, this is too good. Look at you, placing your faith in Nikolaus when you're an angel and he's a devil. Ga ha 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 ha." Irina only saw Kiba with a crazed expression laughing at her. She could not respond to him, for she was still processing what Kiba told her. Her breath was trembling, and she felt weak in her limbs. She curled up, leaning against the wall, and struggled to say a single word. Irina finally spoke as she looked up at Kiba with tears flowing out of her eyes. What? Nick is dead? And no! You're lying! Nick is strong! There's no way you defeated him so easily! But Kiba simply laughed and responded. "Oh, but I did! And Alexander, and Severino, and Werner too! Those boyfriends of yours were no match for us! I killed Alex with the sword I'm holding right now and killed the other 3 using sword burst." Irina. "No! Stop! Why are you doing this to me?" Kiba. "Because you bucking cheated on your childhood friend Issei. You fought alongside him so many times and you leave him for some mediocre loser? Some angel you are!" Irina was speechless. She was intimidated by Kiba berating her harshly. She wanted to get up and run, but Irina couldn't muster the strength and courage to stand up. Instead, she just broke down and cried uncontrollably. But Kiba wasn't done yet. He withdrew Sword of Betrayer and approached her. Irina noticed Kiba was approaching her with a deadpan expression. She was worried what would happen, but when Kiba stopped right in front of her, he just glared at her from above. Then, he sent a knee strike to her face, breaking her nose and knocking out several teeth from her mouth. Cough. Irina was bleeding and she didn't fight back at all. She was still denying the fact that the man she secretly played with behind Issei's back had been killed. Irina just sat there motionless, her breath trembling and her arms going weak. Kiba landed several kicks to her face and body before he sent one powerful kick towards her liver. She screamed in pain and curled up into a fetal position on the floor. Kiba simply looked down on her without feeling any sign of remorse and said to her in an emotionless voice, "I hope you think about how Issei would feel about what you've done. Because you've gone really low this time and I wonder how you are still an angel. May God forgive you, because I won't." He turned away and walked off. As Irina was watching Kiba leave in the distance, she couldn't help but feel very guilty and pathetic as she recalled the message he said to her before he left. Irina recalled every dishonest thing she did behind Issei's back and questioned her choices. Irina, was what I did honestly so despicable? Kiba simply left Irina behind and went to find Zenobia, who was struggling to stand up. However, to his dismay, Zenobia couldn't be found anywhere. There was only a small pool of blood left at the place where Kiba struck her. Kiba panicked and looked left and right anxiously. Suddenly, at lightning speeds, Zenobia dashed at Kiba and sliced him in the back. Cough. Kiba fell onto the floor and he dropped his sword. He tried to push himself up, but Zenobia sliced his right arm off, causing Kiba to scream in agony and fall right back onto the ground. He couldn't believe what just happened. Kiba turned over his body to find Zenobia wielding Exterandal and saw Asia was using Twilight Healing to help Zenobia recover from that nasty wound Kiba had given her a moment ago. Kiba. Asia? When did you dash? Zenobia. Asia was here the whole time. I just used Excalibur Nightmare to make her invisible to you. Asia began to talk solemnly. Kiba, although we've known each other for so long and fought alongside each other in many bloody battles, I am still somewhat reluctant to end everything like this. However, before we eliminate you, I just want to thank you for all the great times all of us had together. I really enjoyed it. Kiba noticed that she was crying a little, and just scoffed. Kiba. Really, is that so? Well, I am grateful. Then all I can say is good luck on your new life without me, because you'll definitely enjoy it with Alex, right? Asia hesitated to respond at first, but then she nodded gravely. Kiba. Well, I guess that's that. But I don't know how you're gonna be happy when Alex is bucking dead. Crack. Asia was shaken. Twilight Healing's area of coverage had dissipated, as Asia lost strength in her legs, falling on her knees. Zenobia. Asia! Don't be fooled! Kiba is just deceiving you. Alex and the others are strong. Just believe in them. They would never let themselves be killed. As Asia was still processing what Kiba told her, Zenobia was still shouting at Asia, trying to snap her out of her trance. After a half a minute or so of yelling, Asia finally snapped out of it, breathing in and out. Asia. You're right, Zenobia. There's no way Alex is dead. Kiba is just playing tricks on me, and Wait, where's Kiba? The two girls noticed that Kiba was gone, only seeing a blood puddle with a trail of blood leading elsewhere. Zenobia grunted in frustration and gestured Asia to follow her. The two followed the blood trail, hoping to permanently immobilize Kiba once and for all. But on their way, they spotted Irina by the chasm wall, behaving erratically. She was in a fetal position, sobbing and shivering uncontrollably. Zenobia and Asia were concerned, so they rushed over to Irina and tried to figure out what happened to her. Asia. Irina! What happened? Did Kiba do something to you? Irina only to turn to the both of them and grabbed onto Zenobia's clothes, crying nonstop with tears rolling down from her eyes. She was speaking incoherently and only making unintelligible sounds. Zenobia. Irina! Pull it together! Tell us what happened! We've limited Kiba's ability to fight. He lost one of his arms. But Irina couldn't say anything and just kept on crying. Asia tried her best to console her friend, hugging her and patting her back. Meanwhile, Kiba was busy trying to climb out of the chasm. He had used Dainsleaf to create an ice staircase out of the chasm. Kiba struggled to climb up the stairs as he tried his best to stop more blood loss from his arm by tearing off a piece of his uniform and wrapping around the opening. He turned back to see that Zenobia and Asia were busy with Irina. Kiba. It seems they're distracted. But I can't fight at my best. I need to get out of here fast and find Saji. I hope he's doing fine. I just hope that nothing bad had. Crash. Out of the blue, Kiba was suddenly struck by lightning from the sky. He fell down the icy steps and tumbled all the way back onto the bottom of the chasm. He groaned in pain and suffered a concussion. All he could hear was a high-pitched note which played continuously in his head, and he did not have the strength to stay awake. He fell unconscious and became motionless. Turns out Akino was the one who had struck Kiba with a bolt of lightning. She was floating up in the air and was waiting for Kiba to climb out of the chasm just to attack him. As for how she recovered from the fight with Saji, here's how it went. At the start of the confrontation with the girls, when Kiba had used Graham to disperse all of them, they dispersed in confusion. Rias actually had a plan from the start. When the girls had dodged Kiba's attacks using Graham, Rias noticed that the sword users and Asia were on one side of the chasm created by Graham, and that she was on the other side with Kaneko and Ravel. Then, she saw Akino preparing to fight Saji in the air. She instructed her peerage members on the other side of the chasm to lure Kiba away from Saji. When Kiba was gone, Rias along with Kaneko and Ravel would secretly watch Akino's battle with Saji. Rias was watching from a corner, and was shocked to see Akino get defeated by Saji. So, she quickly sent Kaneko to battle Saji, not to defeat him, but to keep him busy and to lure him towards the building where Akino crashed. Ravel happened to have a phoenix tear with her at the time, so Rias and Ravel would sneak towards Akino and heal her without Saji noticing. When Kaneko had bought enough time, Rias would use castling to swap places with Kaneko and surprise attack Saji. Since Kaneko was told to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Saji, she had to be near him. So, Rias popped out of nowhere and appeared right before Saji with full power. She would shoot several bullets infused with the power of destruction right through him and immobilize him. When Saji fell to his knees, he would be close enough to the building where he kicked Akino into, and be in range of the explosion caused by the Phoenix Tear's healing power. This all played according to Rias's strategy, and Saji was decimated and incapacitated. Once Saji was defeated, they would rush to Zenovia's position to surround Kiba and knock him out of battle. The boys thought they were winning against the girls, but they had been dancing in the palm of Rias's hand this whole time. Now back to the present. Zenovia and Asia decided to carry Irina back to somewhere she could rest. But when they saw Kiba's body lying motionless on the floor, they were confused and rushed towards his body. Zenovia. Humph. I guess Kiba couldn't escape. But why does he have third-degree burns? I didn't use any flame magic against him. Akino descended from the sky to meet with Zenovia, telling her what happened. Don't worry, Zenovia, I took care of it. Saji too. Kaneko is carrying his body right now over there. She pointed to Kaneko, who was dragging Saji's body across the ground. Asia. Hey, that means we won! Asia became really delighted and jumped in joy. Rias. Indeed, but I'm not done with these two traitors just yet. I want to toy with them for a while. When she said that, Rias had a pretty twisted smile on her face, frightening Asia and Zenovia a bit, but Akino was smiling pretty sadistically at her remark. Then, the girls saw a bunch of choppers and fighter jets coming in from the sky at high speeds. From the roads, they saw soldiers on armored vehicles coming in from all directions. Rias and the girls decided to pretend to be victims and catch the soldiers' attention. Rias immediately changed her twisted expression. She began calling out the soldiers in despair, pretending to call for help. The soldiers saw the girls and they began to approach them, with medics following closely behind. Soldier 1. Ladies, is everything all right? Are you hurt? Rias. Oh, thank you, brave soldier. I was so scared. I didn't know how I survived that, but please, help me and my friends. Look at these two. They got hurt during that disaster. She began shedding fake tears to appear desperate, and the soldiers agreed to help. Soldier 2. Don't worry, ma'am. The army is here to help. Let the medics tend to your friends and get yourself checked for injuries. The soldier pointed to the medical tent, which was already set up on an empty space by a massive pile of debris. Rias and the girls followed the soldiers, and the medics were rushing to save Kiba and Saji. In reality, Rias wanted to attack the two boys for one last time, not physically, but mentally and emotionally. She got to the tent with her friends and the medics were checking for any serious injuries. Medic 1. Sir, the girls are in stable condition. They just need some bandages for these scratches and wounds. As for the orange-haired girl, she looks pretty bad. Get her to the treatment room to patch up her injuries. As for the two blonde boys, they are in very serious condition and require immediate life-saving surgery. It's a miracle that they survived this long in that state. If we act now, they can still make it. Medic 2. Alright, thank you. Get the orange-haired girl to the treatment room to patch up her injuries. As for the rest of you, focus on stabilizing the conditions of the 2 boys. Rias asked the medics. Will we be able to see them once they recover? Medic 2. Don't worry, young lady, you'll be able to see them again when we save them. Until then, stay calm and have some food and water. We have much more important things to do. Scene break. Dragon's Cavern in Wyoming. 2:30 p.m. After a few hours, Issei finally regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that he was inside of a cave. He looked around and found himself sitting on the warm surface of a spacious plateau. Issei was puzzled and decided to ask Drake. Issei. Drake? Where are we? Drake. Yanha? Oh, partner! You're finally awake! Issei. No, you are finally awake. I woke up first. Anyway, where are we? And what happened when I was asleep? Wait. Where's Kiba and Saji? Drake. Let me keep you up to speed, partner. When you were knocked unconscious by that poison spikes guy, I took control of your body and fought the Andromalia's siblings. We defeated them, killing a bunch of them. We escaped LA for a cave somewhere in the Rockies to plan our next move. As for the 2 boys, they decided to hold of the Gremry girl because they found us. She does not know that you have been out of the hospital ages ago. We are now waiting for the 2 boys to come back. Issei. I see. So how long have I been unconscious? Drake. About 7 hours. Issei. What? 7 hours? I assume that a lot has happened then. How long have we been waiting for Kiba and Saji to come back? Drake. That's what I'm worried about. It has been 3.5 hours since we last saw them. I fear that they could have already been defeated. Issei was terrified at the prospect of Kiba and Saji losing and facing harsh punishments from Rias. So, Issei frantically said to Drake. Wait. We should go back for them. They could be in big trouble. But Drake was strongly against that idea, saying, No, partner. The Gremry girl could be there. If she spots you, our plan of taking down the coup plot by Florian Andromalius will be foiled. I understand you want to save your friends, but you need to know that. Issei just cut him off and transformed into his scale mail armor, flying upwards and crushing through several layers of thick rock. Eventually, he reached the surface and flew into the sky, racing towards his friends. Issei looked around and saw that one area in the distance was on fire and dark plumes of smoke were rising out of there. There were also massive fissures spreading out from that area. Issei assumed that the fighting must have taken place there and flew in that direction at high speeds. As Issei got closer to the area, he realized it was a city, and saw numerous aircraft such as choppers and planes flying over the area. He increased his speed to the point where he broke the sound barrier. The people in the aircrafts did not see Issei fly right past them. Issei landed between 2 ruined buildings and deactivated the scale armor. He came out of the alley and looked around to a tragic sight. The city was reduced to rubble and debris, and there was not a single sight of a person anywhere. Issei was taken aback by the scene as he strolled through the street. Issei. What happened here? Everything has been destroyed. Hold on. I can feel Kiba and Saji's aura nearby. Let's go. He raced to their positions in the hopes that he had arrived in time. Issei cut through several corners and damaged buildings and came out into a city square. He saw soldiers walking back and forth, some were stationed outside green tents, while some were conversing with each other at army vehicles. One soldier spotted Issei and ran towards him. Soldier. Hey kid! You alright? Issei. Crap! I've been spotted! I guess I'd better blend in with the crowd. Issei. Well, I barely escaped, so... Soldier. Don't worry, kid, we're here to help. Get to the medical tent for any injuries you might have. Issei, okay. Got it, sir. He walked with the soldier to the tent and entered to find several medics and soldiers walking around the place. They were holding important documents, medical equipment, and boxes of medicine. Issei noticed that Kiba and Saji were in the same tent, so he was relieved to find out that they were safe and receiving medical attention. A medic came to Issei and gestured him to follow. Issei saw the medic and was amazed by her beauty. She had long gray hair with a right-side ponytail for her hairstyle, and she wore glasses. She had beautiful ivory skin, and she had blue eyes with a pair of dark circles beneath them. As for her outfit, she was wearing a lab coat like all the other medics, but hers was unbuttoned and revealed a pink shirt inside, with a small purple teddy bear in one of her breast pockets, something that seemed out of place for a medic. The medic also wore a miniskirt and a pair of black sheer tights which reached her black heels. Issei thought to himself, "Damn! That woman is a medic? I thought only women like that exists in animes and that kind of shit." He was stunned by her appearance and spent a short while admiring her facial features. Then, she approached Issei and took a few glances at him. She finally spoke, in a calm and monotonous voice. "You seem perfectly fine. But I would like to make sure you are really fine. Please follow me to that room over there." She pointed at a room to her left and gestured Issei to follow her. They got inside and the medic began checking for any injuries. "Medic. Huh. You seem perfectly fine. You have no injuries at all. I want to know how you made it out unscathed." The medic was very curious to know how Issei had somehow survived the chaos without even sustaining a single injury. In response, Issei awkwardly replied, "Well, I hid in a basement." Medic. I guess you are pretty lucky. You're the 10th survivor we've found. Have a look at this list. It's the list of the deceased we've found in the city and nearby areas. Do you recognize anybody?" The medic handed Issei a list of names and pictures. Issei instead refused it and said, "No ma'am, I don't live here. I'm from another state. I know nobody here. But I would like to see the list of survivors. I think I need someone to talk to." The medic nodded and gave him another list which was much shorter. Only 9 names and pictures were on it. He didn't recognize the names, but to Issei's shock and horror, he saw the pictures of Kiba and Saji's faces. They were covered in severe burns and cuts, and it looked like their head had just been smashed many times by a sledgehammer and burned by a flamethrower for several seconds. He felt sick to his stomach and almost puked. But what was more terrifying was that he saw the pictures of the girls. They were completely fine and unscathed. He trembled in fear as he breathed intensely. "Medic, are you all right? Please take deep breaths. Everything will be all right." The medic leaned over to Issei and placed her hands on his shoulders, making sure that he was all right. Meanwhile, Issei was trying to focus and stay calm. He heeded the medic's instructions and eventually settled down. Issei. "Yeah, I'm fine. The pictures seem a little disturbing, that's all. I think I want to rest here for a while. Is that all right?" Medic. "Of course, feel free to stay here for as long as you want. Would you like some refreshments while you rest?" Issei. "Thanks, I'll have some." Suddenly, a soldier came rushing in. Soldier. "Dr. Murasame, we need your help out there. We found many of the citizens on the outskirts of the city which were mainly unaffected, but they still require some medical attention as most seem traumatized." Medic. "I understand. Don't worry, I'm coming now." She was about to leave, but then she turned back to Issei to ask one last question. Medic. "What's your name, kid?" Issei. "Issei. Issei's residence." The medic stood there for a while, then replied to Issei. "Nice to meet you, Issei. I am Rain Murasame and I am a combat medic of the army. I've got some work to do now, so I'll see you later." She waved and followed the soldier out the room. Issei just sat on the bed, waiting for her to leave so he can look for Kiba and Saji. After a few minutes, he snuck out of the room and got closer to their presences. But Drake quickly stopped him and urged him to hide. Drake. "Partner! The Gremry girl is in there. Hide." Issei. Wait. Rias is in there?" Drake. "Yes, along with 6 other individuals. I assume they are the other girls, since I can tell that the people in that room are strong. Right now, I am hiding your aura so that they can't detect you. Just hide and take cover for now." Issei. "But I want to know what's happening in there. Kiba and Saji could be in trouble." Issei completely disregarded Drake's advice and quickly zoomed in on the room they were in. He leaned against the wall and eavesdropped on the conversation happening inside. Rias. Now, Kiba, you and your gross little friend over there have attacked us while we were on vacation. It's really rude to enrage a girl, especially when she's crying about her loved one every day, you know. Kiba, loved one. Don't make me laugh. Saji and I know about you and Florian. Consider the attack on your hotel room as vengeance for Issei. How could you do this to him? He has done so much for. Rias. Oh, shut up, Kiba. You know nothing about my relationship with Issei. I know all about him and his pathetic attitude. You are just a simpleton who claims to know him well just because he helped you with that holy sword thing. Kiba. What did you just say? Akino. Era, calm down, Kiba. It's not like he will be so offended by this. If the roles were switched and we were the ones in comas, I'd bet you $1 million that he would have done the same as us. Besides, he's in a coma, so he'll never find out. On a personal note, doesn't it feel great to have an affair? Kiba. Grryu. Rias. Listen up here, I'm letting you live, Kiba. But there's a catch. Kiba. And what's that? Rias. You'll continue to serve me as my knight, you will accompany me at all times, and you will keep quiet about this. Kiba. Is this a bucking joke? Akino. If you refuse, then your precious little Tsubaki-chan will get a little visit from us, and by us, we are including our boyfriends too. Rias. As for what's going to happen to her, well, do you know what Griffith did to Guts? Kiba. What the heck is that supposed to wait? No! You can't be NNO! How can you do this to me? I like her too, you know. She has nothing to do with this. Leave her alone! Kiba fiercely objected to Rias's actions should Kiba betray the deal. He had been wanting to confess to Tsubaki for a while but couldn't because she was in the underworld with Sona and a few other members of her peerage, while he was out on a mission purposely set up by Rias to keep Kiba away from finding out the truth of their affairs. Rias. Shut up, Prettyboy. That will only happen if you can't keep your mouth shut and report us to the higher-ups. Now, moving to Saji. If you want to live, you only need to keep quiet and not tell Sona or anybody else, got it? Otherwise, those two girlfriends of yours will face the same fate. Saji froze when he heard that. Just like Kiba, he became enraged and strongly opposed her intentions. Saji. You hitch! Leave them alone! They have nothing to do with this. Zenobia. I'd keep quiet if I was you, Mr. Student Council fool. Kaneko. What she said? If you say anything, be sure to expect a whole series of shit shows to come your way and obliterate your bucking soul. You better comply, otherwise we'd be preparing for your own funeral. We've all left Issei. He's just a loser. My sister can have him if she wants to. I can tell from her face that she is totally down bad for him. Ravel. Haha. Look at the two of you fools. How far you've fallen and how great we've risen. The two of you schmucks will do as we say, and we will not accept any objections, got it? Left and subject. Rias. Oh yeah. And one more thing. When Issei wakes up, make sure to not say anything. I need him in my peerage so I, the great and magnificent Rias Gremory, can be the rating game champion. Kiba. I thought you said you never liked Issei. What happened to the time when he mustered the courage and confessed his love to you? Rias. You don't get it. I'm going to let you in on a little secret, something only that you will know. Rias got closer to Kiba and whispered into his ear. Issei decided to use enhanced hearing to listen to what Rias had to tell Kiba. Rias. Did you know that Issei's death by Rainier was all staged? I only wanted him in my peerage so that he could get me out of my marriage with Riser. If I got married with Riser, I could never achieve my dream of becoming the rating game champion. So, I decided to let Rainier kill him first, then I would appear from a summoning circle that my familiar would give to him before Rainier killed him at the park. Once I saved him, he would pledge his allegiance and loyalty without hesitation. Isn't that ingenious? The plan is foolproof. And if I am being honest, I actually loved Issei. The moment he said my name and confessed his love to me, I was head over heels for him. Kiba heard all of that, and he clenched his fists and growled angrily. Kiba. You what? I just can't arg. He was so angry that he couldn't form a single coherent sentence. All Kiba did was just contain his feelings of rage and anger inside him as he still processed what Rias told him. Rias continued, this time speaking at normal volume. Too bad he was so weak that he fell into a coma and is still unconscious. I won't marry weak and pathetic men who only lust over my body and are completely ignorant to my feelings. That's why Florian is the only one for me. I know that he loves me unlike Issei who pretends to love me. She spoke so arrogantly to the point where the two boys were completely livid and wanted to get off their beds and savagely attack Rias. But Kiba and Saji knew the consequences of speaking out. If they revealed anything to the Devil Kings, then their loved ones would be harmed. All they could do was wallow in shame and defeat, as they knew that Rias had won this battle. Kiba regretfully thought about everything, but what he was most regretful about was that he had just surrendered to Rias and left Issei all alone to fend for himself. Kiba thought to himself dejectedly, Issei, I'm so sorry we lost. I can't imagine how scared you must be right now, having to find out that you need to save the underworld on your own and that your only two friends left have surrendered and given up. I'm really sorry, Issei. I'm sorry I can't do anything right now. Saji was also thinking the same, angry at himself for being humiliated so pathetically by a group of girls who committed disgraceful acts behind the one they claimed to love. Saji. Issei, I'm really sorry, man. There's nothing we can do now. That tomato boar has beaten us. We're now being threatened with the worst punishments that they can think of. Even if we tried to resist, they'd completely destroy us. Please, Issei, please stay safe and don't let yourself get tricked by Rias. I'm really sorry. The girls laughed at Rias's comments about Issei and laughed the plight of the two boys. Meanwhile, the one person they didn't want to know all this information had just heard everything, and he was going insane inside his mind. Issei now learned that everything that came and went was all a big lie. There wasn't any love, only manipulation and selfishness. It also couldn't be helped that Issei was also enraged that Rias and the girls would go so low to keep Saji and Kiba quiet by threatening their girlfriends and crushes. Issei started breathing and shaking erratically, as a sharp surge of pain pushed through his body and almost caused him to scream and reveal his position. Drake decided to act fast and stabilize the situation. Drake. Partner, let's leave. Get back to the cave in Yellowstone. I need you to relax. There's no need to. Issei completely ignored Drake and swiftly dashed out of the medical tent. As he ran outside, soldiers noticed him and tried to get him to stop. But Issei ignored them and continued running further away from the medical tent and towards the city. This prompted the soldiers to chase after him. Soldier 1. Hey! Kid! It's still very dangerous here. Civilians need to stay put until further notice. Soldier 2. I understand that you want to find your friends and family, but now is not a good time to do so. Despite the great number of soldiers that pursued him, Issei outran them as he was a supernatural being with greater speed and stamina. Soldier 3. Well, that little man is pretty fast. Do you think we should call a search party? Soldier 4. No, let him go. When he's finished searching, he'll definitely come back. There's nowhere else he can go. We have many army units surrounding the city in a 50-mile radius. He'll definitely be found. The soldiers eventually gave up chasing after him and just handed the responsibility of finding Issei to the other armies. Issei thought to himself, so all of that was the truth of my life? I knew it. I bucking knew it. Why didn't I see the red flag sooner? I saw Rias's familiar on the same day I was coincidentally killed by Rainier. Buck! I saw all the evidence and I completely ignored it. This sucks. This sucks. All this time I have been used to make Rias look good. There wasn't any love, it was a bucking lie. Drake. Partner. I understand how you're feeling right now. You've been betrayed and you were manipulated this whole time. But you need to calm down right now because I can sense your body is feeling very abnormal and weird right now. Your aura is fluctuating a lot. If this keeps up then. Issei completely ignored Drake and kept running away. When he was out of sight from the soldiers, he equipped his scale mail armor and flew at high speeds away from the city. However, a certain gray-haired woman was standing on a rooftop looking at him flying away. Rain. I knew something was up with that boy. I had the feeling that he had powers, but I never expected myself to be correct. Wait, hold on, I think I sense something evil inside him. I think I need to follow him to see who he really is. Perhaps I am not really alone in this world. Scene break. Somewhere over southern Colorado, USA. Tuesday, 4:00 p.m. Crash. Something went wrong. Issei was flying at ludicrous speeds, and he suddenly felt weak. He began to lose consciousness before his right shoulder felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, his right shoulder exploded and lots of blood came flowing out. Issei felt a lot of pain and he started to descend towards the ground. Issei tried to endure the pain in his right shoulder and struggled to maintain flight in the air. But he couldn't as he suddenly felt a sharp pain within several regions of his body. It was complete agony. Issei couldn't maintain the scale male form any longer and reverted back into his human form. He fell from a great height, with blood flying out of his right shoulder and his body feeling extremely excruciating. Issei's vision was blurry, and his heart rate became irregular. Despite his best efforts to maintain consciousness, his hearing also became worse, as all he could hear was a continuous high-pitched tone playing in his head. Finally, he crashed somewhere on a peak of a secluded mountain range. Drake somehow managed to keep him alive by taking control of his body at the very last second and cushioning his impact with dragon aura infused in his limbs that hit the ground first. But it created a super large crater on the mountain, one that could be seen from space. It was cold on the peak. The frosty temperatures of the mountain didn't seem to help Issei get any better. But thanks to Drake, he was still conscious after the impact. He trembled and shivered as snow descended from the skies. Issei used his strength to turn over his body on his back to lie down on the ground and face the sky. Issei. How did this happen? Why did my shoulder suddenly arrgggh? That hurts. My body hurts. Why? Issei was still suffering from the unexpected surge of pain he felt when in the sky. He was hyperventilating, trying his best to soothe the pain, until he recalled what Rias and the girls said at Cheyenne. His body became much more painful, and he screamed in intense discomfort. It seemed that when he thinks about Rias or anyone closely associated with her, the pain in his body gets even worse, especially his heart. Drake finally spoke to Issei, telling him about his body's situation. Partner! Listen up! I'm getting really tired of you ignoring me and running off somewhere else. This is serious, so listen carefully. Your body's pain is being caused by the evil pieces. I observed for a while and realized that whenever you think about the Gremry girl or the other girls in your harem, the evil pieces in your body act abnormally and eat your body from the inside out. That is what's causing the pain. But on top of that, remember the poison that you were inflicted with at Los Angeles? It turns out that one of the poison's properties is to stay incubated as a passive microorganism, before turning into a dangerous toxin which acts like acid much later. When the toxins build up, they only accumulate and eventually explode. That's why your right shoulder exploded. It won't be long until another part of your body explodes. For now, avoid thinking about the girls, while I try to kill off the toxins in your body. Issei struggled to speak, but he was able to respond. I'll try. He felt like it was complete torture trying to breathe, let alone say a few words. So, he decided to close his eyes and hope that Drake would somehow heal his body and not die. However, the pain kept him awake. He would frequently close his eyes but would fail to sleep. The whole ordeal lasted a painful 3 hours, as Issei would be struck by frequent surges of pain flowing through his body. Eventually, Issei gave up trying to sleep and settled on staying awake until he got better. Drake was having a hard time neutralizing the poison. The toxins were like bacteria multiplying rapidly, splitting into more and more of itself until Drake was overwhelmed by them, and soon he eventually gave up. Drake decided that saving Issei at this point was futile, so he decided to tell Issei the bad news and hope that at the very least, Issei would stay still and let the poison and evil pieces kill him, not wanting to suffer a violent death. Drake. Partner, I'm very sorry, the toxins were too much for me to handle. They will soon encompass more parts of your body and more of your limbs will explode until there's nothing left. In other words, you are dying. And there's no way to stop it now. I'm very sorry for giving up on you, partner. I'm no different from the Gremory girl and her gang of hitches. Please lie down until it's all over. It will be much better than dying while you are enraged and going on a rampage. There was silence for a moment. Issei didn't say anything to Drake, and Drake was nervous at the silence. But Issei finally said something to his resident dragon for one last time before he passed away. Issei. It's okay, Drake. Don't compare yourself to Rias or any of the other girls. You, Kiba, Saji, Gasper, and Roswise have all been the best people I've ever met in this life. You've never given up on me, even in my dying moments. Right now, you are all I have left in this cruel and unfair world. And if I am being completely honest, it's a shame that Rias is getting away with everything and I am not there to do anything about it. But thinking back, I actually enjoyed this life with you as my battle partner. It's been an honor to be your host, Red Dragon Emperor. In your next host, tell them all about me. I want to be remembered by my successors. Drake was surprised by this response. He expected Issei to stay silent and hate him in secret until he died. But Issei chose to forgive Drake and keep things on a positive note. So Drake responded in the same manner. Drake, I didn't expect this reaction. But if that's the way it is, then I've got some last words for you before we depart. In my whole life trapped in this sacred gear, I've encountered many wonderful and amazing hosts, such as Belzard and Elsha. But I've also met many hosts who used me solely for power and ended up dying horribly. However, you are a first, partner. You've been a rather quirky and perverted person, but in my opinion, you have been the best host I've ever had. It's been an honor to be your partner, Issei Hayadu. May our paths cross again one day. I'll definitely miss you. The both of them went silent. Issei, ironically dying from poison and evil pieces inside of his body, was happy. He shed a few tears when he thought about what Drake said. Meanwhile, Drake was reflecting on his past, as he recalled each life with every partner, eventually reaching Issei and felt proud. After a few minutes, Issei decided to ask Drake one last question. Issei. Hey dragon? Dragon. Yes, Issei? Issei. If there was one song you could hear before you died, which one would it be? For me, it would be My Way by Frank Sinatra. Drake. Interesting choice. For me, it would be We'll Meet Again by Vera Lynn. Issei. I see you're a man of culture as well. The two of them laughed despite the fact that Issei's life was coming to an end. At least they got to know one personal interest of each other before they would move on to their next life. Even as Issei's body parts began exploding one by one, he still peacefully lay on the ground, staring into the night sky as he experienced his final and fleeting moments. It was solemn and melancholic. The life of the greatest Red Dragon Emperor was about to reach the end of the rope so quickly, people could only imagine what he could have done in his lifetime had he been under better circumstances. But nonetheless, what's done is done. There is no turning back from death. It is simply the end. Or was it? It was just a few minutes past 7 o'clock p.m. Issei only had his head, neck, and torso left. His arms and legs had exploded into massive puddles of blood, splattering everywhere and staining the snowy surface red. Issei's vision was also turning blurrier and his hearing became much worse. He braced himself for the final moments of his life, thinking of the best times he ever had. Issei thought about his parents, who were definitely going to be devastated by the loss of their only child and son. He thought about his human friends, and wondered how they'd react to his death. He thought about Serzex and Grafia, who were going to be grief-stricken by the death of their younger brother. He thought about Azazel, who was definitely going to get drunk as a way of coping with the death of someone he considered a son. Issei thought about everyone he knew in his life, and wondered how they would carry on after he died. It kept him worried, but he reassured himself as Issei believed that they were strong-willed and determined to keep living on. But wait, something is strange. Where did all the pain go? Issei just realized that all the pain in his body was gone. Usually, when a part of his body felt the most painful, It was a clear indication that that particular part will explode next. But in this case, there was almost no more pain. Issei couldn't get up as he lost his limbs. So, he looked around with his neck and saw a peculiar figure standing a few feet away from him. This figure was the shape of a woman, but nobody could see the distinctive features of this woman, as she looked pretty translucent. But on closer inspection, she really didn't have any facial features or body parts. It was just a translucent silhouette that was acting weirdly. The only thing one could make out of her were her long and messy hair. Issei, what the heck is that? He tried squinching his eyes to see better, but he still couldn't see the figure clearly. Suddenly, the figure teleported right next to him, scaring the daylights out of Issei. But this time, Issei could see the features of the figure now. It was translucent. There really were no distinctive or distinguishable features about this person, but now it could be confirmed that the figure was a woman, as she began to speak. Hello, are you alright? The figure spoke in a feminine voice. Issei. What? You can talk? Issei heard the figure talking and did not expect something without a mouth to talk. Hee hee. Sorry for scaring you, I was just testing you. Issei. Testing me? For what? Seeing if I can fight you? Because newsflash, I can't. Drake. Issei. I'd be very careful with my words right now. I can sense the aura coming from that woman. She's really powerful. She has more than enough power to defeat you and Vala combined. Issei. What? She can defeat Issei was cut off as the figure interrupted. Hey! Please don't ignore me. I spent all this time searching for you. Issei. Huh? Oh, sorry, I was just taken aback by what my partner said to me. Partner? But there's nobody here. It's just you. Issei. Oh, about that, he's actually a dragon whose soul is locked up in an artifact called the Boosted Gear. It's something extremely powerful, and I've had it since birth. Also, what do you mean when you've been searching for me this whole time? The figure stayed silent the whole time, leaving Issei in a suspenseful and nervous mood. But she finally reacted. The figure started to glow, and when it glowed bright enough, the light dissipated, and the figure had transformed into a woman. It was Rain Murasame. She was still wearing the same outfit when she saw Issei at Cheyenne. Issei didn't recognize her at first, but then the realization hit him hard. Issei. So that's what you look like. Wait. Rain Murasame? The medic from the... Rain. Yes, it's me. To tell you the truth, Issei, I've suspected that there was something strange about you from the moment we met. Throughout my whole life, I've never knew my past. I didn't even know where I came from. I thought that I was the only one in the world who has special powers, until I met you. I was looking forward to talking with you more when I came back from my work as a medic. Wait, before I continue, I just want to let you know that I was recruited into the medics because I happened to be passing by their academy, and the instructors mistook me as a student. So they took me into the school and I somehow managed to pass without any intentions of joining them. Issei. What? Rain. I know. It's pretty unbelievable. But back to my main point, after leaving the tent, I secretly pinned your presence and started tracking you. The moment I felt you running away from the medic tent, I stopped all my work to find you. I climbed onto a rooftop to see where you were, but then I saw you get into that red armor and fly away. That's when I knew that you were just like me, another person with special powers. Issei. So you have powers, huh? Did you come to talk to me or fight me? Because in a few minutes, I will die and be unable to do either. It turns out a fatal poison and some flesh-eating chess pieces will be the cause of my demise. Rain. You're dying? Issei. Yes, my partner's efforts to save me have been futile. My death is unavoidable now and I have gracefully accepted it. Issei had just told Rain that he has given up on trying to save his life from the evil within that were intent on killing him. But Rain gave him an answer that would shock both Issei and Drake. Rain. What if I told you that I can save your life and give you a fresh start all over again? But Drake spoke first, and wanted to know how Rain was going to save Issei as he believed that there was no way it was possible. Drake. Hello Murasame, my name is Drake, the Welsh dragon. I'm that partner Issei has been talking about. Now, regarding the topic of saving. I've done my best to kill the toxins, but it was futile. Tell me, how do you intend on saving my partner? Rain immediately replied. Well, I am technically preventing you from dying right now. I'm using my powers to stop the toxins. In fact, I noticed that something was wrong with your body when I spotted you flying away from Cheyenne. I tracked you all the way to Colorado and confirmed my suspicions that something was indeed wrong with your body. So, I simply used my powers to suppress the toxin's multiplication ability and stop the accumulation of the toxins for now. Drake. Huh! Wait. Let me check. Oh my god, Issei, she's telling the truth. The toxins have stopped multiplying, but the ones still alive are not dying. It seems like she has a plan to save you. I advise you to think about it. Maybe we could get our revenge on the Gremory girl. We can have a chance at stopping Florian, Issei said with a shocked expression. Wait, this is all too good to be true. Is there a catch? Rain. Yes. Though I wouldn't call it a catch. It's more of a requirement that must be fulfilled in order to save you completely. Issei became curious and inquired. What's this requirement that must be fulfilled? Rain spent no time hesitating and got to the point. Basically, I have the power to take out your spirit from your body, then it will enter my body, and then I will give birth to you. That's just the process. The requirement is that I need another source of energy to give you enough power for you to be strong in your new body. My own energy isn't enough to save you, Issei asked once again. Another source? Like energy from someone else? Rain. Yes. Your new body will be created within my womb in just a few hours instead of 9 months with the help of my own energy and the other source's energy. But the source of this energy must be strong, and I have never encountered anything in this world with the power needed for this procedure. But luckily it seems we have one right here. Issei. Huh? Where? Rain. I'm talking about that dragon's energy within your body. It has sufficient energy to help me perform this reincarnation ritual. Drake. Hold on. You need my energy to save him? Rain. Yes, is there something wrong with it? Drake. What's going to happen to me after the procedure is complete? Rain. Okay, about that, your soul won't be affected. But I need all the draconic energy from the boosted gear to save Issei's life. This means that your soul will be the only thing left once the procedure is complete. Drake. Murasame, I am all for this plan. But I have a condition of my own. Rain. And what's that? Drake. You can take out souls and spirits from their bodies, right? If that's the case, then I want a body of my own. Issei was shocked at Drake's request, asking with concern. Wait. Drake. You want to get a body? Why's that? Drake. Issei, I don't trust Rain Murasame just yet. When you are reincarnated into a new body as a baby, I want to be there by your side and make sure Murasame doesn't have any ulterior motives. Rain. Okay, done, deal. She accepted Drake's request without any hesitation. Drake. Thank you. Now since that's out of the way, why don't we get started already? Issei was prepared to start a new life. He deeply inhaled before sharply exhaling. He looked to Rain and said, I'm ready. Rain nodded and reached out both of her hands over Issei's chest. Then the hands started glowing with a bright light blue aura radiating from her palms. As she was preparing to extract Issei's soul from his body, she gave him 2 last pieces of advice before he was reborn. Alright, Issei, first of all, you might want to do this with your eyes closed all the way. No opening them. Secondly, I want you to think about all the wrong things you did in your life. Reflect on all of your past actions and think about what you should have done better. You are about to start a new life as someone new. I hope that you can correct all your wrongs in this life when you live your new one. Issei closed his eyes and started reflecting on everything he had been through since young. He recalled his earliest childhood memories when he was a toddler and making friends with Irina. But Issei ignored that part and swore to never become childhood friends with girls in his next life. Then, he remembered his life through elementary and middle school. It was around this time that Issei was exposed to lewd and explicit content which kick-started his road to becoming a full-blown pervert. Then, he remembered the most memorable experience of all, high school. Issei vividly replayed his memories from the time he became a devil to the time he was betrayed by Rias. Although some moments were bittersweet, Issei still remembered the time when he learned that his death was staged. He decided to forget about Rias, because who has time for a girl like that? When reaching the end of his memory replay, Rain saw everything in his mind using her powers and extracted all his memories from his head and condensed them into a ruby orb that was glowing lively. Drake got worried and wanted to know what she planned to do with them. Drake, a Murasame? Why did you record Issei's memories? Rain, when he's reborn, Issei will forget about everything in this life. And regarding this orb condensed with his memories, that's when you come in. Drake, okay? What do I have to do with anything? Rain, let me explain. Since you're going to receive a new vessel for your soul, you're going to help me raise Issei alongside myself. We will give him a normal life when he's a child. But on his 18th birthday, we will tell him the truth of the supernatural world. Should you decide to let Issei know his experiences and memories in this life, use this orb I'm holding right now to show him all his memories. But the decision of showing Issei his memories is all up to you. Drake, I see. Well, Murasame, the situation Issei and I are in right now is quite complicated and serious. When we find somewhere to settle down and raise Issei, I will tell you all the details. But I will tell you now that I do intend to show Issei his memories when he turns 18 in his next life. Rain, I understand. Is there anything else? Drake, yes, the boosted gear has an ability called transfer. I want it to be passed down to Issei when he is reborn. I believe it will be useful for him. Rain, got it. I will continue with the procedure now. I'm just about to extract your soul and his soul from his body right now. Drake, thank you for everything, Rain. See you later. Rain's hands glowed even brighter, and a bunch of green energy orbs were emerging from Issei's body. She counted the number of orbs floating out of his body and saw a whole group of them, which confused her. Rain, why are there so many of them when I should have 2 green orbs which should represent Issei and Drake? But there's a whole bunch of them. I think I will check each of these additional orbs later. I found Issei's soul and Drake's soul so I can think about it later. She identified Issei's soul as the green orb glowing in the middle. Then, she directed it towards her, and the green orb entered her abdomen. For the final parts of the procedure, she directed the remaining green orbs including Drake's soul into a glass jar and placed it into a small pouch. Now that the procedure was complete, Rain would soon get pregnant, and will need to give birth to Issei somewhere safe. So, she decided to fly to a hospital nearby. Scene break. Albuquerque, New Mexico, USA. Tuesday, 8:00 p.m. Rain was standing by a wall of a hospital, observing her belly. Then, when it started to expand to the point where she looked 9 months pregnant, she walked towards the hospital entrance and called for help. Rain, help! Somebody! Please help! My water broke and I'm going to give birth very soon. The nurses and the doctors had turned to see a pregnant woman who was struggling to walk. They immediately brought out a stretcher and instructed Rain to lie down as the medical personnel brought her to an operation room. During the rebirth of Issei, it wasn't much trouble as Rain was able to give birth to him safely without any issues. Doctor. Congratulations, ma'am! It's a boy! The doctor handed the newborn boy over to Rain. The nurses and the doctors all gathered around Rain as she held the crying newborn in her arms. Rain. Hello again, Issei. Welcome to the world. As your mother, I promise to take good care of you and be by your side whenever you need me. She smiled at the baby who had calmed down and looked at Rain in the eyes. On this day, I, Issei Hayadu, died from the evil pieces used by my former lover to save me. Ironic, isn't it? But this day was also significant, as it is also the birthday of the person I am about to be. My enemies may have won this round, but the fight never ends. It is only 18 years later where I will rise to the top alongside a group of new allies and take back what I lost. Watch out, Rias. Watch out, Florian. You haven't won just yet. Chapter 5. Back at home. The school bell had just rung, and the students of Ko Academy were leaving their classes for lunch break. Among the crowd of students were two female student council members. The two girls were walking slowly and quietly next to each other as they made their way to the cafeteria. They were Momo Hanakai and Ruruko Nimura, the bishop and pawn of Sona Citri's peerage respectively. It had been a day since they heard from their boyfriend, Saji. The last message he said to them was that he had business to attend to outside of school and would skip classes for that day. Saji did not send any other message then, and the last time he was seen online was 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday, when school was supposed to start. His absence worried them. The two girls tried contacting him many times after school but could not reach him. They even searched Ko-town to find Saji for the whole evening, but they turned up empty-handed. As of today, Momo and Ruruko were still worried about Saji's sudden absence from school. Ruruko asked her senpai worriedly, "Senpai, don't you think we should call Sona now? Saji has been missing since the whole of yesterday and today. I really want to see him safe and sound, you know?" Momo tried her best to reassure her underclassmen and calm her down. "Ruruko, please calm down. I understand that you are extremely worried about Saji. I feel the same way too. But please don't think of the worst possible scenario. We are at peace now, the trihexa has been sealed and we can all go on with our lives. Maybe Saji had to deal with a family situation. He is the one in charge of making sure his family makes ends meet." Ruruko, "But we went to Saji's house yesterday and nobody was there. His siblings even called me later that night to ask me where Saji is. I had to lie to them that he was over at my place and would come home tomorrow. This is getting really exhausting, you know." The two girls, no matter how much they tried to cheer themselves up, always couldn't help but think that something happened to Saji. When they reached the cafeteria, they received an unexpected greeting from someone familiar. "Tsubasa. Surprise! Guess who's back?" Momo and Ruruko were surprised to find their fellow student council member Tsubasa Yura standing alongside all the other student council members who accompanied Sona to the underworld for some personal business. They included Sona's knight, Tomo Megiri, her other bishop, Rei Kusaka, and her queen and vice president, Tsubaki Shinra. Momo. You all are back? Wow. It's been almost a month since we last saw you. What happened? Momo and Ruruko were excited to see her fellow peerage members after a while now. Tsubaki. Well, since Seraphal Leviathan is now sealed within the isolation field barrier in order to weaken the trihexa, Sona has received a lot of responsibility now. We didn't want Sona to feel alone, so the whole lot of us came and accompanied her. Ruruko. I see. So Sona was basically told that a bunch of huge responsibilities are being passed to her now that her sister's gone. Speaking of her, where's Sona? And by the way, have any of you seen Saji? Rhea. Sona is currently in the bathroom. As for Saji, I thought he was with you. He didn't come to school today? Ruruko. No, Saji didn't come to school today and yesterday at all. Look. This was the last message he sent me. She took out her phone and showed it to her friends. The last message was sent at 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday. It read, Hi Ruruko, I have some personal and important business to attend to outside of school. I won't be coming to school today as a result. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll come tomorrow. I love you, Saji. Momo. Yeah. He sent me the exact same thing. We decided to contact him after school, when he would most likely be finished with what he was doing. But he never picked up or responded. Tsubaki. Huh. That's pretty weird. What could Saji be possibly doing? She was very perplexed at the fact that Saji randomly disappeared without saying anything. But then, someone familiar showed up. Sona. Well, if it isn't my lovely student council back together again. Nice to see you again, Momo and Ruruko. It was Sona. She had finally came back from the underworld to receive briefings about what will happen to the state of the supernatural world now that the war with the Trihexa is over. Momo. Huh. Oh. Sona. It's great to see you again, but I really need your help. Sona. With what exactly? Ruruko. Saji has been missing since yesterday, and we haven't been able to contact him or find him at all. Can you help us find him? Sona. Saji? Missing? What are you talking about? I just detected Saji's presence within the school. Tsubaki. Wait, what? Sona. Look over there. He's going to walk through that hall in a few seconds. The rest of the student council was baffled. Saji suddenly disappears from school for 2 days and then he finally shows up at lunch without any proper explanation. They watched closely at the hallway as students were walking in and out of the cafeteria. And just like Sona had predicted, Saji was seen walking into the cafeteria. But something was different. He didn't seem happy, but instead was looking very disappointed and defeated. But the girls didn't seem to notice, and his 2 girlfriends along with the other student council members ran over to him. Momo. Saji! Where have you been? I was so worried yesterday, you know? Ruruko. Yeah. You idiot! Why didn't you at least call or text us? Saji noticed them and immediately recoiled in fear. He took a few small steps backwards and tried to recompose himself. The girls now noticed his weird behavior, so they decided to ask him if he was alright. Tsubasa. Saji? You alright? You're looking pretty pale there. Did something happen? Saji still couldn't respond. He was wheezing and struggling to breathe normally. He still recalled what Ria said to him and Kiba back in Wyoming. He didn't know how to face his friends after Rias threatened to harm them if Saji said something. A few seconds passed, and the girls were getting increasingly suspicious. What's worse is that Sona walked up to Saji and asked him in a dead serious tone. Saji, what happened? Her eyes glared at him, but Saji still wasn't able to respond. Suddenly, Rias and her peerage came from behind and cheerfully greeted Sona, directing the student council's attention away. Rias. Hey there, Sona! Sorry for Saji's behavior. I needed him to help me eliminate some strays lurking in the suburbs of the city. The strays were pretty powerful though, and Saji hasn't slept all night. Sorry for the inconvenience. Sona. Rias? I thought you were skipping classes again to visit Issei. Rias. Oh, don't worry. There's a time and place for everything. I believe it's important to destroy the threats such as those strays that may cause harm to my beloved Issei. Besides, Issei isn't going anywhere, so I think it would be fine to leave him for a while before coming back. You agree with me, right? Sona. Oh, is that the case? I see, I've misunderstood the situation. Sorry, Saji. You want to take the day off as well? Now that I look closer, you look like you've been through a tough fight recently and barely made it out. Saji stayed quiet for a few more seconds before he finally replied. Well, yes. I was in a fight and almost got beaten. I think I can come to school today. It's just that I'm a little tired. Momo. Wait. So that's what you were doing yesterday? You were hunting a bunch of strays and almost got beaten? Why didn't you call for me, you dummy? She was angry that Saji had nearly been defeated by a stray and didn't consider calling her for backup. Ruruko was also feeling the same and started scolding Saji angrily. But Saji just stood there quietly and stared at the floor. The 2 girls who loved him were unaware that they were being held hostage by Rias and the ORC. He was being blackmailed and he was powerless. There was really nothing he could do. Meanwhile, Sona was having a chat about the upcoming graduation ceremony that was going to happen in a few weeks, and she asked Rias and Akino if they were excited. So, in a few weeks we will graduate. Isn't that great? Akino. Indeed. I'm actually looking forward to college, you know? But I'm sure everyone will miss me, right? Zenobia. Yup. You got that right. I'll definitely miss you here. Asia. Agreed. I'm pretty scared to see you go, you know? Akino. My. I'm flattered. How about you, Kiba-kun? Will you miss me? When she said that last part, her cheerful smile turned into a cunning smirk. Kiba hesitated to answer at first, but then he sheepishly nodded, causing Akino to smile again. Kiba pondered to himself. This is pathetic. Here I am constantly bending to their will while I am unable to do what's right. Issei, I'm really sorry we didn't mean to leave you alone in the dark, but wherever you are now, please don't come looking for us. Get stronger and save us all once more. Then, the school bell rang again. It was now time for the students to start returning to class for the resumption of classes. The devils were shocked at how much time has passed when they were talking and catching up with one another. Sona. Oh? Already? Well, that's a shame. Rias, let's talk after class. There are many important things I must tell you. Rias. About what exactly? Sona. When I went to the underworld, Ajuka Beelzebub briefed me on many different things that have changed and are going to change after the end of the Evil Dragon War. And one of those things personally affects us devils living in Code Town. So, is it possible to meet all of you after class at the ORC room when school is over? Rias. Of course. See you all there. Should I call Gasper and Rosswise too? Sona. Yes, everybody. If Issei wakes up, do tell him the changes that will happen. And I'm not so sure he will like this new change. You all will find out later. The student council and the ORC waved at each other before they walked in opposite directions towards their classes. Kiba turned around and began walking, but Ravel grabbed his hand and stopped him. He turned around and saw Ravel with a very sly and devious expression. Ravel. You're lucky, you know? I actually wasn't considering using the Phoenix Tear to recover your lost arm that was sliced off by Zenobia. So, watch your back and just keep quiet. Otherwise, you'll lose more than just your arm. She gestured towards Tsubaki and implied that she would be harmed if Kiba didn't do as they said. Then, Ravel walked off and left him standing there, and gave him one final glare before she turned away. Kiba just stayed silent, before walking off towards his class. Meanwhile, Andromalius Manor, Underworld. A man sat on his armchair looking at a picture of a family. There were 12 people in it. 3 adults and 9 children. Of the 3 adults, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was holding a small child within her arms while the other children swarmed around her. The first man was sitting next to the woman, while the other man was standing up next to the first man. The man who was looking at the family photo was Florian Andromalius, eldest son and second child of the house of Andromalius. As Florian spent each second staring at the picture, he became even more tense, and his grip on the picture increased. He stared directly at the man sitting down in the picture, and was becoming increasingly furious. Eventually, he managed to cool himself before he lost his temper. Florian. Huff huff, Sirs ex Lucifer, you did this to me. You shall pay for what you did to my family. I was going to usurp the throne from you and rule the underworld under my leadership. But now your stupid little brother-in-law and his goons just killed 2 more of my brothers. Since you're not here anymore, I'll make sure your family suffers. Then, Florian got up from the armchair and threw a punch at the wall, creating a massive hole in it. His older sister, Priscilla, suddenly came rushing in, trying to see what happened. She saw Florian facing the wall with a giant hole in it. He was clenching his fists and growling furiously. Priscilla became concerned and asked if her brother was all right. Priscilla. Florian! Is everything all right? Florian. No, I don't think so. Priscilla. Listen, I understand you are still mad about losing Nick and Alex. We all are. Florian. No. You don't get it. Priscilla recoiled from that response and stayed quiet. Florian then turned to her and walked up to her. He began to speak. Florian. We were this close to achieving progress. But then the Red Dragon Emperor suddenly shows up out of nowhere and thwarts our plans. Wasn't he supposed to be in a coma? Ugh. I guess we didn't predict that he would wake up so soon. But that doesn't matter anymore. What's important now is how are we supposed to regain our power now that Nick and Alex are dead? He glared right at Priscilla, breathing heavily as he waited for an answer. Priscilla just looked at him astonished and dumbfounded. Then, Florian started to cry. He fell on his knees and covered his face with his hands. Florian sobbed uncontrollably and Priscilla awkwardly stood there and looked at him with concern. Priscilla decided to go over to Florian and give him a hug. He calmed down a little and wiped his tears before looking at his older sister. Priscilla. Little brother, we'll figure something out. Right now, yes, our power has severely decreased, and we will need to find a way to regain our lost power. But for now, out of respect for Alex and Nick, we will lay low for a while. Is that okay with you? She spoke softly and calmly to console Florian. Florian, it's okay. But I want to fill you in on some important details. Priscilla. All right, I'm listening. Florian. I've contacted the Hitch sister of Sirzek's Lucifer earlier. I didn't tell her that the Red Dragon Emperor has woken up. I told her instead that her knight and her best friend's pawn attacked us at the hotel, and we were looking for them. To my surprise, she actually beat us to it and defeated the two buckers. However, this raises a question. Where was the Red Dragon Emperor when she was fighting those two guys? Did he escape somewhere and hide? Did he die? This is all so very confusing. Priscilla. He couldn't have called Itsuka Beelzebub to notify him of us. It's been several hours, and no one was sent to capture and arrest us. The government would take a plan like ours very seriously and certainly try to neutralize any threats to their power. Personally, I think the scenario where he died is the most likely. Florian. Why do you say so? Priscilla. I remember Nick impaled the Red Dragon Emperor with his poison spikes. Those toxins would have killed him even if he healed his body. Florian. If that's the case, then the boosted gear must have found a new host, making it ever more challenging for us to steal it. Priscilla. Florian, I've always wondered, why is the boosted gear the only sacred gear we must steal? Aren't there others we can steal? Florian. True. But don't you remember the Red Dragon Emperor's feats? If he is the person who accomplished all of those things in a span of 2 years, then the boosted gear is the only thing that will give us more than enough power to defeat the forces of the underworld. Stealing multiple sacred gears will be very difficult, and has a high chance of exposing us to the enemy. Which is why, no matter how many sacred gears we collect, we will lose. Priscilla. Surely it isn't as necessary as you think? Florian. Oh, it is compulsory for us to have it if we want a chance at winning. With Nick and Alex gone, that Longinus will be the only thing that can give us sufficient power to give us even the slimmest chance of victory. Priscilla. I see. So, what now? Florian. Since the Gremry Hitch and her friends don't know that the Red Dragon Emperor is out of the hospital, we'll tell them exactly that. Except we are going to spin the narrative. Since everyone thinks that you are the loyal secretary of Itsuka Beelzebub, we will use that to our advantage. We will tell the girls that you visited the hospital to visit the Red Dragon Emperor, but when you arrived there you learned that he had been discharged a week ago. Also, please actually visit the hospital to find out how long he has been out. Then, Rias would get worried and track him down using the evil pieces. How does that sound? Priscilla. Awesome! We'll track him down immediately. But how are we supposed to take the boosted gear without them noticing? Florian. When they're busy talking with him, we'll betray them and kill them on the spot. And when the Red Dragon Emperor is all alone, we take him out and steal his Longinus. I know the last time we tried taking it, Alex and Nick died. But that was only because the knight was there. This time, we'll kill them by surprise. Priscilla. Sounds like a plan. This is why we all follow and trust you. I'll call the rest of the family and we'll get down to business. She immediately walked out of the room and dashed down the stairs. If you all want to visualize them, just think of Musin from KNY for Florian, and Cornelia from Code Geass for Priscilla. Meanwhile, KUH Town. Wednesday, 4:00 p.m. Waiting inside the ORC was Rias and her peerage with the exception of Issei. Rias sat down at her president's desk with Aquino standing next to her. The church trio was standing by the side in a row, Kiba and Gasper were standing by the window, and Rosweiss, Ravel, and Kaneko were sitting at a side table drinking tea at the corner of the room. Rosweiss. It feels great to be back. I was really looking forward to coming back to this place, you know. My grandmother was constantly bugging me about wanting to meet Issei again. Oh. That's right. Rias, what exactly is this meeting with the student council supposed to be about? Rias. Well, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and find out. Rosweiss. I'm guessing it must be important. Sigh, if only Issei were here. Don't you miss him too, girls? The girls hesitated to speak for a moment, but Rias spoke in an awkward and sheepish manner. Yes. Oh, how my heart beats so passionately for my beloved Issei. She forced a smile and tried to sound as convincing as possible. The other girls nodded shyly along with Rias's remark. Meanwhile, Kiba was looking out the window and rolling his eyes when he heard what the girls said. Gasper. Wait. That's right. I completely forgot that Issei was still in hospital. Why don't we all go visit him after the meeting with the student council? When Gasper made that request, he noticed the other girls were looking a little doubtful and a little bit shy. He looked around and wondered why the girls were acting this way. Gasper was about to ask why, but Rosweiss spoke first. Rosweiss. Of course. Let's all go visit Issei after this meeting, is that alright? Akino. Well, I am a little busy after. Sona. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Out of nowhere, Sona and the student council came in without knocking. This shocked everybody who wasn't expecting them to barge in without even acknowledging they were outside. Rias and Akino were especially spooked by the sudden intrusion of the student council. But what scared them even more is that Sona was going to visit Issei with the rest of them, and that was something they were not looking forward to. Rias. Oh. Sona. I didn't expect you to show up this early. Hee hee. She tried her best to act natural in front of her best friend. Sona. Am I not on time? The clock says 4:00 p.m. and we agreed to 4:00 p.m., right? Rias. No, it's not that. The thing is, you want to visit Issei with us? Sona. Yes, I do. Is there a problem? Rias. And no. Not at all. Sona. Then I guess it's settled. I'm pretty sure you want to see him again, right? After all, you told me many times in private about all the… Rias. HHY. Keep quiet now. The girls and Gasper giggled at Rias and Sona's conversation. But Kiba and Saji knew that if they went to the hospital after this meeting, then things will escalate and get real ugly really fast, since Issei was discharged a week ago and visiting a patient who is no longer at hospital is going to cause a lot of confusion. Meanwhile, Rias was hoping that Sona wouldn't find out that she was cheating on Issei, as Sona is the type of person to definitely report Rias to the higher-ups. Akino. Anyway, what did you want to talk about, Sona? Please start with the change that will affect us personally. Sona. Yes. First, it's about some new people moving into Ko Town and someone new enrolling into the academy. Irina. Someone new? Who? Sona turned to the door and said, Come in. Then, to everybody's shock and surprise, it was valet bucking Lucifer coming through the door with the rest of his team. This included Arthur Pendragon, LeFay Pendragon, Biko, and Kuroka. Kaneko was particularly surprised at the fact that her older sister was coming to live in the same town as them. Kaneko stuttered. What? Kuroka. Oh? Why if it isn't my cute little Chiron? How have you been doing? Busy trying to get one over me with the Red Dragon Emperor? Well, guess what? She takes out a piece of paper and shows it to Kaneko. Kaneko. A piece of paper? For what? Wait a minute. EW. A wedding certificate? That's gross, big sis. How did you even manage to convince him to sign this? Kuroka. Well, when he was in a coma, I kinda placed a pen in his hand and made him sign it. It counts as a valid signature, does it not? She cheekily smiled at her little sister. Kaneko simply growled and rolled her eyes at Kuroka, making her laugh. Kuroka. Ha ha. Think of it in any way you may, this is a promise that I made to him. I will marry him and restore the Nikomata race. She proudly laughed at the fact that she made a man sign into a marriage without his consent and baffled everyone in the room. Biko. But what if he says no? Kuroka. Humph. Then I'll make sure that he will do it one way or another. She pouted as she replied to Biko, causing him to facepalm. Val. Heh. All right, everyone. That's enough talk. Let's get down to important business. Right, glasses lady? Sona. Ugh, please stop calling me that, but yes, time to move on with the important details. You see, Ajuka Beelzebub has decided to reward Team Valley by allowing them to settle down in Ko Town as they fought in the Evil Dragon War and played a big part in contributing to the underworld's security and stability. As for the new student enrolling, it will be LeFay Pendragon. She will be joining us as a first-year student starting next semester. Love Faye. Thank you, everyone! I am looking forward to joining all of you! She cheerfully smiled and respectfully bowed her head. Tsubaki. It is our pleasure. I'm sure you'll enjoy your life in Ko Academy. Zenobia. I see. So, we have a new student. Sona. Also, there's also one more person who is moving in. Please come in. And to everybody's shock, it was Ophis. But instead of her being a tiny child, she was a mature woman this time. The whole room had mixed reactions. Some were surprised, some were dumbfounded, others were confused. Ophis. Hello, devils of Ko Town. You all already know me, so there's no need for formal introductions. I will be staying in Issei Haida's residence from now on. I'll be in your care. She bowed her head and greeted everybody again. Whoa. Ophis is coming to stay? Well, I'd be damned. Rias. Wait. Why is she here? Rias demanded an answer as to why someone who was considered invincible and feared by the supernatural world would come and live among them. Sona. Calm down. I was just as shocked as you in the beginning. But Itsuka managed to convince me that she's harmless and just wants to live a regular life. Do you understand? I mean, think about it. She saved Issei's life. Doesn't that mean something to you? When she said that, all the girls didn't know what to say. They spent a while thinking back on the events that happened with Issei before the Evil Dragon War started. The girls felt slightly guilty about what they did to Issei behind his back when he was in a coma, but they shrugged it off as if nothing ever happened. Instead, Rias decided to answer with a lie. Rias. Why, yes. I guess the least we could do for Ophis is that she can stay with us for the time being. So anyway, do you have anything else for us? Sona. Well, no really. Most of the things Itsuka told me only concern the underworld itself and not us. So I guess that's it. Now let's all pay Issei a visit, shall we? The rest of the student council except for Saji nodded in agreement. He briefly looked to Kiba and gave him an uncomfortable look. Kiba also was looking very nervous. The both of them knew the truth, but they were too scared to speak out. They hoped that Issei was doing alright and trying his best to save the underworld from collapsing. Meanwhile, the ORC girls except Rosweiss were nervous and hesitated to answer. But Rias managed to say something. Rias. Well, Sona, when I see Issei I just can't bear to see him asleep. It just hurts me inside, you know. So maybe. Sona. Oh, come on. Don't lie to me. I know that's not true. I mean, you sent Irina to hand another excuse letter just yesterday, right? The letter said that all of you girls except Rosweiss were going to spend the whole day watching Issei. Rias. Fine, we'll come along. She reluctantly agreed to visiting Issei while the other girls had no choice but to comply as well. But suddenly, before anyone could say a thing, a magic communication portal showed up. It was a purple-haired woman wearing a white diplomatic uniform who contacted the Devils of Ko. Everybody wasn't sure who it was, except Kiba and Saji, who recoiled in fear and shock as they remembered who she was. Then, the woman began to speak. Priscilla. Good evening, Miss Gremory. I am Priscilla Fokeler, Secretary of Itsuka Beelzebub. I am calling you today because I am urgently asking if the Red Dragon Emperor is with you. Rias was nervous. She thought that if the secretary found out about her affair, her dream of becoming the rating game champion will definitely be crushed, and she will have to face a strict and severe punishment. So, she decided to lie to her. Rias. Oh, you're Itsuka's secretary? Well, about Issei, we were about to visit him in the hospital. He's still in a coma, and we are very worried about him. Priscilla only narrowed her eyes at Rias and asked again, this time in an interrogative voice. Oh, really? He's in the hospital? I don't think that's true, because I just visited the hospital only to find out he was discharged a week ago. Where is he? Everyone in the room had a big shock. They didn't know that Issei was already out of the hospital for a week and the girls were struggling to respond. Rias was sweating profusely and couldn't say anything. Sona and her peerage were in disbelief. For one, Issei was already discharged, and they didn't know. But more importantly, They realized that Rias was handing in excuse letters on days when Issei was no longer hospitalized. They were questioning everything in their minds. Kiba and Saji just kept quiet the whole time. Vala was feeling very exhilarated. He was happy that his rival was now out of hospital and was looking forward to battling him. Priscilla. You know what? Never mind. Miss Gremory, can you please use the evil pieces and track him down? Rias. Why yes. I'll do it right away. She activated a small magic circle and a hologram of a map appeared. The rest of the people in the room squeezed in on the map to find his location. Finally, Rias found Issei's evil pieces. Rias. Huh? Why is Issei-kun all the way on the other side of the world? Where is that? Val. It seems like he's somewhere in the U.S. state of Colorado, in a forested mountain range. But why's that? Everyone was confused on how Issei managed to get from Japan to America without anybody noticing. Rias was sweating profusely and was becoming more paranoid. She breathed heavily and tried to think of different scenarios that might have happened to Issei. Rias frantically thought to herself. No and no! My precious pawn! How could you leave without me knowing? Are you leaving me? How am I supposed to be the raiding game champion if you're not here? But Priscilla stopped her train of thought and firmly ordered. Enough! Miss Gremory, you and all the individuals with you right now are to meet me at a place near this location where we will rendezvous and search for him together. We must make haste! With that, her hologram immediately vanished. Lu Fei then decided. You all heard her. Let's go now! Val. Alright then, I'm coming. But I wonder what could Issei Hayata be doing there? Perhaps he is training? Anyway, let's go. Scene break. Somewhere in La Plata County, Colorado, USA. Wednesday, American time, 12:30 a.m. It was dark at night. Nobody was in the vicinity, and all the animals were asleep. All that could be heard was the sound of crickets and the murmuring flow of the creeks. But suddenly, a big red magic circle appeared and out came Rias, Sona, and Vala's team. They all sprawled out in different directions but didn't spread out too far from one another. Kaneko and Kuroka both used their powers to detect any trace of Issei's aura, but they didn't find anything. Everybody was searching hard to find Issei, but all of them encountered dead ends. Val. Albion, can you find Drake's soul? Albion. I did. But I detected nothing. Val. What? That's impossible. You can detect the soul of Drake from anywhere and you're telling me that you can't find him? Albion. I know it's a little hard to believe, but that's the truth, and a pretty scary one I may add. If Drake has really gone off the radar, then that can only mean one thing. Val. What? Albion. You see, Drake's soul is a unique one only I can sense. If I cannot sense it anymore, then it means his aura has changed to the point where I cannot identify it. As for what caused this change in his soul, it could be possible that his aura mixed with another powerful being's aura and merged into an entirely new soul. Val. Wait. So, basically, you're telling me that Drake's soul's characteristics have changed due to outside forces? Albion. Yes, and if Drake's soul has changed from meeting that other powerful being, then Issei Hayata has also definitely met it as well. Val. Another powerful being? I like the sound of that. Hopefully we can find this thing if it exists, then I can battle it. He was feeling very excited at the prospect of challenging a powerful entity since he was a battle maniac. Suddenly a voice called out. Everyone, it's Priscilla Folkler. I have arrived and I am ready to track down the Red Dragon Emperor with you all. She emerged from the darkness and met up with Rias. Rias. You're here. Alright, the evil pieces are up that mountain peak over there. She pointed to a massive mountain with a snowy peak and rocky slopes. Priscilla. Alright, we'll fly up there. Let's go. She immediately spread out her wings and flew towards the peak, prompting everybody to go airborne and follow her. Unbeknownst to them, a certain group of brothers were trailing them. Florian. Okay boys, you know the plan. When you see the Red Dragon Emperor, we kill the people present and isolate him. Then, we surround him and go in for the kill. Got it? Severino answered with a bit of nervousness in his voice. I don't know, bro. The White Dragon Emperor is here too. Isn't that a very big concern for us? Florian just looked at his brother, before turning away and pondered deeply. Eventually, he said, Okay, we'll observe them first. Don't do anything until I say so. His brothers nodded at his order and continued following Rias and Vala closely behind. Scene break. Top of the mountain. The teams of Rias, Sona, and Valley have reached the top of the peak and looked in all directions to find Issei. Meanwhile, Albion was trying to detect his presence but was shocked when he found nothing. Albion. What? No! This doesn't make any sense. Gremory girl, you said that he's up here, but I can't detect anything. Are you sure we're at the right place? Rias. Well, the map says that the evil pieces are here. Let's zoom in a bit. Okay, we're here all right, they are up ahead over there. As soon as she said that, everybody ran in that direction. They all followed a rocky and snowy path which led them to an unexpected discovery. They found a huge crater and a foul smell was coming out of it. Everybody was on high alert, so they all slowly made their way to the center of the crater. Gasper. Sniff, sniff, wait. I know this smell. It's Issei-senpai's blood. The scent is all over the place. He quickly went over to a corner and found a strong pungent smell. He touched the surface and he saw dried up blood on his hand, scaring him. Gasper. Blood? He was freaking out, terrified by the sight and scent of the dried up blood stained against the rocks. Rosweiss came over to Gasper and tried to comfort him. Rosweiss. Hey now, calm down, Gasper. It's alright, we're here. She cuddled him and consoled him. Everybody looked at Gasper in fear as he said that he discovered Issei's blood stained against the rocky surface of the crater. But Kiba and Saji were worried about something else. They were terrified at the possibility that Issei was either killed or had died when they were gone. Both boys braced themselves for the worst, hoping that their worst fear was not true. Gasper. Thank you, Rosweiss-sensei. Anyway, the strongest scent is coming from the center of this crater over there. He pointed towards the center of the crater where everyone noticed a small object lying there. Rias. That's where the evil pieces are. She shivered in fear as she did not want to lose her pawn, as losing him would be detrimental to her progress towards becoming the greatest raiding game champion of the underworld. Sona didn't hesitate and ran towards the object lying on the ground. As she approached it, Sona didn't recognize what it was on first glance, but she gasped in shock as she realized what the object was. It was a dead body. Its arms and legs were gone. The body looked malnourished as the ribcage and other bones could be seen clearly. The face was unrecognizable, the eyes were pitch black, its skin was all gray, and its mouth was hanging open. Everybody else reached the body and also screamed and gasped in dismay as they laid their eyes upon the lifeless body that lay motionless on the cold and hard floor. Priscilla went forward to take a closer look. She spent a while observing the features of the body before she turned to the rest and gave an answer. Priscilla. I don't want to believe it yet, but can you sense the evil pieces inside this carcass, Miss Gremory? Rias was shivering in fear and couldn't mutter out a single word. All she did was simply nod her head. At that moment, everybody broke down. Vala just stood by the body and clenched his fists in rage. The student council was crying rivers of tears and the rest of Team Vala were speechless and aghast at the sight of Issei's body. Ophius just looked at Issei's body with a very tense and serious look. The ORC had mixed reactions. Rosweiss and Gasper were embracing each other as they cried at the sight of Issei's lifeless body, but the other girls were internally conflicted as they did not know how to feel about this sudden and unexpected tragedy. Rias. Issei-kun, you. She couldn't think straight. When Rias continued to stare at the body, all of her memories including Issei began to replay in her mind as she processed the whole scene. After a few moments, Rias began to cry just a single tear as her breath trembled. She did not know how to feel. Rias just stood motionless as her eyes were fixated on the rotting corpse. As Sona was mourning Issei's death, she noticed that Rias and the other girls of the ORC were completely still, and their eyes were completely devoid of any emotions. She thought to herself that maybe Rias and her peerage needed some time to process what just happened, before turning away and continued grieving for Issei. Kiba and Saji were the most affected by this. Their only hope of saving the underworld was dead, and there was nobody to stop Florian. They knew that it was only a matter of time before the underworld government would be overthrown and things would change drastically. Kiba. No, how could this happen? My best friend is dead and I didn't save his life, Issei. Please forgive me, I'm so sorry. He broke down and cried as if his heart would break. Saji noticed Kiba weeping loudly and came over to wrap his arm over him as a sign of support. The two boys felt remorseful and regretful about everything that had happened and mourned their friend's death together. Priscilla stood by the side with an expressionless face. Then, she turned behind and saw Florian and his brother sticking out their heads and watching the whole scene. She slowly shook her head at them, hinting to her brothers to stay put and not do anything. Florian got the message and turned to his brothers and told them the next course of action. The Red Dragon Emperor is dead. This means that the boosted gear has moved on to a new host. Let's go home now, I'll brief all of you on the new plan. His brothers nodded and they left the scene. After half an hour or so, everybody was still shaken by Issei's death, but they had cooled down a bit. Priscilla gathered everybody's attention and decided to announce the next course of action. Priscilla. Okay everyone. I've decided what to do now. I'll report back to my superiors and inform them on this tragedy. We'll also organize the Red Dragon Emperor's funeral and invite major figures from different mythologies to attend. For now, everyone should head back home and rest. It's been a long day. Miss Gremory, you and your peerage are to follow me into the underworld where we will inform Lord Beelzebub about this. Also, leave the body here. We'll come back later, so no need to worry. Everybody looked at one another before turning back to Priscilla and agreeing to her course of action. Team Sona and Team Vela both left via magic circle back to Code Town. Priscilla opened up her own magic circle and teleported her and Rias's peerage to the underworld. Scene break. Lilith, capital city of the underworld. Even months after the end of the Evil Dragon War, its profound effects could still be felt by everybody. There were soldiers stationed everywhere to maintain stability and order. Devils and fallen angels alike were still shaken by the state of war which has severely impacted the underworld. The government was still struggling to exert its authority, as there was a lack of manpower due to a great loss of life from the war. Inside the government district, many officers and secretaries were rushing about carrying stacks of paper to different rooms. There was shouting all over the place as senior officials were ordering their subordinates to carry out their duties. There were 3 main buildings in the government district. All had different workers with different roles scurrying around the compound with massive stacks of paperwork keeping everybody busy. But nobody was busy as the man in charge of overseeing all the operations happening at the moment. That man is Itsuka Beelzebub, the leader of the underworld who has undertaken many of his fellow Mao's responsibilities and duties. He was sitting in his office, looking through stack after stack of paperwork that lay on his desk. Anybody would go insane if they had to complete stacks of paper as tall as mountains. Luckily for Itsuka, he is intelligent and can absorb enormous amounts of information. Itsuka. Sigh, alright, that's the 743rd stack of paperwork done. Just a few hundred more to go. Itsuka has just completed more work that landed on his table. He took a short break and leaned back on his chair. He thought back on everything that happened, thinking about interacting with his fellow Maos that were now sealed with the Trihexa. As he reminisced the good times, Itsuka couldn't help but miss them. Itsuka. It's been only 2 months since I last saw you, Sirzex. But it feels like an eternity. How are you holding up? You know, Grafia is still super mad at you for just leaving her behind. But I get that you wanted Milikas to grow up happily with his mother. Sigh, I'm doing fine. My workload is just really heavy since you left to fight with Seraphol and Falbium. Hopefully there won't be more. Suddenly, Itsuka was interrupted while talking to himself. In the center of the office where the carpet was, a magic circle appeared. He suddenly leaned forward to see who it is. Out of the magic circle came Priscilla, Rias, and her peerage. Itsuka only raised an eyebrow and was confused why Rias had showed up out of nowhere. But then he saw the conflicting faces of the girls and the grief-stricken expressions of Rosweiss, Kiba, and Gasper. He immediately knew something was wrong. Itsuka. Priscilla, what's wrong? Why did Rias follow you here? And Rias, what's happened? Why do all of you look like that? Priscilla. Lord Beelzebub, this is a serious matter. I am here to deliver an unfortunate piece of news. Itsuka asked with curiosity and concern. What's it about? Priscilla. Just now, at 12:40 a.m. in America, we discovered the deceased body of Issei Hayadu. Crack. Itsuka dropped his cup of coffee and just stood there with a jaw-dropped expression. He took a while to process what his secretary had just reported. He internally was telling himself that it was probably a trick. But seeing the grim and inconsolable faces of the ORC, Itsuka finally took it seriously. Itsuka. HHUH? What? You're kidding me, right? His mind was racing. It had only been 2 months since the end of the war and Issei mysteriously died. Itsuka tried his best to collect his thoughts and finally decided to ask even further. Itsuka. How was he when you found him? The ORC had flinched at the question being asked. Priscilla looked down with a dark expression before she answered. Priscilla. His arms and legs were all gone. He looked very malnourished. You can see his bones. His eyes were all pitch black and his corpse was rotting. There was blood splattered everywhere when we found him. Itsuka stumbled backwards when he heard her answer. He couldn't believe it. Itsuka never expected that Issei was found in such a gruesome and sickening state. He pulled his wits and asked again. Itsuka. Where's the body? Priscilla. Please follow me. She opened up a magic circle and gestured Itsuka to follow. He dashed out of his desk and stood within the magic circle. Then, they teleported back to Colorado where Issei's dead body was discovered. When they emerged from the magic circle, Itsuka immediately sprang into action and looked in all directions for Issei. Priscilla. Lord Beelzebub! Over here! Itsuka saw Priscilla calling for him and quickly ran towards her. As he got closer, he noticed the body and almost puked. Itsuka slowly stepped towards the corpse and saw its gut-churning state. He struggled to breathe and did his best to stop vomiting. Itsuka spent a minute or two trying to calm down and process what just happened. He turned back to Rias and company, and with a semi-shocked expression, he finally said something. Itsuka. Out of respect for Issei Hayadu, all work and school shall be suspended for 3 weeks in the underworld and the human world. I will inform the other factions about this, and I will make the necessary arrangements. He closed off and was still struggling to stay calm. Priscilla went over to Itsuka and whispered to him. Lord Beelzebub, now that Issei Hayadu is dead, shall we search for the boosted gear? It will be quite risky if it fell into the wrong hands. Think about it. If evil individuals hear about the death of Issei Hayadu, they will race to find his Longinus so that they can gain power. Our numbers have greatly decreased. We are vulnerable. Itsuka. Well, I suppose that would be a good idea. I will contact Heaven and Governor Shemhazai. I will request for reinforcements from them to help us in the search for the boosted gear. Priscilla. All right. Itsuka. Now, everybody, please head home. I'm sure all of you are stressed out about this, so I'm giving everyone a long break to recuperate. Goodbye, I'll be heading back. He summoned a magic circle and walked into it. Then, he disappeared. Priscilla thought to herself. Damn it! I forgot we're at peace. The other factions will be a huge hindrance for our hunt for the boosted gear. Never mind, I'm sure Florian would figure something out. She then turned to the ORC and informed them of what she would do next. Priscilla. Everyone, we'll make sure that we will find whoever is responsible for this. I swear on my life that justice will be served. She tried to reassure everybody, but Kiba knew exactly what she was up to. Priscilla was just trying to get her brothers to hunt down the boosted gear and use it to overthrow Itsuka. But even when all this is happening in front of him, Kiba was still scared about what would happen to Tsubaki and himself. Now that Issei was gone, who was going to save him? Kiba gritted his teeth in frustration as he was stuck in a rock in a hard place. Then, Priscilla left the ORC behind and went into a magic circle and disappeared. Kiba looked at Rias and the other girls and asked her in a dead serious tone. Kiba, you still remember that time when we all thought Issei died from Samuel's blood? Why aren't you expressing anything, huh? You look like as if you are very conflicted about this. Why is that? Perhaps you've all fallen out of love from him. He has done so much for all of you, and staying emotionless is how you feel when he bucking dies? I can't believe you all. When he finished, Kiba left and walked away slowly. Rias was about to order Kiba to come back so she could scold him, but then she recalled all the memories she had with Issei, and realized that he was more than just a pervert. For the first time since she cheated on him, Rias felt a little regret for what she had done. The other girls were wondering if Rias was feeling alright and were about to ask. But Rias turned to them and said, "Forget about him, let's just go home." She walked off into the distance and activated a magic circle. Then, she teleported away. Everybody else was left speechless. They spent a while glancing at each other awkwardly, before parting ways and teleported home. Scene break. Andromalius Manor, Underworld. Priscilla teleported back to her home where she saw Florian and his brothers sitting down on the sofas. They turned to her and asked her what happened. Florian: "So, did you convince him to let us find the boosted gear?" Priscilla: "Yes, but there's a problem. Heaven and the fallen angels will be sending some forces along with you to search for it." Florian: "That's it? Heh. No problem. We can deal with that. But everyone, if I may have your attention, now that we've been reduced to a severely weakened state, the plan will be postponed indefinitely until we find that Longinus, or if we become strong enough to carry out the plan with our current numbers. I suggest that when we are out in the open searching for the boosted gear, we will use our best efforts to track it down and seize it. But if the search turns up fruitless, then we will train like madmen and become extremely strong. Does anyone have a problem with that plan?" Nobody responded to Florian's suggestion and all nodded their heads. Florian: "Sigh, I know all of you are disappointed and still grieving our fallen brothers. But for now, let's take a break before we start searching for the boosted gear." Scene break. 5 days later. Milan, Italy. Monday, 10 p.m. Disclaimer: since this is the High School DxD universe, I will be altering many of the Data Live characters' backstories. I've even edited the description so all of you would know. After a few days in the hospital, Rain decided to hold up her side of the bargain and give Drake his new body. But while she was in the hospital, she communicated telepathically with Drake's soul, and he asked her to change the attributes of his soul in order to hide from his rival. So, she decided to mix some of her energy with his soul in order for him to become stronger and undetectable by Albion. Rain teleported to her secret lab in Italy where she conducted science experiments. Among one of those experiments were several artificial bodies suspended in sleep deprivation tanks. In the past, she tried to create other entities with special powers like her but ended up failing. Rain walked past several tanks and stopped at one. It was a man with long red hair. She took out the jar with Drake's soul and directed it towards the body. When it entered, there was no movement for the first few seconds, but eventually the eyes of the man opened up. Drake: "Huh! Where am I? Why am I suspended in water? Wait! Did Murasame keep her promise? Heck yeah! Now I can protect Issei wherever he goes!" Drake was delighted at the thought of finally having his own body again, and now being able to protect Issei in his new life. He looked through the glass and saw Rain looking at him in the eye. Drake tried to swim forward and knocked on the glass. Rain saw that Drake was alive and proceeded to drain the water inside. Drake saw the water level going down and prepared himself for a new life in a new body. Rain opened the glass tank and Drake was on the floor breathing heavily and soaked in water. Rain: "Drake? Are you there?" Drake: "Huffo, it feels very weird to be breathing again." "Huh! Oh, Murasame, it's you. Yes, I'm feeling very good to be back in a body." He looked at his new body and noticed he was very tall and slim. He thought to himself, "It seems like I need to build up some muscle. I'd better thank Murasame for giving me this awesome body." Rain: "Here you go, a towel and your clothes." She handed Drake his clothes and a towel to dry himself with. Drake took the towel and dried himself. Then, he put on his clothes and breathed in some fresh air. Think of Dialect from Genshin Impact for Drake's human form. Drake: "Ah, fresh air after so long being trapped in a sacred gear. It feels very pleasant to be smelling some real genuine air. He walked around in his new body and felt great to be finally walking on his own again. But then he remembered something important and asked Rain. Dragon. Oh wait! Murasame, where's Issei? Rain. In that crib over there. She pointed to a small blue crib with a baby in it. Drake walked over to the crib to see Issei in his new body. He saw a newborn baby sleeping quietly and curled up into a ball. Drake. Ah, how cute, wait. Why do I feel this way? Do I finally have the ability to feel emotions again? Oh yeah! He jumped in joy and cheered as Drake could feel different emotions again. But he also waked the baby up. Slight mature content up ahead. Read with caution. The baby opened its eyes and started crying. Drake felt a little scared about what to do as he has no experience of raising babies. He just awkwardly looked at the baby as it cried louder. Then, Rain came in and carried the baby in her hands, doing her best to calm her down. But the baby did not stop crying. Rain. Maybe he's hungry. She then opened up her shirt and started breastfeeding the baby. Drake saw her unbuttoning her shirt and immediately looked away, but it made him confused. Drake. Wait! Why do I feel embarrassed when seeing those things? For the entire time I was in the boosted gear, I still remember all the times when Issei was surrounded by breasts, so why do I feel embarrassed when I see them? Rain. Drake, I can read your mind, you know? Drake. HHHH. What? No, wait. Murasame, I didn't mean it like that. Rain. It's fine. Don't worry. Stop shouting, otherwise the baby is going to cry. Anyway, maybe the reason you feel embarrassed when you look at my breasts is because you don't have any experience with women. I mean, you could have probably seen other women's breasts through Issei as if you're watching TV. But when you see the real thing in person, you freak out. So maybe the reason why you act so scared is because you simply have no experience. Drake. Huh? Me? No experience with women? He was left speechless. Drake wanted to say something but couldn't form a single coherent sentence. He just looked at Rain, who was still focused on feeding the baby. Drake. Wait a minute! How can you read my mind? Rain. Simple. You have a bit of my aura within you, so we are telepathically connected. This means we can communicate with each other through our minds from any location. This also means our son over here can communicate with us through his mind. Drake. Huh. That's pretty creepy yet nifty. Wait. Our son. Rain. Yes. After all, he has both of our energies. So, technically he is your son. Drake. HHUH? I'm a dad. I can't believe it. I don't know how to raise a child. What do I? Rain. Calm down, we'll figure it out. But first, we got to find a place to live in and raise him. And I have just the place. I remember this city in Japan and some of my earliest memories on this planet. It's pretty pleasant, and I think it's the best place to raise our child. Drake. Okay, what's it called? Rain. Tenga City. Drake. I see. I guess we could stay there. Besides, I think staying in Japan would be quite convenient for me personally. Remember I told you that I was going to show Issei his memories when he turns 18? About the reason for that, you see, Issei and I were once battle partners. We had known each other since he was born, and we overcame many challenges together. He fell in love with a girl, and she loved him back, or so we thought. More girls soon joined his harem, and they seemed pretty close. But one battle, he fell into a coma due to exhaustion. During his hospital stay, the girls who supposedly loved him cheated on him behind his back. Issei found out and discovered them on vacation with their boyfriends in America. Rain. I see, so you want to get revenge on them for cheating on our son? Drake. It's a little more complicated than that. We discovered those boys were actually plotting against the government and planned to take complete control. Basically, I want to show Issei his memories so that he remembers we must defeat a group of rebels planning to stage a coup. Rain. So that's the case. Why don't we stop them now? Drake. No, the three of us do not have enough power. Even if we did, I think it's better to spend a couple of decades training up and becoming strong enough to fight those guys. I think we have that amount of time because we killed a bunch of them, and I know for a fact that they wanted that boosted gear to get sufficient power to overthrow the government. But they are probably spending all their time trying to find it, not realizing that there is no more boosted gear. They need this sacred gear, otherwise their plan won't work. Rain, your story sounds really rushed. But don't worry, I understand. You want to stop a group of rebels from overthrowing the government. Got it. Drake, it is rushed, and it is an oversimplified version of our story. If we have the time, I will tell you all about it. But for now, let's focus on settling down peacefully. Rain, agreed. Let's go. But before that, why don't we name our son? We'll decide on what we should name him. Think about it for some time before we tell each other our answers. And also, please call me Rain. Drake, alright. I'll think about it, Rain. After a minute or so, Drake and Rain came back to say their suggestions. Rain, we'll say them on 3, 2, 1. Rain, Shido. Dragon the second. Rain, what? Drake, don't judge me. I've never had a child before. I don't know what to name him. Rain, why don't we go with mine then? Drake, works for me. And so, I was named Shido on that day. Issei Haida was now truly gone, but it was also a new beginning of something great.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.